Chapter 25. Uncle Yuan's speed was too fast. There were a few thousand pairs of eyes here, but none of them saw how he left. Even the martial arts hall master was at a loss. When did he go up? Wasn't he just down there? He appeared in front of Qin Feiyang in the blink of an eye from such a far distance. Could he be a spirit? This place was dead silent. Everyone's face was filled with confusion and shock. For 5 years, Uncle Yuan was a frequent visitor of the Iron Bull town. Hence, everyone knew him more or less. In everyone's impression, he was just an ordinary old man. No matter what gossip he heard, he would just laugh it off. However, unexpectedly, this seemingly weak old man not only appeared in front of Qin Feiyang without anyone noticing, but also severely injured the third hall master of the Pill Hall with one palm strike. It was too unbelievable. Especially the Lin clan master, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Because he knew Uncle Yuan better than anyone else. He was very sure that Uncle Yuan was just an ordinary man. But now, how could he explain the truth in front of him? Impossible. I must be dreaming. Ma Hongmei, who was standing at the peak, was also mumbling to herself. Her eyes were dull. The strength that Uncle Yuan displayed had a huge impact on her. It was really hard to accept. However, but facing this sort of spectacle that was the focus of attention, Yuan Bo did not stir up the slightest bit of ripple. Qin Feiyang didn't stop either. He walked past the third hall master and rushed to the peak without looking back. In his eyes there was only Ma Hongmei. The third hall master stood up slowly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Then he looked at Uncle Yuan and asked, "Who are you?" Uncle Yuan didn't answer. He didn't even look at him. Wherever Qin Feiyang went, his eyes would follow. It was as if there was only room for Qin Feiyang in his eyes. Boom. Qin Feiyang reached the peak in one step. Without saying anything, he threw a punch at Ma Hongmei. The fist was like thunder, creating a gust of wind. "Little bastard, you're courting death." Ma Hongmei suddenly came back to her senses. She was also angry. With a loud shout, he swung his palm at Qin Feiyang's fist. Bang! Thump thump. The two of them retreated continuously, blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. How is this possible? Ma Hongmei turned pale with fright. The third hall master, martial arts hall master, Lin clan's clan head, and Zhao clan's clan head were all dumbfounded. Even Lin Bailey put down his hands at this moment, and his gaze became aggressive. As for the others, their expressions were even more exaggerated. Their mouths were gaping so wide that one could stuff an egg into them. "Ma Hongmei, your time has come." After Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, his right foot suddenly kicked, and like a mad bison he swooped down toward Ma Hongmei. His imposing manner was like a rainbow. His strength is actually on par with mine. Ma Hongmei was still unable to accept this fact. "I don't believe it." Suddenly, she roared angrily and fought with all her might. Bang! Bang! The two of them started fighting crazily. As their fists and feet collided, there was a deafening sound. They are actually on par with each other? When did Qin Feiyang become so powerful? Elder Ma is a one-star martial master. Could it be that Qin Feiyang is also a one-star martial master? Everyone present was extremely surprised and doubtful. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." Ma Hongmei suddenly roared, and a gush of true qi gushed out from her palm. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. "You can't do it." Qin Feiyang's hair was flying in the wind, and his gaze was sharp. Similarly, a gush of true qi gushed out from his palm. Bang! When the two palms met, the two of them retreated violently again. True qi. He is indeed a one-star martial master. Then why did he look so sickly before? He must be pretending to be weak. This place was completely in an uproar. Clan head Lin's expression was more interesting than anyone else's. This good-for-nothing is actually a one-star martial artist? His talent is even better than Yi's? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yes. He began to regret it. If he had known that Qin Feiyang's talent was so terrifying, he would not have done those things. At the peak, Qin Feiyang steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Ma Hongmei. He sneered, "You don't understand how an ant that could be bullied so wantonly 5 days ago can become a one-star martial master now?" Ma Hongmei did not answer, but her gloomy expression was enough to explain everything. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. But I, Qin Feiyang, don't need 30 years. I only need 5 days to trample you under my feet. At this moment, Qin Feiyang seemed to have returned to the Qin Feiyang from 5 years ago. His confidence, dominance, and arrogance were vividly displayed. "So what if you're a one-star martial master? I'll still kill you." Ma Hongmei's eyes were filled with killing intent. She rushed in front of Qin Feiyang in a few steps and raised her arm. Her 5 fingers were bent, and true qi coiled around her fingertips like an eagle's claw, emitting a powerful aura. Eagle's claw? She shouted and suddenly grabbed at Qin Feiyang's head. Martial technique. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted and he retreated without hesitation. But Ma Hongmei still grabbed his arm. Those 5 fingers were as hard as steel needles. They easily broke through Qin Feiyang's skin and sank into his flesh. Then, Ma Hongmei sneered and pulled with force. She actually tore off a piece of flesh from Qin Feiyang's arm. Blood immediately gushed out. Ma Hongmei retreated 3 feet and threw away the piece of flesh. She sneered, "Qin Feiyang, do you see? This is the difference between us. I've already mastered martial techniques. It's easy for me to kill you. If it wasn't for Qin Yuan, you would have died just now. Do you understand?" Qin Feiyang covered his arm and looked at Ma Hongmei. Not only was he not worried, but there was also a trace of ridicule in his eyes. Uncle Yuan said indifferently, "Ma Hongmei, you don't have to worry about me. As long as you have the ability, even if you kill Feiyang, I won't interfere." Really? Ma Hongmei was surprised. Of course. Uncle Yuan nodded. But if one looked carefully, one would notice that there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. After becoming a martial master, one could learn martial techniques. Martial techniques increased a person's overall combat strength. Martial techniques were also divided into grades. Low-grade martial techniques, middle-grade martial techniques, high-grade martial techniques, and perfect martial techniques. The higher the grade, the stronger the increase in combat strength. As the prince of the Great Qin Empire, would Qin Feiyang lack martial techniques? Obviously not. In his mind, there were at least hundreds of martial technique cultivation methods. Moreover, they were all perfect martial techniques. After all, at that time, Qin Feiyang had a noble status, a powerful background, and was doted on by thousands. Apart from the perfect martial skill, no other martial skill could enter his eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that. He was equivalent to a moving martial arts treasure trove. And as early as 5 years ago, Qin Feiyang had already practiced several martial techniques to the point of perfection. Although his cultivation had been crippled these years, he did not forget the martial techniques engraved in his memory. Therefore, Uncle Yuan had full confidence in Qin Feiyang. But Ma Hongmei did not know these. Hearing Uncle Yuan's words, she was overjoyed. The only person she was afraid of was Uncle Yuan. As for Qin Feiyang, she did not take him to heart at all. "Ha! Qin Feiyang, wake up." She let out a loud laugh and extended both of her hands. Her hands turned into eagle claws and attacked Qin Feiyang furiously. Qin Feiyang remained motionless as he stared at her. But his right hand gradually clenched into a fist. They are both one-star martial masters. In terms of strength, they are evenly matched. That's right. If Ma Hongmei did not have any martial techniques, Qin Feiyang would definitely win because he is ruthless enough. Yes, if it were someone else, he would have already made a fuss when a piece of flesh was torn off his arm, but he did not even frown. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such terrifying endurance. It seems that the outcome has been decided. People were discussing softly. Hearing these discussions, the head of the Lin family could not help but sneer. There were even many people who looked away, unable to bear to see the bloody scene that was about to happen. He moved. But at this moment, someone exclaimed. Those who had just looked away immediately looked up again, their faces full of shock and bewilderment. At this moment, Qin Feiyang bent his waist, arched his body, and clenched his right hand. He was like a bull that was about to go berserk, his whole body exuding a shocking aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, he was like an arrow from a fully drawn bow, shooting out explosively. His whole body was filled with a violent airflow. Seeing this, Ma Hongmei's pupils contracted. The current Qin Feiyang actually made her feel a strong threat, and even a sense of fear emerged. I have mastered martial techniques, why should I be afraid of him? She suddenly flew out, grabbing Qin Feiyang's head with both hands. In the blink of an eye, the two collided with each other. Go to hell! Ma Hongmei shouted, and a cruel smile appeared in her eyes. Thunder-killing fist. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also let out an explosive shout. His shout was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. It was deafening. That clenched fist blasted out like lightning. True Qi bright light. Boom. The fist blasted on Ma Hongmei's chest. Crack. Bones broken on the spot. The whole chest also then caved in. Puff. Ma Hongmei spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, she flew out and then with a bang, smashed on the ground more than 10 meters away. Ah! The blood-curdling screech that sounded like a pig being slaughtered echoed in all directions. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. He actually also mastered martial techniques. And from the looks of it, the level was higher than Ma Hongmei's Falcon Claw. How could this be? How could he possibly have martial techniques? How many tricks does he have hidden? The Lin family head muttered to himself, and his intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had treated Qin Feiyang better in the past, if he had not forcibly separated Yi and Qin Feiyang, then now with the relationship between Yi and Qin Feiyang, if he asked for this martial technique called Thunder Killing Fist, Qin Feiyang would definitely not refuse. At this moment, the martial arts hall master, the Zhao family head, and the third hall master were also shocked. A 15-year-old one-star martial master, and also mastered a powerful martial technique. How was this a waste? Chapter 26. Everyone at the scene was dumbstruck. However, Qin Feiyang was squatting on the ground. He looked at his fist and frowned slightly. Frankly speaking, he was still not satisfied with the power of this punch. Martial techniques could increase one's combat power in a progressive manner. Low-grade martial technique could increase the power of one barbarian elephant. Mid-grade martial technique could increase the power of 2 barbarian elephants. High-grade martial technique could increase the power of 3 barbarian elephants. Perfect martial technique could increase the power of 4 barbarian elephants. Thunder Killing Fist was a perfect martial technique. However, Qin Feiyang clearly felt that it had only increased the power of 2 barbarian elephants. In other words, he had only used half of its power. Otherwise, Ma Hongmei wouldn't just be severely injured. She would have died on the spot. I haven't used these martial techniques for 5 years. I'm a little rusty. Luckily, Ma Hongmei's cultivation isn't high. Otherwise, I would have been the one at a disadvantage. Seems like I have to find some time to practice it. Phew. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and let out a long sigh. He stood up and looked at Ma Hongmei before walking over with large strides. Seeing this, the third palace master's expression changed. He shouted, Qin Feiyang, this is the Pill Palace. Don't be presumptuous. If this wasn't the Pill Palace, I wouldn't have come. Qin Feiyang sneered and stopped in front of Ma Hongmei. The third palace master was anxious. However, he couldn't do anything to Uncle Yuan who was beside him. Clang. Qin Feiyang took out the changshui. It was extremely sharp. Ma Hongmei's body trembled. She said in fear, Qin Feiyang, if you dare to kill me, you're going against the entire Pill Palace. Qin Feiyang squatted beside Ma Hongmei's head and shook the changshui on her neck. He said jokingly, is the Pill Palace that great? What? How can he say such words? Everyone was speechless. They seemed to have underestimated this guy's arrogance. However, Ma Hongmei was terrified. She was afraid that if Qin Feiyang missed, changshui would fall and slit her throat. The third palace master withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at Uncle Yuan. He said, Qin Feiyang, Elder Ma has already been severely injured by Qin Feiyang. The resentment in your hearts should have dissipated by now. How about we end this matter here? Uncle Yuan said indifferently, if you cut the weeds without removing the roots, there will be no end to the trouble. The third hall master's body stiffened and he said angrily, if you insist on causing trouble, the Pill Hall has never been afraid of anyone. When the first hall master and second hall master return, I will definitely report this matter to them. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. Whatever. Uncle Yuan glanced at him. His tone was still calm as if he didn't put the Pill Hall in his eyes. The third palace master was furious. He said word by word, don't regret it. Regret? Uncle Yuan sized him up, his expression still very calm. But suddenly, his feet left the stone steps and he slowly rose into the air. What? The third palace master cried out in alarm and his expression changed drastically. In the meantime, Lin Bailey's body trembled. His face was filled with disbelief. This old man was actually a combat emperor. The martial arts hall master, the Lin clan master, and the Zhao clan master also had disbelief in their eyes. As for the others, there was no need to talk about it. It was as if they had seen a deity. They were extremely terrified. Uncle Yuan stood in midair like a king. He looked down at the third palace master and said indifferently, today, even if I raise the Pill Hall to the ground, no one will dare to stop me. Do you believe me? The third palace master raised his head and looked at Uncle Yuan in a daze. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and bowed. Senior Qin, this junior spoke without thinking earlier. Please be magnanimous and not hold it against this junior. What a joke. This was a battle emperor. Not to mention razing the pill hall to the ground, even if he destroyed the entire Iron Ox town, no one would dare to say anything. Uncle Yuan didn't say anything about it, but he didn't say that he wouldn't either. He asked, then can Ma Hongmei be killed? The third palace master's body stiffened. He struggled in his heart. In the end he made up his mind and nodded, as long as you can calm down. If you want to kill her, then kill her. Hearing this, Ma Hongmei's face instantly turned pale. Her eyes were filled with despair that couldn't be dissolved. Only now did she realize that she had offended someone that she could never afford to offend. No, I can't die. I still have a great future. Qin Feiyang, don't kill me. I beg you, I'll kneel down and apologize to you. Ma Hongmei endured the pain and got up. She knelt down in front of Qin Feiyang and begged. Qin Feiyang said, then tell everyone, did you or did you not kick me down 5 days ago? Yes. Ma Hongmei nodded and said, it's all my fault. I'll apologize to you. Can you forgive me? Qin Feiyang really didn't fall down by himself. This Ma Hongmei is too much. She actually did such a despicable thing. She's simply ruining the pill hall's reputation. Everyone looked at Ma Hongmei with disgust and indignation. So, Qin Feiyang didn't lie back then. I'm really stupid. The third hall master blamed himself. He raised his head and looked at Ma Hongmei. He said disappointedly, as the pill hall's deacon elder, you should set a good example. But you did such a despicable thing. He looked at the crowd below and shouted, now I officially announce that Ma Hongmei is expelled from the pill hall. She will never be recruited again. Ma Hongmei's body trembled and became even paler. Not only was her reputation ruined, but she also lost her status as the pill hall's deacon elder. Now she had nothing. Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth slightly and said, tell the martial arts hall master and everyone else about Chao Lang's identity. The martial arts hall master frowned. Ma Hongmei said, Chao Lang is the son of the Black Demon Stronghold's chief. Also, the Black Demon Stronghold was burned down by Qin Feiyang. What? He's actually the son of that demon. Good kill. That's right. It wouldn't be too much to kill this kind of person. Qin Feiyang, I'm really sorry. I wronged you just now. You burned down the Black Demon Stronghold and got rid of the evil for the people. We should thank you. But we blamed you just now. I'm sorry. After knowing Chao Lang's true identity, everyone's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Someone apologized. Someone applauded. As for Bao Chuan as Ma Hongmei's disciple, everyone felt that he should be killed. It was obvious that Bao Chuan wanted to harm Qin Feiyang. That was why he was killed by Qin Feiyang. Ma Hongmei looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I've said what you asked me to say. I've also said what you didn't ask me to say. Can you let me go now? All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I'll set you free now. I hope that you can be a good person in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Chang Shui showed his ability and directly cut off Ma Hongmei's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. You, Ma Hongmei covered her neck and stared at Qin Feiyang with hatred. You should be glad that your corpse is intact, because I was going to cut off your head. Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently. Then he grabbed Chang Shui and walked down the stone stairs. Bang! Ma Hongmei also fell to the ground and died. It's finally over. The third palace master muttered to himself. He strode toward Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. Qin Feiyang, I sincerely apologize to you. If you still need the marrow cleansing pill, I'll give it to you now. I don't need it now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and brushed past the third palace master. Uncle Yuan landed beside Qin Feiyang and smiled. Do you feel better now? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Only when he returned to the Great Qin Empire and killed all those who betrayed him would he feel better. Uncle Yuan patted his shoulder and didn't say anything else. Qin Yuan is a combat emperor. How did this happen? If I had known, I wouldn't have stopped Qin Feiyang and Yi from being together. I would have even taken the initiative to matchmake them. Looking at the two people on the stone stairs, the Lin family head clenched his fists. His heart was filled with regret. Even his body was trembling. Lin Baili noticed the change in the Lin family head and asked, Uncle Lin, do you regret it? The Lin clan's clan head nodded without concealing anything. I am indeed very regretful. However, what I fear the most is that Qin Feiyang will take revenge on us. You have seen it yourself, he is someone who will definitely take revenge. Revenge? He doesn't have the guts. Because the ancestor of the Lin family is also a combat emperor. Lin Baili smiled. Really? The Lin family head's eyes lit up. That's not all. Our Lin family has been married to the royal family for generations. As long as Qin Feiyang doesn't join the Pill Hall or the Martial Arts Hall, there's nothing to worry about. Lin Baili's eyes were filled with disdain. The Lin family head heaved a sigh of relief. Although Ma Hongmei and Qiao Lang deserved to be killed, after what happened, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the third Hall Master, or the Martial Arts Hall Master, there must be some estrangement in their hearts. It was impossible for Qin Feiyang to join the Pill Hall or the Martial Arts Hall. However, before he could finish this thought, the third Hall Master suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said loudly, "Qin Feiyang, if you're willing to join the Pill Hall, whatever elixir you want, as long as the Pill Hall has it, I'll give it to you." What? The Lin family head's body shook. Not only did the third Hall Master take the initiative to invite Qin Feiyang to join, but he also made such a promise? "Qin Feiyang, if you are willing to join the Martial Arts Hall, I won't be able to promise you a lot of elixirs like the third Hall Master. However, I can guarantee that you will be able to choose any martial skill and the best resources." The Martial Arts Hall Master also threw out an olive branch. The Lin family head was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 27. The Pill Hall and the Martial Arts Hall sent out invitations at the same time and made such promises. Such a situation had never happened in the Iron Ox town. This was enough to show how much the third Hall Master and the Martial Arts Hall Master valued Qin Feiyang. The Lin family head's heart was filled with regret again. He never expected that things would develop to this point. Now, as long as Qin Feiyang nodded, he could become a Pill Hall disciple or a Martial Arts Hall disciple. His status would rise instantly. With his talent, entering the Danwang Hall or Martial Arts Hall in the future was a sure thing. Future could be said to be bright. God, why do you have to make such a big joke with me? The Lin family head cried in his heart. He wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, Qin Feiyang became the focus again. Everyone was watching. Everyone was looking forward to what he would choose. Enter the Pill Hall? Or the Martial Arts Hall? If they had to choose, they would definitely choose the Pill Hall without hesitation. Because in this world, nothing was more important than elixirs. However, as the person involved, Qin Feiyang acted as if he didn't hear it. He quickly walked down the stone stairs with Uncle Yuan. The crowd automatically separated and made a path to the street. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Uncle Yuan entering the main street, the Martial Arts Hall Master and the third Hall Master had a trace of disappointment. This kid was a real talent. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it. Lin Bailey's eyes flashed slightly. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Qin Feiyang, today is Yi's 15th birthday. We are going to hold a big banquet and invite all the famous people in the Iron Ox town. I wonder if you can do me the honor and follow me to the Lin family?" Yi's birthday? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Too many things happened in the past few days. He almost forgot that Lin Yi and he were born on the same year, month, and day. However, he was born in the morning and Lin Yi was born at night. So Lin Yi called him brother. This was also the main reason why they had a good relationship. If it was in the past, he would definitely accept the invitation. But now, he didn't want to step into the Lin family anymore because he didn't want to see those hypocritical faces. He was about to refuse. However, Uncle Yuan beat him to it and said, "I promise on behalf of Feiyang. Tonight, Feiyang will go to congratulate on time." It's settled then. I'll personally go to the entrance to welcome you all. Lin Bailey smiled. Uncle Yuan turned his head and looked at Lin Bailey meaningfully. Then he quickly left with Qin Feiyang. "Bailey, why are you inviting them?" The head of the Lin family looked at Lin Bailey in confusion. "Uncle Lin, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Lin Bailey smiled and extended his invitation to the Martial Arts Hall Master, the third Hall Master, and the Patriarch of the Zhao family. The three of them did not refuse and said that they would attend the banquet on time. After all, the Lin family was in Iron Ox town and had great influence. They had to put on a show. Most importantly, they were very curious about Lin Bailey's identity. On the streets, Qin Feiyang and Uncle Yuan walked side by side. The townspeople were no longer as cold as before. When they saw the two of them, they would come up and greet them warmly. These people are really realistic. Qin Feiyang hated such people. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, "Not only them but all living things in the world have a realistic side." Qin Feiyang nodded. He had already experienced the fickleness of human nature. Suddenly he frowned and asked, "Uncle Yuan, why do you want me to go to the Lin family? That Lin Bailey obviously doesn't have good intentions." Uncle Yuan teased, "What? Just a mere Lin Bailey can scare you?" Qin Feiyang smiled in disdain. Lin Bailey was indeed talented, but it was only limited to this place. In the Great Qin Empire, it was nothing. Uncle Yuan smiled and said, although Lin Bailey's identity is far from yours, he's still a disciple of a rich family. You two will meet again in the future. You can take the opportunity to get to know him. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. That's impossible. What kind of relationship do I have with him? Qin Feiyang didn't think much of it. Uncle Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. After leaving the town, the two entered a forest one after the other. Qin Feiyang looked around and asked, where are we going? Right here. Uncle Yuan stopped and looked back at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, are you satisfied with the birthday gift? Yes. Qin Feiyang grinned. After 5 years of humiliation, he could finally hold his head high today. Uncle Yuan smiled and opened his palm. Accompanied by strands of black light, an ancient castle appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The ancient castle was only the size of a palm. It was dark and emitted a mysterious aura. But strangely, the ancient castle had no doors or windows. It was as if it was one with the castle. Uncle Yuan, what is this? Qin Feiyang was more and more puzzled. How could there be such a strange ancient castle in the world and it was so small? Uncle Yuan said, I don't know the origin of this ancient castle, what is its name, what material is used to refine it. But I know that it is very hard. Even I can't break it. Moreover, people can hide inside. It's so hard? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, could it be? Without waiting for him to finish, Uncle Yuan nodded and smiled, that's right. The secret room where you took the elixir and broke through the limit of martial artist is its internal space. It's so magical? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with surprise. Such a small thing and people can actually enter it? If he didn't experience it personally, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Feiyang, now I officially hand over this ancient castle to you. Uncle Yuan handed the ancient castle to Qin Feiyang. For me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Uncle Yuan nodded. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. There is no reason. Uncle Yuan shook his head. For a moment, Qin Feiyang didn't know what to do. Uncle Yuan directly stuffed it into Qin Feiyang's hands and said with a smile, this ancient castle needs to be dripped with blood to become its master before it can be used by you. At that time, you only need to move your mind and you can enter the inner space of the ancient castle. He continued, by the way, do you still remember the iron box in the ancient castle? Qin Feiyang said, yes. The elixir that helped him break through the limit of martial artist was in the iron box. How could he forget? Uncle Yuan said, there is an iron book in the iron box. When you have time you can read it. Maybe it will be useful to you. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, should I bind it now? Uncle Yuan shook his head and smiled, there is no hurry. It won't be too late to bind it with blood after you come back from the Lin family. Now keep it first. Uncle Yuan will help you practice martial arts. Okay. Qin Feiyang curiously looked at the ancient castle and temporarily put it in his Jianghu bag. He looked up at Uncle Yuan and smiled, you have to be merciful. Uncle Yuan rolled his eyes and said with a serious face, don't be long-winded. Come on. Rushing thunder kill fist. Qin Feiyang didn't talk nonsense. He turned into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus and fought crazily with Uncle Yuan. Until the sun set in the west and dusk came. Only then did Qin Feiyang stop. He lay on the ground and gasped for breath. Although Uncle Yuan was just a sparring partner, he hit Qin Feiyang very hard. Not only was his nose bruised and his eyes swollen, but his body was also full of scars. But the harvest was not small. After a day of hard fighting, the martial arts that he had mastered before had been practiced to perfection. It was no longer like when he fought with Ma Hongmei, where he could only use half of his power. Uncle Yuan looked down at Qin Feiyang and said, do you know why I hit you so hard? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Uncle Yuan said, I want to tell you that when you face enemies in the future, no matter how strong or weak they are, you have to go all out. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded seriously. Uncle Yuan looked up at the sky and said with a smile, go to the Lin family quickly. Remember to prepare a decent gift. Qin Feiyang turned over and got up. The wounds all over his body made him grimace in pain. He asked, Uncle Yuan, you're not going? Uncle Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I'm already so old. Why would I go? Go quickly. I'll wait for you here. Okay. Qin Feiyang found a pool and washed himself. He changed into a clean set of clothes and ran to Iron Ox Town. But Qin Feiyang didn't notice. Uncle Yuan's eyes became a little disappointed and there was a deep reluctance. When Qin Feiyang ran into the town, Uncle Yuan also retracted his gaze. He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, quickly disappearing without a trace. Because the weather was too hot, Iron Ox Town was the busiest at night. On the street, figures crossed each other, shoulders brushing against each other. Qin Feiyang silently walked into the crowd. His brows were tightly knitted together. He was already very unwilling to go to the Lin family. He didn't expect Uncle Yuan to ask him to prepare a gift. It was really troublesome. Big sale, there are all kinds of jewelry, 1 silver coin per piece. You can choose whatever you want. An ear-piercing shout entered Qin Feiyang's ears. He strode over and saw a hawker on the street, shouting with all his might. There were indeed a lot of jewelry on the street. Could even be said that there was a dazzling lineup. But none of them were presentable. They were all low-quality goods. Qin Feiyang glanced and grabbed a jade bracelet directly, saying, "Boss, I want this." "Little brother Qin, I didn't expect you to patronize my business. If you like this jade bracelet, I will give it to you," the hawker said generously. "Thank you very much." Qin Feiyang was not polite and put it in his arms directly. "Little brother Qin, wait." Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to leave, the hawker hurriedly ran out and asked, "Little brother Qin, are you going to the Lin family's banquet now?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The hawker's gaze immediately became strange and said, "Little brother, are you going to use this jade bracelet as Lin Yi's birthday gift?" "Can't I?" Qin Feiyang said. "Of course not. The Lin family is powerful. How can I use this as a gift? I don't want to harm you. Give it back to me." The hawker reached out to grab it. "Thank you for your concern. I know what to do." Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, and strode away. This Qin Feiyang is really different. But tonight, the Lin family will definitely put on a good show. Chapter 28. The Lin family was located in the south of the Iron Ox Town. As one of the biggest families in the town, the Lin family mansion was naturally extraordinary. Qin Feiyang had been here many times, so he came to the front door with ease. Today, the Lin family mansion was decorated with lanterns and banners. The 2 servants of the Lin family guarding on both sides of the gate were also full of smiles. However, seeing Qin Feiyang coming, the 2 of them looked like they had seen a devil, and their faces instantly turned pale. "Where's Lin Bailey? Didn't he say this morning that he would personally welcome me here? Where is he now?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 with extremely cold eyes. In the past, these 2 people used their master's power to threaten him, and of course he wouldn't have a good face. "Young Master Lin is greeting guests inside," one of them hurriedly said. "No need, I hate people who don't keep their words the most. Since he is not sincere, I don't need to continue to stay." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Young Master Qin, we are just servants, don't make things difficult for us, okay?" Yes, I will immediately report to young Master Lin." The 2 servants stopped in front of Qin Feiyang and looked at him pleadingly. If it was before, they would have already turned hostile. But now they absolutely didn't dare to. However, Qin Feiyang's expression became more and more indifferent. "Get out of the way." He coldly spat out these 2 words, and his whole body emitted a shocking aura. The 2 servants suddenly trembled both physically and mentally. Ah! At this moment, a light laugh sounded. A purple-clothed youth strode out of the house. It was Lin Bailey. He stood on the steps outside the door and politely cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Qin, I'm really sorry, I was too engrossed in talking with the 3rd palace master and almost forgot about you. If there's any neglect, please forgive me." "Really?" Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. "I thought you were forgetful." "How is that possible?" "As soon as I thought of you, I immediately came out to welcome you." "Old brother Qin, this is a mistake caused by my carelessness. Please don't make things difficult for them." "It's not easy for them either." Lin Bailey smiled. The 2 servants nodded repeatedly, feeling deeply grateful in their hearts. This young Master Lin was really a good person. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang was arrogant, and ugly. He was simply a villain who had gained power. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. As a prince of the Grand Qin Empire, what sort of person had he not seen? How could he not understand the meaning behind Lin Bailey's words? "Since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end." Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. He looked at Lin Bailey and nodded. "You're right. They work so hard for your Lin family, but their monthly salary is so little. It's not easy. Why don't you give them a raise?" The 2 servants looked at each other and felt wronged in their hearts. Qin Feiyang's words were very reasonable. For the Lin family, they did their best. In the eyes of others, they were purely watchdogs. However, his monthly salary was only 5 body-tempering pills. Their efforts and gains were not proportional at all. The most hateful thing was that the damned butler always found excuses to deduct their salary. The maximum number of body-tempering pills they could get every month was 3. The Lin family did not treat them as human beings at all. Hearing this, Lin Bailey's body stiffened slightly, and the smile on his face became a little unnatural. He thought that Qin Feiyang was just a man with brawn and a simple mind. But he did not expect that. Not only was this man not stupid, he even checkmated him. Raise their salary? How could he do such a stupid thing? What's wrong? Young Master Lin, are you not willing to give them a raise? If that's the case, then I really feel sorry for them. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Lin Bailey's face twitched. He felt as if he had fallen into a trap and been schemed by Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. He continued, Young Master Lin, why don't you say something? Could it be that you can't make this decision? If that's the case, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Lin Bailey's face twitched even more. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known that this person was so difficult to deal with, he would not have provoked him. Wasn't this digging a hole for himself to jump into? Especially when he looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes, which seemed to be playful, he felt an unknown anger in his heart. Who said that I can't make this decision? From now on, the salary of the Lin family servants will be doubled. He gritted his teeth and announced this order. Thank you, young Master Lin. The 2 servants immediately knelt on the ground and shed tears of gratitude. It was actually doubled. In other words, their monthly salary would be 10 body-tempering pills. This was really good news. At the same time, this also meant that Lin Bailey was completely defeated in this secret battle. Qin Feiyang, you bastard, don't be complacent, the good show is yet to come. Lin Bailey secretly sneered, but on the surface he was amiable. He led Qin Feiyang to the Lin family's living room. The 2 servants also looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Moreover, this matter spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and soon it spread like crazy in the Lin family. It also spread to the ears of the Lin family's head. There are hundreds of servants in the Lin family. If everyone's salary is doubled, how many body-tempering pills will we lose every month? This is simply nonsense. The Lin family's head was furious. He said to the housekeeper next to him, You go and call Bailey here. I want to ask him why he made this decision. Lin Yong hesitated and said in a low voice, Master, young Master Bailey is entertaining guests. I think it's inappropriate to call him here now. What's more, young Master Bailey was sent by the main house. We're just a small branch, we can't afford to offend him. The Lin family's head said, Then I have to ask clearly. We can't lose so many body-tempering pills for no reason. Lin Yong thought it was reasonable. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll go and find him. But you must calm down. After all, Yi's future depends on the main house. I understand. The Lin family's head nodded. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his anger. Lin Yong also turned and quickly left. At the same time, in one of the corridors, Qin Feiyang looked around curiously. Lin Bailey frowned and urged, Brother Qin, these flowers and plants are all over the mountain. What's there to see? Let's go, the 3rd palace master is still waiting for us. Since entering the Lin family's house, Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry to go to the guest hall. He walked and stopped, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He looked around, which made Lin Bailey very angry. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Although these flowers and plants aren't rare and are very ordinary, every time I see them I feel that they're very stunning. Looking at them is a kind of enjoyment. A profligate son of rich parents like you wouldn't understand. Lin Bailey furrowed his brows, his eyes blazing with anger. He was very sensitive to the words playboy. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, I'll slowly appreciate it when I have time. Let's go to the guest hall. Lin Bailey snorted and walked in front without saying a word. You want to play tricks with me? You're still too inexperienced. Qin Feiyang followed behind unhurriedly. Looking at Lin Bailey's back, his eyes were full of disdain. In the guest hall, the decoration was very luxurious. It was dazzling with gold and jade, richly ornamented. There were all kinds of top-grade gems and jade. Every place was filled with a kind of luxurious aura. The 3rd palace master, the martial arts hall master, the clan head of the Zhao family, and a dignified and beautiful woman were sitting at the tea table, drinking tea and chatting. Behind them there were 4 young boys and girls. These 4 people were about 15 or 16 years old. The boys were handsome and the girls were young and beautiful. All of them had an extraordinary temperament. Everyone, I'm really sorry to have made you wait for so long. Lin Bailey laughed and strode into the guest hall. He was elegant and polite, which made the third palace master and the others admire him. As for Qin Feiyang, after entering the guest hall, he just took a quick glance and sat alone at the side. He did not talk to anyone, which made him seem out of place. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Bailey, I didn't expect you to be so nice to your servants." Lin Bailey was puzzled. The beautiful woman said, "We just heard that you increased the servants' salary. We all admire your character and style." Lin Bailey laughed and said, "In my eyes they are not servants but my family. Of course I can't treat them badly." He said it in a dignified manner, but in fact he was very angry. At this time, Lin Yong walked into the guest hall and greeted everyone politely. He walked to Lin Bailey and whispered a few words in his ear. Lin Bailey frowned slightly, got up and said with a smile, "Everyone, I have some personal matters to deal with. You can do whatever you want. Don't be polite." The beautiful woman and the others nodded. After Lin Bailey and the housekeeper left, the beautiful woman looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a chuckle, "Little guy, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. If it wasn't for what happened this morning, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that you are a martial arts genius." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "How can this junior's ability enter the pavilion master's eyes?" This beautiful woman was called Luo Qianxue. She was the pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Although she was a woman, her methods and strength were not inferior to the third hall master and the martial arts hall master. Luo Qianxue shook her head and smiled, "Even the martial arts hall and the pill hall want you. Don't be modest." The martial arts hall master followed and said, "Qin Feiyang, can you reconsider?" The third hall master immediately took out his trump card and said temptingly, "If you join the pill hall, I guarantee that your future will be limitless." However, Qin Feiyang only smiled and let it go. There was even a trace of disdain. Seeing Qin Feiyang's attitude, the third hall master and the martial arts hall master were not unhappy. However, the two young men behind them couldn't help but frown. They felt that this Qin Feiyang seemed to be too arrogant. As for the Zhao family's clan master, Luo Qianxue, and the two young girls behind them, their eyes flashed with a trace of strange light. Chapter 29. The atmosphere in the living room became a little depressing. Qin Feiyang felt a little uncomfortable. He stood up from the chair, cupped his fist and said, "For seniors, I'm going out for a stroll." Qin Feiyang, don't run around. You should know very well where you should go and where you shouldn't go in this Lin family. The two teenagers spoke one after another with a meaningful meaning. "Thank you for reminding me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, walked out of the living room and wandered aimlessly in the Lin family. The servants he met along the way were grateful to him. But there were not many people who really stepped forward and apologized. Because they had already seen that young Master Bailey was not as kind to Qin Feiyang as he appeared to be on the surface. As the servants of the Lin family, they had to recognize the situation and stand on the side that was beneficial to them. Qin Feiyang was born in the royal family. He had been facing intrigue since he was a child. He naturally knew the mentality of these people very well. So, he didn't care. On the contrary, he had some sympathy for these servants. Unconsciously, he walked into a secluded path. The flower beds on both sides were blooming, competing for beauty. The strong fragrance of flowers was intoxicating. But he stopped and raised his head to look ahead. At the end of the path there was an exquisite attic. A clear stream lay across the front of the attic, winding around. In the water, beautiful fishes were swimming in groups and swimming happily. The environment in that place was elegant, full of tranquility and peace. "Why did I come here subconsciously?" Qin Feiyang whispered. This was the backyard of the Lin family. That attic was Lin Yi's residence. In the past he had come here once. So, he was no stranger to this place. "I knew that some people would not change. They really came to Lin Yi. They are really shameless." Qin Feiyang, Lin Yi is not married yet. You, a man, broke into her residence without permission. What is your intention? At this moment, the sarcastic words of the two men came from behind. Qin Feiyang turned around and frowned. The people who came were the two youths from the pill hall and the martial hall. The two of them walked towards him side by side, their eyes filled with amusement. Haven't the pill hall and the martial arts hall always been at odds? But why are you guys so harmonious now? Could it be that the two of you have some sort of special fetish? For example, being gay? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them mockingly. I dare you to say that again. Their faces instantly darkened, and their eyes flickered with coldness. Don't worry, I won't despise you. Instead, I'll sincerely give you my blessings. After all, you're in true love. Qin Feiyang strode to their side and grinned. Then he walked back the way he came without looking back. True love? Blessing? The two youths were stunned when they heard this. When they finally regained their senses, the two of them glanced at one another for a moment before turning their heads to the side. Their stomachs churned as they retched non-stop. In his heart he was almost driven mad. This damned bastard, he's too much. Qin Feiyang, stop right there. If you don't make it clear, don't even think about leaving today. The two of them suppressed their disgust and chased after Qin Feiyang angrily. Looking at the two of them, Qin Feiyang smiled and quickly returned to the living room. The two youths also chased after him, panting. Why don't you keep running? If I don't cripple you today, my surname isn't Lu. The two of them blocked Qin Feiyang from the front and the back, their faces filled with coldness. Luo Qianxue and the others were confused. Why did they become so angry after going out for a while? Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and turned to look at the martial arts hall master and the third hall master, who were suspicious. He said, "Are you going to let them do whatever they want here?" The two of them immediately stood up. "What are you doing? This is the Lin clan. How dare you be so rude? Luyan, back off." The martial arts hall master shouted. "Inchuan, you better behave yourself." The third hall master also shouted. Lu Yun looked at the martial arts hall master with grievance and said, "Master, why are you blaming me? It was Qin Feiyang who started it." He said, "Inchuan and I have." Qin Feiyang casually sat on a chair at the side and said playfully, "What do you mean? Why don't you say it directly so that everyone can be happy for you?" Hearing this, the martial arts hall master and the others looked at Lu Yun and Inchuan curiously. But how could they have the nerve to say such things? The two of them lowered their heads and clenched their fists. They couldn't wait to skin Qin Feiyang alive. "Do you want me to say it for you?" Qin Feiyang laughed and said with a bright smile. "Don't go too far. Qin Feiyang, be careful of retribution." The two of them immediately glared at him. Luo Qianxue stood up to smooth things over and said with a smile, Okay, it shouldn't be a big deal. Let's each take a step back." "Well, for the sake of the pavilion master, I won't argue with you," Qin Feiyang said magnanimously. "What? You still won't argue with us?" Lu Yun and Inchuan went crazy. Their lungs were about to explode. "Can you not be so shameless? What's going on? Why are you all angry?" The Lin family's patriarch, Lin family's butler, Lin Yi, and Lin Bailey walked into the living room one after another. Seeing the look of Lu Yun and Inchuan, there was a trace of confusion in their eyes. The third hall master smiled and said, "Young people, there will always be friction. Don't worry about it." The Lin family's patriarch glanced at Qin Feiyang coldly and said with a smile, "Yi, hurry up and greet the elders." Lin Yi bowed and said, "Greetings to the three uncles and Aunt Luo. Please forgive me if I don't treat you well." Luo Qianxue smiled and said, "You are the star today. Don't be so polite. Everyone, please take a seat." The Lin family's patriarch sat on the main seat and greeted with a smile. Lin Yi and Lin Bailey sat on the left and right sides of the Lin family's patriarch respectively. Lin Yi's outfit today was very eye-catching. She took off her usual clothes and wore a snow-white floor-length dress. Her originally beautiful face had become even more charming after careful makeup. Her hair fluttered with the wind, black and beautiful. Although she was not as valiant as before, she had the temperament of a lady from a respectable family. Her figure was also very exquisite. Since she came in, Lu Yun and Inchuan's eyes had never moved away from her. They looked obsessed. But Qin Feiyang just glanced at her indifferently, then lowered his head and drank tea. Lin Yi also glanced at him. Her eyes were also calm and unfamiliar. Lin Bailey got up and glanced at everyone in the hall. He focused on Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "First of all, on behalf of the Lin family, I would like to thank everyone for coming to Yi's 15th birthday today." Qin Feiyang frowned. Who is this person? How can he represent the Lin family? Originally, Uncle Lin planned to wait until Yi's coming-of-age ceremony to invite everyone. But tomorrow morning Yi will go to Yen City with me. It will probably take a few years before she has a chance to come back. She may not even return to Iron Ox Town for the rest of her life. So I discussed with Uncle Lin and simply invited everyone to a banquet today to thank everyone for taking care of my Lin family over the years. Lin Bailey smiled. Yen City. The third palace master and the others looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Luo Qianxue asked, "Bailey, are you from the Lin family of Yen City?" "Yes." Lin Bailey nodded. "I see." Several people suddenly realized. As several giants of Iron Ox Town, their knowledge was naturally far beyond others. They were no stranger to the Lin family of Yen City. The Lin family of Yen City not only had a strong foundation, but also had a marriage alliance with the royal family for generations. With the royal family backing them, the Lin family was very powerful in Yen City. Other families did not dare to compete with them. And Lin Bailey's appearance here, without a doubt, meant that the Lin family of Iron Ox Town was a branch of the Lin family of Yen City. Lin Bailey smiled again and said, "By the way, let me tell you a piece of good news. When Yi turns 16, she will marry into the royal family. At that time your Iron Ox Town will also benefit from it." Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Bailey. Seeing Qin Feiyang looking at him, Lin Bailey's smile became brighter. There was also a trace of obvious disdain in his eyes. Qin Feiyang clearly caught it. He took a deep breath, put down the teacup and said indifferently, "So you invited me here today to show off how powerful your Lin family is. But you may be disappointed. I really don't feel that your Lin family is strong in any way." As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. No one expected Qin Feiyang to say such disdainful words in front of the Lin family. He really did not give them any face. The Lin family master Lin Bailey and butler Lin Yong's faces were gloomy. Lin Yi lowered her head and was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Feiyang stood up and turned to look at Lin Yi. His face was full of disappointment. "Do you know? Since you said that you want to sever ties with me, I have been thinking. Do you have any difficulties? Or were you forced by your father? I was even thinking about how I can help you. Until now, I finally understand that it was just my wishful thinking. It turns out that you are the same as your father. You think that I like you, and you are afraid that I will pester you and hinder you from marrying into the royal family. You even don't hesitate to frame me and threaten me with your weakness. You are really scheming. To be honest, I have always regarded you as my best friend. I am happy for you to marry into the royal family, so there is no need to do this at all. If you are still worried, I will swear in public now that I, Qin Feiyang, and you, Lin Yi, will sever ties with each other and never contact each other again. This thing, I was still hesitating whether to give it to you or not. But now it suits you very well. Please accept it." Qin Feiyang took out the jade bracelet and threw it at Lin Yi's feet. Among the people present, which one of them was not a person of status? At a glance, it was obvious that this was a street stall product. Using a street stall product as a birthday gift? Wasn't this clearly humiliating Lin Yi and embarrassing the Lin family? The Lin family master clenched his hands with murderous intent in his eyes. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would immediately take action and kill Qin Feiyang. What kind of person deserves what kind of jewelry? You, Lin Yi, only deserve this cheap street stall product. Don't give it to me. I know where to go. Chapter 30. Regarding Lin Yi, he was extremely disappointed. Royal family? In Qin Feiyang's eyes, it was a joke. However, today he was destined not to walk out of the Lin family easily. His last sentence made the Lin family's patriarch completely furious. Bah! He slapped the armrest of the chair, got up suddenly and yelled, "Lin Yong, stop him!" Crack! The entire chair was torn apart on the spot. Lin Yong had long wanted to teach Qin Feiyang a lesson. He heard about it. Without saying a word, he took a big stride and stood in front of the door. He looked at Qin Feiyang coldly and said, "If you want to leave you can, but you have to kneel down and apologize to Miss." "Kowtow and apologize?" Qin Feiyang stopped, turned his head and looked at Lin Yi. He said faintly, "Is she worthy? I'm giving you face but you don't want it." Lin Yong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He slapped at Qin Feiyang. True energy gushed out from his palm. He was a one-star martial master. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. He took a strange step and went behind Lin Yong like lightning. "Old thing, how dare you make a move in front of me?" His eyes flashed coldly and he punched Lin Yong's back. Bang! Lin Yong was blasted out on the spot and rolled in front of the Lin family's patriarch. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so fast? In the blink of an eye, he actually ran behind Lin Yong. Lu Yun Yin Xuan and the two girls were shocked. Lin Bailey said, "It's an auxiliary martial technique." The so-called auxiliary martial technique was actually a footwork martial technique. It could double a person's speed. The auxiliary martial technique was also divided into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and perfect. Low-grade auxiliary martial technique doubled the speed, and so on. The auxiliary martial technique Qin Feiyang just used was called smoke-gathering steps. It was a perfect martial technique. It could increase the speed by 4 times on the original basis. Auxiliary martial technique is very rare. Even my martial arts hall doesn't have it. How can he have it? My pill hall doesn't have it either. This is unbelievable. The third hall master and the martial arts hall master looked at each other and seemed to have underestimated this youth. What a Qin Fei Yang. Everyone has been deceived by him for the past 5 years. The Zhao clan's patriarch muttered while his eyes were suffused with strands of an indescribable bright light. The Lin family head's heart was filled with an intense killing intent. The stronger the strength Qin Fei Yang displayed, the greater the threat he posed to him. Whoosh! He suddenly leaped forward, covered his fist with true qi and punched towards Qin Fei Yang's head. This kid must be killed in the cradle. Father, stop. At this moment, Lin Yi finally couldn't sit still. She got up and shouted anxiously. However, the Lin family head's killing intent was aroused. How could he listen to that? Are you that anxious to kill me? Qin Fei Yang laughed mockingly. He used the shifting smoke steps and easily dodged the attack. Howling Tiger Fist. After the Lin family head landed, he didn't say a word. He took another step forward and punched out angrily. I didn't want you to embarrass yourself in public, but you can only blame yourself for being too insensible. Rushing Thunder Kill Fist. Qin Fei Yang's face instantly turned cold. His aura was surging all over his body. With a violent airflow, he punched out fiercely. Boom. Immediately, the Lin family head also followed in Lin Yang's footsteps. He flew out, smashing tables, chairs, and coffee tables. He rolled on the ground in a sorry state, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Father? Lin Yi hurried forward, extremely worried. How is this possible? I'm a 2-star martial master. Howling Tiger Fist is also a middle-grade martial art. How can I lose to him? The Lin family head muttered to himself. His face was full of disbelief. Is this a dream? Seeing this, Lin Yi was heartbroken. She looked up at Qin Fei Yang angrily and shouted, He is also my father. How can you be so heavy-handed? Are you blaming me? Qin Fei Yang was so angry that he laughed. You have to figure out who made the first move? Who made the first move to kill him? Let me tell you, you are not qualified to blame me. If it weren't for your sake, your father and Lin Yong would have gone to hell now. Do you understand? Qin Fei Yang's gaze at this moment was piercing cold. Lin Yi didn't dare to look directly at him. His tone is too arrogant. Lu Yun frowned. The martial arts hall master said in a deep voice, He is not arrogant. He really has this ability because the Rushing Thunder Kill Fist is a perfect martial art. A perfect martial art can increase the strength of 4 brood elephants. In addition to his own strength, he has the strength of 5 brood elephants. In other words, Qin Fei Yang's current strength is enough to be on par with a 5-star martial master. Although the Lin family head is a 2-star martial master, his martial art is only a middle-grade martial art. It can only increase the strength of 2 brood elephants. In addition to his own strength, he has the strength of 4 brood elephants. It's easy for Qin Fei Yang to kill him, the third hall master said. Hearing these words, Lu Yun and Yin Xuan were scared. Fortunately, they didn't really do it earlier. Otherwise, they would be beaten black and blue by Qin Fei Yang. You actually have a perfect martial art. Qin Fei Yang, I did hurt you, but what about you? Have you ever thought that you have deceived me for 5 years? You dare to say that you treat me as your best friend. I, Lin Yi, really can't afford to have a friend like you. Get out of the Lin family immediately and never appear again. Get out. Lin Yi roared, revealing endless sadness and desolation. Pathetic woman. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and turned to leave. Did I let you go? Lin Bailey, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally stood up at this time. What do you want? Qin Fei Yang asked without looking back. His eyes burst with amazing light. The Lin family is not a place where you can come and go as you please. What's more, you have injured Uncle Lin and the butler. If I let you leave like this, where will my Lin family's face be in the future? Lin Bailey stretched his muscles and bones while walking toward Qin Fei Yang. There was a trace of deep disdain at the corner of his mouth. He didn't make a move just now and let Qin Fei Yang seriously injure the Lin family's patriarch. It was actually intentional. He wanted to take this opportunity to make Qin Fei Yang and Lin Yi fall out completely. Now, the goal was achieved. It was time to clean up the mess. Lin Yi would definitely be grateful to him if he made a move at this time. However, Lin Yi didn't seem to appreciate it. She reached out and stopped Lin Bailey. Brother Bailey, let him leave. What? Lin Bailey stopped and frowned immediately. Lin Yi said, Today is my birthday. I don't want to see anyone bleed again, let alone kill someone. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Bailey nodded. Anyway, the goal had been achieved. It didn't matter whether he killed this person or not. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said faintly, "Don't blame me for talking too much. If you don't restrain yourself and continue to be so arrogant, you will die because of this sooner or later. Go quickly. I hope that you can be more sensible the next time we meet. Please look at your own virtue before preaching to others. As for the next meeting, it may not be as simple as today." Qin Feiyang sneered. He said those words with deep meaning. Then he left without looking back. "You really won't shed tears until you enter the coffin. Arrogant, right? Wait for it. I will let you go to hell tonight." Lin Bailey muttered. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In fact, these things that just happened were not in his plan. His real plan was to let Qin Feiyang win or lose. He could even take Qin Feiyang's life. Originally, seeing that Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi had completely broken up, he did not intend to implement this plan. However, Qin Feiyang's words before leaving made him change his mind. This person must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Lin Bailey took out 2 healing pills and gave them to the Lin family master and Lin Yong. Lin Yong said gratefully, "Young Master Bailey, thank you. We are a family. Don't be so polite." Lin Bailey smiled. Seeing that the Lin family master was still in a daze, his eyes flickered slightly. He whispered a few words in the Lin family master's ear. No one knew what he said, but the Lin family master immediately became energetic. The Lin family master got up and looked at the third palace master and others with an apologetic face. He cupped his fist and said, "I'm sorry that a good banquet turned out like this." "It's okay." Luo Qinshue waved her hand and smiled. The Lin family master ordered, "Butler, quickly ask someone to clean up here." "Yes." The butler immediately took care of it. In less than 100 breaths, the hall was cleaned. The chairs and coffee tables were also replaced. It was worth mentioning. During this period, Lin Bailey left for a while. Also, Lin Yi also put the jade bracelet given by Qin Feiyang into the Chengkuan pouch without anyone noticing. After everything was done, the Lin family master greeted, "Everyone please sit down. Butler, quickly ask someone to serve tea." The butler ordered and several maids filed in. Everyone also chatted and laughed. However, Lin Yi had been silent all the time, looking a little depressed. About 100 breaths passed. Suddenly, Lin Yi screamed and fell on the chair. Her face was pale, and a trace of black blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. "What's going on?" Seeing this, the people in the hall immediately swarmed over. Lin Bailey checked a little and said in shock and anger, "Uncle Lin Yi is poisoned." "What?" The Lin family master was furious. "Family master, we didn't poison her." Several maids immediately knelt on the ground in panic. "Bailey, quickly give Yi the detoxification pill." The Lin family master ordered, grabbed Lin Yi's teacup, handed it to Lin Yong and said in a deep voice, "Go and verify it immediately to see if it is poisonous." While speaking, he gave Lin Yong a look. "Yes." Lin Yong nodded, strode out of the living room, found a hidden place and smashed the teacup directly. The rest of the tea splashed out, splashing on the grass and flowers. The flowers began to wither immediately. The grass also withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious. The tea in this teacup was poisoned. "Qin Feiyang, just you wait. Tonight is the day you die." He sneered and quickly returned to the living room. After Lin Bailey gave Lin Yi the detoxification pill, her pale face gradually began to improve. After Lin Yong returned, the Lin family master hurriedly asked, "Butler, how is it?" "It's poisonous." Lin Yong nodded. The Lin family master was furious. He looked at the maids and shouted, "You dare to say that you didn't poison her? Tell me, who is it?" Lin Bailey said, "Uncle Lin, we drank the tea from the same teapot as Yi, but none of us were poisoned. Only Yi was poisoned. There is only one explanation. The person who poisoned her is the maid who poured the tea for Yi." "Family master, young Master Bailey, Xiaohong didn't poison her?" A maid crawled to the front of the two and shook her head desperately. It was her who had been pouring tea for Lin Yi just now. Lin Yong's eyes were cold and he shouted, "Tell me the truth immediately. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will also die miserably." Chapter 31. Qin Feiyang didn't know anything about what happened in the Lin family. Right now he was looking for Uncle Yuan everywhere. After leaving the Lin family, he rushed to the forest that separated from Uncle Yuan. But in the end, not only did he not see Uncle Yuan, he even shouted for a long time, but he did not get a response from Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan was a war emperor. He did not believe that anyone could hurt him. Thus he hurriedly ran towards the lake. Uncle Yuan should be waiting for him at the lake. However, when he arrived at the lakeside and looked around, he still couldn't find Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan, where are you? Answer me quickly. He stood on a large rock by the lake and shouted with all his strength. His expression was extremely anxious. However, in this silent night sky, other than his shouts echoing, there was no other sound. Uncle Yuan, where are you? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that something really happened to Uncle Yuan? Uncle Yuan. Suddenly, his body shook, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes as he turned around to look. At the entrance, a cluster of flames appeared. Qin Feiyang thought it was Uncle Yuan and was about to run over, but a second cluster of flames suddenly appeared. Following closely, the third cluster appeared. The fourth cluster appeared. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. With so many flames appearing, it was obviously not Uncle Yuan. He looked over. It turned out that they were torches. Under the illumination of the flames, he could vaguely see a blurry figure. Why would someone come here? Qin Feiyang frowned. And those people seemed to have a target and were running towards him. It's them. As the distance got closer and closer, Qin Feiyang finally saw the true faces of those people. The leader was Lin Bailey, the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Yong. Lin Yong was also holding a servant girl. This servant girl was none other than Xiao Hong. Behind them were the third hall master, the martial arts hall master, Luo Qianxue, the Zhao family's patriarch, Lu Yun Yinchuan, and the two girls. Around them, there were more than a dozen people from the Lin family holding torches and looking around as if they were looking for something. Why are they all here? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He had a nagging feeling that some of the visitors had ill intentions. Qin Feiyang is over there. Lu Yun suddenly saw Qin Feiyang and immediately shouted. Immediately, everyone rushed towards Qin Feiyang aggressively. Everyone's face was filled with intense hatred. The disgust in his eyes was undisguised. Especially the members of the Lin family. Their ferocious eyes looked as if they wanted to tear Qin Feiyang into pieces. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. He would be an idiot if he still couldn't tell the purpose of these people's visit. Qin Feiyang, I really misjudged you. I thought you were a man, but I didn't expect you to want to poison Yi. Do you still have any humanity? Qin Feiyang, your heart is as venomous as a snake's. Scum, beast, even if you are cut into pieces, your death will not be regretted. The dozen or so people of the Lin clan hurled a torrent of abuse at Qin Feiyang, their spittle flying everywhere. Poison Yi? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lin Yong shouted, the evidence is here, do you still want to quibble? Xiao Hong, now tell everyone the process of him instigating you to poison Yi, let everyone see his true colors. Qin Feiyang looked at the maid. Xiao Hong also raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang, but hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Qin Feiyang's eyes. Speak quickly. Lin Yong shouted. Xiao Hong's body trembled and she hurriedly said, at night, Qin Feiyang came to me and asked me to poison Mississippi. He also threatened me that if I didn't do it he would kill my family. He also said. Lin Yong said, what else did he say? Xiao Hong said, he also said that if he, Qin Feiyang, couldn't get the woman no one else could. The Lin family head said angrily, Qin Feiyang, what else do you have to say now? Lin Bailey said, earlier, you swore in front of everyone that you only treated Yi as a good friend, but secretly went to poison Yi. Qin Feiyang, I didn't expect you to be such a hypocrite. The third hall master sighed and said, Qin Feiyang, you really went too far this time. The martial arts hall master Luo Qianxue and the Zhao family's clan head also felt pity. Everyone, this person is narrow-minded and inhumane. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, who knows how many people in our Iron Ox town will die in his hands in the future. I suggest that we take advantage of Qin Yuan's absence to quickly execute him on the spot. The Lin family head looked at the third hall master and the others with murderous intent in his eyes. After hesitating for a while, the others nodded in agreement. Although Qin Feiyang was a promising talent, he was too inhumane and couldn't be left alive. Seeing that the others agreed, the Lin family head was overjoyed. He turned to Lin Bailey and nodded. Lin Bailey stepped forward and said, Qin Feiyang, I didn't want to kill you at first, but I have no choice. In the face of righteousness, I can only send you to hell. But don't worry, I will leave your corpse intact. Ha! Qin Feiyang glanced at the people in front of him and suddenly laughed out loud. He finally understood. All of this was an elaborate plot by the Lin family head and Lin Bailey to get rid of him. Lin Bailey frowned and shook his head. Not only do you not repent, but you also mock everyone. You are really hopeless. Qin Feiyang stopped laughing and lowered his head to look at the Lin family's patriarch. He said, I really admire you. You actually poisoned your own daughter to frame me? Could it be that you're not afraid of accidentally poisoning her to death? The Lin family head was so angry that he laughed. He shouted, "Nonsense. Bailey, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him quickly in case Qin Yuan comes back to protect him." Okay. Lin Bailey nodded and jumped up, his true qi gushing out. Returning palm. He roared and slammed his palm towards Qin Feiyang with a terrifying gust of wind. Thunder-killing fist. Qin Feiyang threw a punch. The moment his fist collided with the palm, the big rock under his feet was shattered into pieces with a loud bang. The power of Lin Bailey's palm was far greater than his. Bang. Qin Feiyang was sent flying by the palm and smashed into the rocks beside the lake. He spat out blood. Returning palm was also a perfect martial skill. Yen City's Lin family was indeed not a small family in Iron Ox Town. Lin Bailey was a 3-star martial master. With the help of a perfect martial skill, he had the strength of 7 barbarian elephants. He had the strength of 2 barbarian elephants more than him. But it was not that he had no chance of winning. "I, Qin Feiyang, am not someone you can kill just because you want to." Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slammed his palm on a huge rock beside him. The huge rock was as big as a dustpan. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, it broke through the air like lightning and crashed into Lin Bailey. At the same time, Qin Feiyang took a big step and followed behind the huge rock. He reached into his chest and pulled out the Chang Shui. In Iron Ox Town you are still considered a talent. But in Yen City, you are only a second-rate character at most. Now I will let you know what a real genius is. Lin Bailey's eyes were full of contempt. He stretched out his arm and clenched his 5 fingers, easily crushing the flying huge rock. This place was suddenly filled with gravel. The two met face to face. At this moment, the murderous intent in Lin Bailey's eyes was completely undisguised. Return to essence palm. He slammed his palm forward. The palm wind was like thunder rolling up the dust in the air. The powerful aura made the Lin clan head and the others suddenly change color, and they quickly retreated. Only the martial arts hall, the 3rd hall master and Luo Chenxue did not move at all. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Feiyang with a trace of doubt on their faces. Why did Qin Feiyang put his hand in his chest? It seemed that Qin Feiyang was about to be killed by Lin Bailey's palm. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang tilted his body to the side, barely dodging that palm strike. At the same time, the big hand in his chest was like a poisonous snake that bared its fangs. It stretched out like lightning and swung at Lin Bailey's arm. In a flash, blood gushed out. In the next moment, Lin Bailey began to scream hysterically. In that instant, his face was filled with fear that couldn't be erased. As he screamed, he retreated rapidly. "Want to run? Do you think I'll give you the chance?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and quickly pounced on him. The blood-stained Chang Shui in his hand was like a graceful swan in the night sky, stabbing at Lin Bailey's chest. What's going on? There was not a single person who wasn't bewildered. Bang. An arm fell to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Then they looked at Lin Bailey's right shoulder. The arm was gone and the bowl-sized wound was spurting out dazzling blood. Qin Feiyang actually cut off Lin Bailey's arm? Everyone was dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that such a terrifying scene was happening. "Qin Feiyang, don't be stubborn. Stop it." When the 3rd hall master noticed Lin Bailey's danger, he immediately shouted angrily. He landed beside Qin Feiyang and slammed his palm. "Damn it." Qin Feiyang cursed. As expected, he gave up on killing Lin Bailey. He took a step forward and narrowly avoided the 3rd hall master's palm. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. The 3rd hall master was a 9-star martial master. Even if he didn't use any martial techniques, he wasn't someone he could defeat. If he didn't dodge in time, he would have been seriously injured and lying on the ground without any power to resist. The 3rd hall master didn't continue to chase. He protected Lin Bailey behind him and looked at Qin Feiyang with a gloomy gaze. Phew. Qin Feiyang secretly exhaled. He looked at the 3rd hall master coldly and said, "Does the Pill Palace really want me to go against you?" The 3rd hall master said, "Everyone has the right to kill an unpardonable criminal. If you surrender now, I promise to give you a quick death and won't let your corpse be exposed in the wilderness." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then should I thank you?" He can still smile in front of the 3rd hall master? Lu Yun Yin Chuan and the 2 girls felt that it was unbelievable. This person's character was really unpredictable. The 3rd hall master said, "No need to thank me. I only hope that you can be a kind child in your next life." Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The third hall master's face sank. Chapter 32. The laughter reverberated in the night sky for a long time. It was full of arrogance and unruliness. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at them one by one, as if he wanted to engrave everyone's faces in his mind. Finally, his eyes locked on the third hall master, the martial arts hall master, and Luo Qianxue. He said, "Sooner or later, you will know who is the real villain." After he finished speaking, he bent over and crouched on the ground like a beast. Then he opened his mouth and let out a loud lion's roar. A terrifying sound wave suddenly rolled out in this place like a tide. A shocking scene appeared. Except for Luo Qianxue and the other two, everyone's ears were spurting blood. In their minds there was a rumbling sound. This was not an ordinary lion's roar. This was a martial technique. It was called the Mad Lion's Roar, and it was also a perfect martial technique. A cry of agony could be heard all of a sudden. A one-star martial master of the Lin family held his head with both hands, and his face was distorted. He was hysterical. Blood spurted out from his ears. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue and the other two were in extreme disbelief. Killing martial technique, auxiliary martial technique, and sound wave martial technique. This guy not only had 3 martial techniques, but they were all perfect martial techniques. He was simply a little monster. The third hall master roared, "Stop him quickly or everyone here will be shocked to death by his sound wave." The martial arts hall master and Luo Qianxue suddenly came back to their senses and hurriedly rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Howl? But at this moment, wolf howls suddenly sounded from behind. Luo Qianxue and the other two looked over and their faces changed slightly. In the darkness of the night, there were pairs of green eyes that flickered with incomparable savagery. It was a pack of white wolves. They were quickly approaching here. White-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang's eyes became hot. He didn't expect that this guy would come to save him at the critical moment. This was a good opportunity. He stopped howling and suddenly rushed to the front of a girl. His big hand violently stretched out like an eagle's claw and grabbed the girl's white neck. Luo Qianxue's expression changed instantly. She shouted, "Qin Feiyang, put her down." In a flash, Qin Feiyang retreated to the back of the young girl. Chang Shue's sharpness was astonishing as it rested on the young girl's neck. Looking at Luo Qianxue, Qin Feiyang sneered, "If you want her to live, retreat immediately." "How dare you?" Luo Qianxue was furious. Qin Feiyang licked his lips and chuckled, "I even killed Lin Bailey, what more her? Don't test my patience. Qingzhu, don't be afraid. With mother here, Qin Feiyang won't dare to hurt you." Luo Qianxue looked at the young girl dotingly and comforted her. Then she shouted at the third palace master and the others, "Retreat!" The third hall master and the martial arts hall master looked at each other helplessly and retreated 3 meters. However, the Lin family head and the others were deaf and couldn't hear what Luo Qianxue said. But looking at the situation, they knew what had happened. Lu Yun Yin Xuan, the Zhao family's family head, and the young girl beside the Zhao family's family head immediately retreated to the side of Luo Qianxue and the others. However, the group of people from the Lin family didn't retreat. Instead, with Lin Yong as the leader, they closed in on Qin Feiyang step by step. The Lin family head stood in place and supported Lin Bailey, his eyes full of resentment. Especially Lin Bailey, who couldn't wait to crush Qin Feiyang into ashes. At this moment, Wolf King led the pack of wolves to the back of Qin Feiyang. They all stared at Lin Bailey and the others with murderous eyes. Qin Feiyang grinned and said, "White-eyed wolf, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. But this time your choice is very unwise. They are all people you can't afford to offend." "Whoa." Wolf King growled, and a trace of disdain crawled up in his huge pupils. "You really have guts. But really thank you." Qin Feiyang was very touched and tears flowed down his face. Wolf King rolled his eyes and growled a few more times, as if to remind him that there were still strong enemies and not to mess around. "Don't worry, as long as this woman is in our hands, they won't dare to mess around." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently, turned to look at Luo Qianxue, and said with a smile, "Pavilion Master, am I right?" As he spoke, his arm shook slightly, and the sharp Chang Shui immediately cut a bloody mark on the girl's neck. "Qin Feiyang, what are you doing?" Luo Qianxue was extremely shocked and angry. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, don't be nervous, I just accidentally shook my hand." But after saying that, his face suddenly turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "But if they don't retreat, it won't be as simple as shaking my hand. You'd better not hurt her again." Luo Qianxue looked coldly at Qin Feiyang, walked a few steps to Lin Bailey and the master of the Lin family, grabbed their clothes and threw them behind. That posture, that expression, it felt like she was throwing garbage. Oh. Lin Bailey and the master of the Lin family screamed, and they both fell to the ground 10 meters away, looking extremely embarrassed. What a tough woman. Qin Feiyang muttered. Luo Qianxue walked towards Lin Yong and the others. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and he shouted, "Wait! What do you want to do now?" Luo Qianxue frowned and she was obviously starting to get impatient. "I changed my mind, I want to try and see if I can kill them." Qin Feiyang put his arm around the girl's waist, stepped on Luo Yen's steps, and like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, he charged towards Lin Yong. "Kill!" Lin Yong roared, took out a black broadsword from his Chenkuan bag, and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue's heart almost jumped out for fear of hurting the girl. "You'd better not move or your daughter will die even faster." Qin Feiyang looked coldly at Luo Qianxue, and the Chang Shui in his hand blocked the attack, and the broadsword fiercely chopped down, making an ear-piercing sound of metal. However, sparks flew everywhere, and the broadsword that looked extremely sharp was actually cut in half. How is this possible? Lin Yong was shocked. Luo Qianxue was also stunned. That dagger, what material was it made of? How could it be so sharp? Just as Lin Yong was in a daze, Qin Feiyang, with lightning speed, stabbed the broadsword into his heart, and he screamed on the spot, with eyes full of fear, and fell to the ground dead. It really can cut iron like mud. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Without any hesitation he charged towards the other people of the Lin family. All the one-star martial masters of the Lin family came today. This time he wanted to kill them all. Clang! Those one-star martial masters also took out their weapons, and fiercely chopped towards Qin Feiyang, all of them full of murderous intent. For a moment, in this place the weapons clanged and the sharpness swept in all directions. True Qi swept in all directions like a dragon. Although the Lin family had an absolute advantage in the number of one-star martial masters, in terms of weapons and martial techniques, Qin Feiyang completely crushed them. One by one the weapons were continuously chopped off by the Chang Shui. Qin Feiyang, with the shifting smoke steps, was like a reaper constantly harvesting lives. On his body, on his face, splattered with blood. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. Luo Qianxue and the others, seeing this scene, were all shocked. Was he still a teenager? Whether it was a meticulous mind or ruthless means, he was far superior to his peers. Even they were ashamed of their inferiority. Ruthless and cold. This Qin Feiyang, what kind of person was he? The head of the Lin family and Lin Bailey had a face of disbelief. So many one-star martial masters were actually no match for Qin Feiyang? Gradually, in their hearts, a sense of panic emerged. The iron-blooded methods that Qin Feiyang displayed made them afraid. Even their bodies couldn't help but tremble. However, in the face of such a bloody lake, the girl in Qin Feiyang's arms didn't panic at all. She was very calm. She was also curiously sizing up Qin Feiyang. 100 breaths passed. The one-star martial masters of the Lin family, including a few servants, were all lying in a pool of blood. The pungent smell of blood enveloped the void. In fact, they had long been scared out of their wits, but Qin Feiyang's shifting smoke steps was 4 times faster than them. How could they escape? Whoosh! At the same time as the battle ended, Qin Feiyang quickly retreated to the front of Wolf King and let out a long breath. In the eyes of outsiders, this battle was very easy and simple, but in fact only he knew how dangerous it was. If he let loose, he had full confidence that he could kill all these people without any injuries. But he had to protect the girl. This girl was his only bargaining chip now. There must be no accidents. And those people of the Lin family were filled with fear. In order to survive, they didn't care about the girl's life or death. The girl was almost killed several times. It was Qin Feiyang who blocked the attack with his body and protected her safety. Therefore, on his back and right shoulder, there were a few deep wounds that exposed the bone, which were constantly bleeding. What a scary young man. The third hall master and the martial arts hall master looked at each other. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. If this young man didn't die prematurely, whether it was good or bad in the future, he would definitely achieve something. Luo Qianxue was also relieved. In the whole process of the battle, she was worried that her daughter would be in danger. Fortunately, what she was worried about didn't happen. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You will protect my daughter, which means you are very clear about your current situation. Let her go immediately and I will let bygones be bygones." Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old child?" Luo Qianxue's face was suddenly covered with a layer of frost. She said in a low voice, "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang said, stand here and don't move. After I make sure it is safe, I will let your daughter go. You have no other choice. Okay. Luo Qianxue nodded. But she was still worried and said, Qin Feiyang, don't say I didn't warn you in advance. Our treasure pavilion is in every corner of the county of Yan. Even the royal family doesn't dare to offend us. You better not hurt Qingzhu or I will kill you even if you run to the end of the world. I don't need you to remind me. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, turned to Wolf King and smiled. Let's go. Oh whoa. Wolf King growled, turned around and ran toward the exit with the pack of wolves. Qin Feiyang also knocked the girl out with one palm. He hugged the girl and said without looking back, Master Lin, don't think that you have a chance to soar just because you are related to the main family of the Yen city. Let me give you a piece of advice. You better keep a low profile. Otherwise, in the end, it will be all for nothing. And Lin Bailey, if you are considered a genius, then in my opinion, the Yen city is nothing. Go back to the Yen city quickly. Maybe there is a chance to reattach your broken arm. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 33. After Qin Feiyang left, everyone was silent. Their expressions were very ugly. Especially the head of the Lin clan and Lin Bailey. Before they came, they were full of confidence. But they didn't expect it to be like this. Not only did they fail to get rid of Qin Feiyang, but they also lost all the one-star martial masters of the Lin clan. Such a heavy loss was unprecedented for the Lin clan. Lin Bailey suddenly looked at Luo Qianxue and said in a deep voice, Luo Qianxue, you have to give me an explanation. If Luo Qianxue's daughter hadn't been captured, Qin Feiyang would have been killed by the third hall master, and the one-star martial masters of the Lin clan wouldn't have died. So, he put the blame on Luo Qianxue. But Luo Qianxue was also angry. Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. She turned to look at Lin Bailey and the head of the Lin clan with cold eyes. If you hadn't begged me to come and help, would Qingzhu and I be here? Now Qingzhu was taken away by Qin Feiyang, and we don't know if she's dead or alive. Now I have to be blamed by you? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Bailey, don't think that just because you're from the Lin clan of Yen City, the people of Iron Bull Town have to obey you. Let me tell you, you're not qualified. And head of the Lin clan, let me put it bluntly. If anything happens to Qingzhu, not only will I kill Qin Feiyang, but I'll also kill the entire Lin clan to accompany Qingzhu. Even the Lin clan of Yen City won't be able to get away from this. Luo Qianxue's voice was fierce and domineering. She was simply a heroine, which made people look askance. Lin Bailey and the head of the Lin clan turned green and red, and their eyes were burning with anger. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely heavy. Okay, I know everyone is in a bad mood now. Let's not talk too much. Yes, let's be considerate. Seeing that the situation was not good, the third hall master and the martial arts hall master quickly stood out to mediate the situation. Otherwise, with Luo Qianxue's character, she would really kill Lin Bailey and the head of the Lin clan. Lin Bailey snorted coldly and walked to the side. He grabbed the severed arm and said, Uncle Lin, take Little Red. Let's go. The head of the Lin family asked, what about Qin Feiyang? Lin Bailey said, it's dark everywhere now. Finding him is harder than ascending to heaven. Let's wait until dawn. The third hall master said in a deep voice, there is no need to wait until dawn. If I remember correctly, that pack of white wolves came from the Wolf Valley. Qin Feiyang must have gone to the Wolf Valley. Wolf Valley? Lin Bailey frowned. He had just arrived at the Iron Ox town, so he didn't know much about the Wolf Valley. However, the head of the Lin family knew and said, Bailey, go back and recuperate. Wait for my news. Bring me his head. Lin Bailey said word by word, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Definitely. The head of the Lin family nodded. So, Lin Bailey turned around and quickly disappeared. The third palace master said, Yin Chuan Lu Yun, you two return as well. He was worried that the previous situation would happen again. After seeing Qin Feiyang's strength, Lu Yun and Yin Chuan also knew that they would only be a burden if they followed. Therefore, they didn't complain and quickly chased after Lin Bailey. The head of the Zhao family said to the girl beside him, Shuang, you go back as well. This girl was called Zhao Shuang. She was the pearl of the Zhao family and the granddaughter of the head of the Zhao family. She was 15 years old and had a slim and elegant appearance. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders and swayed with the wind. Her pair of moving eyes were as clear as a mirror. Usually she would also listen to the head of the Zhao family, but this time she shook her head and refused. The head of the Zhao family said anxiously, Shuang, listen to me and go back quickly. Zhao Shuang turned a deaf ear and looked at the third palace master and the others. She bowed and said, "Uncles, my grandfather and I have something to do and have to go back immediately. We won't be going to the Wolf Valley." The third palace master and the others immediately looked at the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Shuang, the head of the Zhao family, frowned and was about to say something. However, Zhao Shuang smiled at him and said, "Grandfather, let's go back." After saying that, she dragged the head of the Zhao family and walked towards the entrance of the lake. "Humph, timid people will never amount to anything." The head of the Lin family glanced at the grandfather and granddaughter pair with disdain. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes and he suddenly slapped Xiaohong's head. "Ah!" Xiaohong screamed on the spot and fell to the ground dead. Zhao Shuang's two beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. She turned to look at the head of the Lin family and said, "Uncle Lin, she was also forced by Qin Feiyang. You don't have to kill her, right?" The head of the Lin family shouted, "Even your grandfather has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Lin family, let alone a junior like you. Get lost." "Sorry for offending you." Zhao Shuang apologized and then pulled the head of the Zhao family and walked towards the entrance without looking back. "Let's go too," Luo Qinxue said. Whoosh. Luo Qinxue, the head of the Lin family, the third hall master, and the martial arts hall master all stepped forward and rushed towards the Wolf Valley. Seeing the four people disappear, the head of the Zhao family pulled back his arm and looked at Zhao Shuang angrily. He said, "Shuang, you are really silly. This is a good opportunity to curry favor with the big forces. Why did you stop your grandfather?" Zhao Shuang smiled playfully and hugged the old man's arm again. She said, "Grandfather, don't be angry. I have a reason for doing this." "What reason?" The head of the Zhao family was puzzled. "The difference is too big. The Pill Hall, the Martial Arts Hall, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Lin family all have strong backers behind them. They are not afraid of Qin Feiyang or even Qin Yuan. But our Zhao family is just a small family in the Iron Ox town. Facing Qin Yuan, a war emperor-level elite, we have no power to resist at all. So it's better not to get involved. Otherwise you will attract trouble," Zhao Shuang said. The patriarch of the Zhao family seemed to have been enlightened, suddenly coming to a realization. Yes. Not to mention Qin Yuan, just Qin Feiyang was not someone the Zhao family could compete with. Zhao Shuang asked, "Grandfather, do you still blame me now?" "Of course not." The head of the Zhao family shook his head. His face was full of doting. Suddenly, there was a sneer on his old face and he said disdainfully, "The people in the town only know that Lin Yi, Chao Lang, Lu Yun and Yin Xuan are geniuses, but they don't know that my granddaughter is the real talent." Zhao Shuang blushed and said, "Grandfather, keep your voice down." But at this moment, a faint laughter sounded from behind the two. It's wonderful. I didn't expect there to be such a smart woman in the Iron Ox town." There was a hint of surprise in the words. Qin Feiyang. The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other and suddenly turned around. They saw two black shadows walking out of a dense bush. It was Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. After leaving before, he did plan to go to the Wolf Valley. But when he thought that the people of the Iron Ox town were no strangers to the Wolf Valley, they were likely to go to the Wolf Valley. Therefore he temporarily changed his mind and went to the back, letting the other white wolves lurk behind the mountain to guard Luo Qinshue's daughter. He and Wolf King sneaked in here without anyone noticing and hid in the darkness. Sure enough, it was as he expected. Luo Qinshue and the others really went to the Wolf Valley. He came out now just to see if Lil Hong could be saved. Qin Feiyang said, "White-eyed wolf, go and take a look." The Wolf King dashed toward the servant girl like a wisp of smoke. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He used smoke steps and rushed toward Zhao Shuang. "Qin Feiyang, what do you want to do?" The head of the Zhao family hurriedly protected Zhao Shuang behind him as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "Get out of my way," Qin Feiyang yelled. The head of the Zhao family's face sank, and true energy emerged from his hands. But suddenly, Zhao Shuang reached out and gently pushed the head of the Zhao family away. She looked at Qin Feiyang. True energy filled the palm of her right hand. Approaching, Qin Feiyang punched out. Zhao Shuang also threw out a palm. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. At that moment, Qin Feiyang's body shook and he took 3 steps back. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But Zhao Shuang did not move at all. Interesting. Qin Feiyang wiped off the blood and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. The rushing thunder-killing fist suddenly attacked. But this time, Zhao Shuang did not fight back, nor did she dodge. She just faced Qin Feiyang calmly. The fist stopped 3 inches away from Zhao Shuang'er's cheek. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Why don't you fight back?" Zhao Shuang'er said, "I'm a 2-star martial master and I've mastered medium martial arts. In total, I only have the strength of 4 brood elephants. Your fist has the strength of 5 brood elephants. What's the use of fighting back?" Qin Feiyang withdrew his fist and stepped back 3 meters, carefully sizing up Zhao Shuang'er. This girl usually kept a low profile and never went out. Therefore, in Iron Ox Town, her presence was very low, and almost no one paid attention to her. But he did not expect her talent to be so amazing. At the age of 15, she became a 2-star martial master. Even compared to Lin Bailey, there was not much difference. Because Lin Bailey was only a 3-star martial master. If Zhao Shuang'er was given the same amount of resources, she would even surpass Lin Bailey. "Qin Feiyang, the Zhao family has no grudges with you. Please be merciful." The head of the Zhao family pleaded. He thought that Qin Feiyang wanted to kill Zhao Shuang'er in the cradle. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, "Head of the Zhao family, don't be so nervous. Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person, I'm a reasonable person. You didn't continue to chase me, so I naturally won't hurt you. I just want to meet your granddaughter." The head of the Zhao family was stunned, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang said again, "But you and your granddaughter are really good at hiding. You actually deceived everyone for more than 10 years. Zhao Shuang'er said, "Didn't you also deceive everyone for 5 years?" Meh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. At this time, Wolf King ran over and shook his head at Qin Feiyang. "Damn it!" Qin Feiyang cursed. He did not expect the head of the Lin family to be so vicious. That maid's death meant that there was no evidence. In that case he would go and kill Lin Bailey. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Zhao Shuang'er and laughed. "Would I tell you that I only cultivated for 6 days? White-eyed wolf, you take Luo Qianshu's daughter now and go to the cave where I healed last time. After I kill Lin Bailey, I'll meet up with you." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he used the smoke-gathering steps and rushed toward the exit. The Wolf King also turned around and quickly melted into the night sky, disappearing without a trace. The head of the Zhao family and Zhao Shuang'er looked at each other. Chapter 34. Qin Feiyang sped all the way the Luo Yan steps, pushing his speed to the extreme. Although Lin Bailey was a step ahead, he was seriously injured and could not use his full speed. Therefore, before Lin Bailey entered the Iron Ox Town, Qin Feiyang caught up. Yin Chuan and Lu Yun both followed beside Lin Bailey, flattering him. Iron Ox Town. It was getting closer and closer. It was only a distance of 300 meters. Lin Bailey was still holding that arm in his hand, and the wound on his shoulder was still bleeding. Suddenly, Lin Bailey felt a bone-piercing murderous intent coming from behind. He frowned and turned around, only to see a blurry figure sprinting toward him. Who is it? Such a strong murderous intent? Yin Chuan and Lu Yun looked at each other, a trace of surprise in their eyes. The blurry figure was approaching rapidly. It was as if the god of death was approaching. Lin Bailey and the other two could not help but feel a strong sense of uneasiness. After a few breaths, the distance between the two was only 20 meters. It's him. Qin Feiyang. Isn't he in the Wolf Valley? Why is he here? Lin Bailey and the other two finally saw the person's true face, and their faces were instantly filled with disbelief. Lin Bailey died, accompanied by a stern shout. Qin Feiyang was like a Rakshasa in the dark night, stepping on the ground with all his strength. With the help of the impact, this step leaped more than 10 meters. At the same time, he pulled out the Chang Shui, revealing his sharpness. He then stomped on the ground and pounced towards Lin Bailey. In the blink of an eye, the whole process took less than 3 breaths. Lin Bailey's expression changed. He threw away the arm in his hand and grabbed Yin Chuan, forcefully dragging him in front of him. Immediately, he did not even care about that arm and fled towards the Iron Ox Town. Puchi. The Chang Shui instantly sank into Yin Chuan's chest. Blood spurted out like a pillar. Yin Chuan screamed as he struggled. He never thought that Lin Bailey would actually use him as a shield. Lu Yun was also dumbfounded and even forgot to escape. However, Qin Feiyang did not pay any attention to him. He pulled out the Chang Shui, pushed Yin Chuan aside and chased after Lin Bailey. Yin Chuan fell to the ground and helplessly extended his hand towards Lu Yun. "Save me!" Blood kept gushing out from his chest. Lu Yun shuddered and came back to his senses. He hurriedly took out a healing pill and fed it to Yin Chuan. "Lin Bailey, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you running away now?" At this moment, Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Yun turned his head and saw Qin Feiyang leaping up high and kicking Lin Bailey's back. Bang. Lin Bailey fell flat on his face and fell to the ground. After Qin Feiyang landed on the ground, he waved the Chang Shui in his hand and cut Lin Bailey's hamstring with lightning speed. Ah, don't kill me, Qin Feiyang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. I shouldn't have framed you. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Please spare me, Lin Bailey screamed and begged for mercy. One of his arms was broken, and the hamstrings of his feet were cut. He couldn't even crawl now. Qin Feiyang said, so, the poisoning of Lin Yi was really planned by you and family Master Lin? Yes, 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 it was a trap set by us. Yi wanted to sever her relationship with you. We forced her, Lin Bailey said quickly, not daring to hide anything. She was really forced. Qin Feiyang was absent-minded for a while. He felt a little sad and said, tell me, why did you force her? Lin Bailey said, because she likes you and refuses to marry into the royal family, so we used your life to threaten her. As long as she is obedient and marries into the royal family after the age of 16, we will not kill you. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and asked, the last time she gave me the Qingquan bag she was caught by her father. Was it also a trap set by you? Yes. We all know that she hasn't given up on you. So we have been monitoring her. When we found that she was stealing gold coins and medicinal pills at home, we knew that she was going to send them to you. So, we beat her at her own game and used this to threaten you. Lin Bailey said. At the moment of life and death he spilled everything. It turns out that I misunderstood her. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He clenched his fists tightly. Because he used too much strength, his nails had already sunk into his flesh and blood was flowing. You are really unscrupulous. Yi is a very simple and kind girl. Have you ever thought about how much damage this will do to her? As her family, don't you know that this is crueler than killing her? Qin Feiyang roared, and a monstrous murderous aura erupted from his body. He had never wanted to kill a person as much as he did now. This murderous intent was even stronger than when he killed Ma Hongmei. I know I was wrong, please forgive me, I swear I will never stop you and Yi in the future, Lin Bailey begged again and again. That terrifying murderous aura enveloped him, making him feel as if he was in the abyss. His body and mind trembled. You have no chance. What you have done cannot be forgiven. Only death can atone for your sins. When the last word fell, he held the Chang Shui in his hand and mercilessly stabbed it into the back of Lin Bailey's head. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Lin Bailey died on the spot. Don't kill me. Seeing Lin Bailey die, Lu Yun's face was pale and his heart kept muttering. Whoosh. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang held the Chang Shui and rushed towards Iron Ox Town. Lu Yun suddenly sat on the ground. It was also at this moment. Zhao Shuang'er and the Zhao family's head rushed over. When they saw Lin Bailey lying in a pool of blood, their faces turned pale. This person was really a man of his words. The Zhao family's head asked, Lu Yun, what happened just now? Lu Yun said in horror, it's Qin Feiyang. He killed Lin Bailey and almost killed Yin Xuan. He is a devil. It's too terrifying. He actually stabbed the back of Lin Bailey's head. It's too cruel. Zhao Shuang'er asked, then where did he go now? Lu Yun shook his head and said, he went to the town. I don't know what he is going to do, Grandpa, he is already too frightened. We can't get anything out of him. Let's go to the town and take a look. Zhao Shuang'er said. The Zhao family's head nodded. The two of them hurriedly ran towards the town. Lin family. Qin Feiyang's entire body was surrounded by murderous aura. Like a killing god he came to the door. Qin Feiyang, why are you here? The two servants looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were pale. Get lost. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. He stepped up the stairs and walked towards the closed door. Qin Feiyang, let's talk nicely. Yes, yes, yes. We are very grateful that you gave us a raise. But don't make it difficult for us. The two of them hurriedly said. If you don't get lost, I will kill you. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them. His eyes were cold and piercing. The two of them trembled and quickly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang walked to the front door. He smashed the door with a punch and went straight to the backyard. The servants of the Lin family that he met along the way were all frightened by him and kept retreating. The attic in the middle of the night was like a lonely grave. It was sitting alone among the flowers and plants, exuding a kind of desolate atmosphere. Are you there? Qin Feiyang stood below the attic. He looked up at a window with a faint candlelight and called softly. In the room. Lin Yi sat alone on the bed, hugging her knees with both hands. Her thin body was curled up. The smile and vitality of the past were gone. Only helplessness and melancholy were left. Brother Feiyang. After hearing Qin Feiyang's voice, she was refreshed. She hurriedly got out of bed and opened the window. The familiar figure suddenly came into sight. Qin Feiyang's face also eased a lot. He smiled and said, "Girl, come down." Lin Yi looked at him blankly for a moment. She shook her head and said, "We have all sworn that we will never contact each other again. If we violate the oath, we will be punished by God. You should go." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry. There will be no punishment. Even if there is, I will help you bear it." Lin Yi's tender body trembled. Tears burst out of her eyes, but she did not move for a long time. Qin Feiyang finally lost his patience. He leaped and landed directly on the balcony on the second floor. Then he broke the door and entered. "Follow me." He grabbed Lin Yi's hand and turned away. "What?" Lin Yi broke free and asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Lin Bailey told me everything. I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you." "How could he tell you?" Lin Yi was surprised. "I have already killed him," Qin Feiyang said in an understatement. "What?" Lin Yi's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Her body was shaking. She said angrily, "Why are you so stupid? Do you know how powerful the Lin family in Yen City is? They have the royal family behind them. Even if there is Uncle Yuan, you are not their opponent." Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "It's just a royal family. Qin Feiyang, don't put them in my eyes." Lin Yi was shocked. After not seeing him for a few days, the person in front of her seemed to have changed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't be in a daze. Come with me. I will protect you in the future just like how you protected me before." Lin Yi asked, "Do you like me?" Qin Feiyang said without hesitation, "I like you. I have always regarded you as a sister. You know, I don't want this kind of love." Lin Yi shook her head. Her cheeks were full of disappointment. Qin Feiyang was silent. Lin Yi sighed faintly and shook her head. "I won't go with you. Because if I leave, the Lin family in Yen City will not let my father go. I can't be so selfish." Lin family in Yen City. Qin Feiyang's eyes burst into a strong cold light. This Lin family seems to have to be eliminated. "Brother Feiyang, you don't have to think about me. You can't provoke the Lin family in Yen City. I have already accepted my fate. What's more, for a woman like me who has no status and no background, it is a blessing to marry into the royal family." Lin Yi smiled, but she was obviously forcing a smile. She was full of helplessness. "Phew." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, touched Lin Yi's head and smiled, "Don't worry, I am here." After that, he turned and walked out of the room, jumped down from the terrace and walked outside. Lin Yi stood in front of the window watching silently. Tears fell like rain. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped, looked back at Lin Yi and asked, "Do you believe that I will poison you?" Lin Yi shook her head. "That's enough." Chapter 35. Walking out of the Lin family, Qin Feiyang and Zhao Shuang bumped into each other. "What are you doing at the Lin family?" The Zhao family's family head was surprised. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the two faintly and walked out of the town. Qin Feiyang, wait. Zhao Shuang hurriedly said. "Just say it." Qin Feiyang did not look back, let alone stop. "Is what you said true? How can it be done in 6 days?" Zhao Shuang asked. "Have you heard of the old saying, curiosity kills the cat?" Qin Feiyang said without looking back, then quickly disappeared at the end of the street. "This person is so mysterious," Zhao Shuang murmured, with strong curiosity in her eyes. Seeing this, the Zhao family's family head's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Shuang, Qin Feiyang is not a simple person. Don't provoke him." "Grandpa, don't worry. I know what to do and what not to do. Let's go home." Zhao Shuang smiled playfully. She hugged the old arm of the Zhao family's family head and walked in the direction of the Zhao family. They talked and laughed along the way. But Qin Feiyang was silent along the way. All these years, he had always regarded Lin Yi as his best friend. He never thought of being lovers with her. Originally he thought that Lin Yi thought the same. However, he did not expect that Lin Yi's thoughts were completely opposite from his. Well, lovers? He did not dare to think about these complicated things, nor did he want to think about them. The only thing he wanted to do now was to make himself stronger as soon as possible, return to the capital, and take back everything that belonged to him. As for Lin Yi's feelings for him, he could only silently apologize. But he would not sit idly by. He had lived in the imperial palace since he was a child. He knew the life of the royal family too well. Every day he would face intrigue. Even if he did not provoke others, others would not let him go. It could be said that living in the royal family was equivalent to living on the edge of a knife. He could be plotted against by others at any time. Lin Yi was too simple and kind. It was impossible for her to survive in that cruel environment. The most important thing was that Lin Yi herself did not want to marry into the royal family. County of Yan, Yan City, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The Great Qin Empire ruled over 9 prefectures and 18 counties. The county of Yan was one of them. In fact, the predecessors of the 18 counties were 18 huge kingdoms. Later on, it was unified by the ancestors of the Qin clan and incorporated into the territory of the Great Emperor Empire. After that, it was changed to a prefecture, and the rulers of the 18 countries were conferred the title of prefecture king. As a result, there were now 18 commandery princes in charge of 18 counties. Qin Feiyang was an iron ox town which belonged to the county of Yan. The lord of the county of Yan was known as the king of Yan, who ruled over his people. Yan City was the capital of the county of Yan. As for the Dan Hall, Martial Arts Hall, and Precious Treasure Pavilion, Qin Feiyang was also very clear about them. The 3 major forces were spread throughout every city in the Grand Qin Empire, and their foundations were extremely solid. However, it was also controlled by the imperial power. To put it bluntly, the person behind the 3 major forces was actually the emperor of the Grand Qin Empire. In other words, he was Qin Feiyang's father. All in all, in the territory of the Grand Qin Empire, the imperial power represented supremacy, and no matter who it was, they had to obey. Since the beginning of time, no one dared to challenge the imperial power. No matter how big the world was, it was the land of the emperor. All the people on the shore of the land were the subjects of the emperor, logically speaking. With such a terrifying background, even if Qin Feiyang was expelled from the imperial capital, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. However, what threatened Qin Feiyang was the imperial power. In other words, he wanted to return to the imperial capital and take back everything. He had to compete with the imperial power. This road was destined to be difficult. He might even lose his life. Therefore, emotions were a burden to him. And to return to the imperial capital, Yan City was the only way. Sooner or later, he would have to face the Lin family of Yan City and the royal family of the county of Yan. He pondered along the way. Unknowingly, Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the cave. Dozens of white wolves were hiding nearby, their fangs were dense, and their eyes emitted a dark green light, which looked extremely terrifying in the dark night. Walking into the cave. The girl was lying quietly on the ground as if she was in a deep sleep. Wolf King was lying on the side, eyeing covetously. Oh whoa! Seeing Qin Feiyang coming in, Wolf King got up and growled at him with a questioning look in his eyes. It's settled. Qin Feiyang laughed. Oh whoa! Wolf King growled again. After a long time, Qin Feiyang finally guessed what Wolf King wanted to express. Wolf King was asking him what his plan was next. Let's find Uncle Yuan first. I wonder where he is now. It's really worrying. Qin Feiyang was worried. Wolf King ran out of the cave and howled at the night sky. The wolf pack hiding nearby immediately dispersed and disappeared in all directions. Qin Feiyang came behind Wolf King and asked, "Are you asking them to find Uncle Yuan?" Wolf King nodded. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was grateful. Wolf King cracked a smile as if saying, "Why are you being so polite with me?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Without any fear, he stretched out his hand and stroked the Wolf King's head, saying, "After we find Uncle Yuan, I'll think of a way to find a beast spirit pill. At that time, we'll be able to communicate telepathically and won't have to guess like now." Wolf King's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Beast spirit pill is extremely precious, you can't find it in Iron Ox Town. At this moment, a very pleasant voice came from behind like the sound of nature. Wolf King immediately turned his head, bared his teeth and revealed a fierce light in his eyes. Qin Feiyang also turned around and saw that the girl had woken up and was walking out of the cave. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, slim and waterfall-like long hair, a little messy, but there were still bloodstains on her face and clothes, so that people couldn't distinguish her appearance. However, when he was at the Lin family in the lake, he noticed this girl. Whether it was her appearance or temperament, she was not inferior to Zhao Shuanger and Lin Yi. But there was one thing he was very confused about. In the 5 years in Iron Ox Town, he had never heard that Luo Qianxue had a daughter who suddenly appeared at night. "Are you really Luo Qianxue's daughter?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes, it's just that I have been in Star Moon City since I was young. I just came here yesterday, so it's normal that you don't know." The girl's tone was very calm. If she wiped off the blood stains on her body, it was not difficult to imagine that she was definitely a well-educated, gentle, and polite woman. Star Moon City. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Star Moon City was famous in the county of Yen, and its scale was second only to Yen City. It seemed that this girl's origin was not simple. You can go. Qin Feiyang stepped aside and also let Wolf King step back. You let me go just like that? The girl looked surprised and asked, aren't you afraid that I will reveal your hiding place? You can try. A faint smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. The girl looked at him deeply and said, do you know Lin Bailey's identity? Is it important? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course it is important. He is the youngest son of the Lin family in Yen City. You broke his arm, so I'm afraid that his future will not be easy. The girl smiled meaningfully. Really? Qin Feiyang frowned. The girl nodded. Then this is not good. Because I killed him before coming here. What should I do? The Lin family in Yen City is so powerful. How can I live? How about I go and apologize? Qin Feiyang was very anxious, but there was a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. You killed him? The girl was shocked. This guy was too bold, wasn't he? Was this something that could be solved by an apology? She was about to say something, but suddenly she noticed the sarcasm in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Then, she understood. This guy didn't care at all. He was just teasing her. You're too much. The young girl glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang, then directly walked past the man and the wolf. Qin Feiyang said, by the way, what's your name? Luo Qingzhu. The young girl responded without turning her head. She then quickly entered the forest and disappeared without a trace. Luo Qingzhu? Why does she have the same surname as Luo Qianxue? Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. Then, he took out the castle from his Chengquan bag and his eyes were shining. White-eyed wolf, I'll take you to a magical place. Come in. Qin Feiyang greeted and turned to walk into the cave. Wolf King strode in and looked at Qin Feiyang and the castle with suspicion. You'll know later. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously and bit his finger. A drop of blood fell on the castle. In the blink of an eye, the blood merged with the castle. The castle also bloomed with strands of black divine light. It looked particularly mysterious. At the same time, Qin Feiyang had a wonderful feeling in his heart. He felt that the castle seemed to have merged with him as if it was a part of his body. He tried to move his mind. Swish. The ancient castle immediately turned into a stream of light and entered the space between his eyebrows. It did not leave any trace and disappeared without a trace. The alpha wolf's pupils constricted and its massive pupils were filled with shock. Qin Feiyang moved his mind again. The castle came out of his glabella again and floated in front of him. He touched his glabella and his eyes shone with a strange light. His glabella was intact without the slightest scar. And when the castle entered his glabella, he didn't feel any pain. Is it really a part of my body now? Qin Feiyang murmured. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it and put the castle into his glabella again. Don't be nervous. Then he bent down and patted Wolf King's head. He grabbed the fur on Wolf King's back and moved his mind. At that moment, a man and a wolf disappeared without a trace. And even the castle disappeared. In fact, the castle didn't disappear. It just turned into a speck of dust and floated quietly in the void. Internal space. Wolf King and Qin Feiyang looked around in surprise when they first came in. Take your time. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked straight to the front of the altar. He looked at the iron box on top of it. Uncle Yuan asked him to take a look at the iron book inside when he had time. There must be a reason. However, he saw an envelope next to the iron box. When I came in last time, it didn't seem to be here. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He didn't care about the envelope for the time being and reached out to open the iron box. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the iron box. By the way, Uncle Yuan seemed to say that it can only be opened with my blood. He bit his finger again and dripped a drop of blood on the iron box. Click. The iron box opened quickly. The iron book once again appeared in his line of sight. And this time, there was no elixir to distract his attention. He clearly saw 4 bold words on the cover of the iron book. Chapter 36. The 4 words were like iron hooks and silver strokes, emitting a vicissitude, ancient and grand aura. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Looking at these 4 words, he felt as if he had entered a vast world, and a sense of insignificance arose spontaneously. It was really hard to imagine. What kind of treasure did Uncle Yuan leave for him? He stretched out his trembling hand wanting to grab the iron book. However, Qin Feiyang shockingly discovered that the iron book seemed to weigh millions of pounds, and he couldn't pick it up. He retracted his arm, took a few deep breaths and tried to pick up the iron book again. The result. It still didn't work. Even the iron box, he couldn't move it at all. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. He tried again with all his strength, and seeing that he still couldn't do anything, he simply gave up and tried to open the cover of the iron book. The cover could be opened. The page was also an iron sheet, thin as a cicada's wing. There was a word engraved on it. Return. This word, like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, contained a great power. When Qin Feiyang's gaze came into contact with this word, the blood in his body quickly solidified. Invisible and mysterious auras crazily attacked his mind. He felt that his soul was about to break out of his body. A strong fear, a threat of death like a tide, rushed to his heart. He hurriedly moved his gaze away. His whole body was already drenched in sweat. Qin Feiyang was shocked. How powerful was the person who engraved this word? Every stroke was filled with an incomparable sharpness. He had never seen such terrifying power before. Phew. 10 breaths later. Qin Feiyang finally calmed down the fear in his heart, let out a long breath and looked at the page again. But this time, he didn't look at the word return. Under the word return, there were a few lines of small words. Qin Feiyang continued to read, and a trace of surprise gradually climbed up on his face. Until the end. The surprise turned into ecstasy. It turned out that the first word of the 6-word divine formula was return. It was called the Huan formula. According to what was recorded on the iron sheet, the return formula possessed a terrifying divine power. It was able to give one a taste of their own medicine. In other words, as long as he mastered the return formula, he would be able to reflect all of his opponent's strength and counterattack. Qin Feiyang's body trembled as if he had found a precious treasure. Who would have thought that this 6-word divine formula was actually so terrifying? He eagerly turned to the second page. But in the end he found that he couldn't flip to the second page. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a small line of words at the bottom of the first page. Only after breaking through to the Battle King realm can you open the second page. He took a closer look. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. It turned out that he had to break through to the Battle King realm in order to open the second page. War King realm. It won't take long. Qin Feiyang looked expectant. If the first word was already so powerful, the second word would definitely be even more powerful. He calmed himself down. He began to read the cultivation method of the Huan character formula seriously. Meanwhile, Luo Qinxue and the other 3 appeared at the entrance of the Wolf Valley. After a careful search, not to mention Qin Feiyang, they didn't even find a wolf. Filled with anger, the 4 of them rushed back to the Iron Ox town without stopping. When she saw Luo Qingzhu standing at the entrance of the town, Luo Qinxue was extremely surprised. However, when the Lin family patriarch heard the news of Lin Baili's death, he was both shocked and furious. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would actually come back. Moreover, when Qin Feiyang killed Lin Baili, Lu Yun heard everything that Lin Baili said. When he told the truth, the Lin family patriarch immediately became the target of public criticism. The 3 magnates even turned hostile on the spot. Luo Qinxue threatened to cut off all transactions with the Lin family. The 3rd Hall Master and the Martial Arts Hall Master also said that the people of the Iron Ox Town's Lin family could forget about entering the Pill Hall and the Martial Arts Hall in the future. In other words, they had been banned by the 3 magnates. Obviously, the despicable actions of the Lin family patriarch made the 3 magnates completely furious. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. This sentence was indeed reasonable. The Lin family patriarch returned to the Lin family with his tail between his legs. However, not only did he not repent, but his resentment towards Qin Feiyang became even stronger. No matter how Lin Yi persuaded him, he didn't listen. He even slapped Lin Yi in public. Lin Yi returned to the backyard in a fit of anger and closed the door. The Lin family patriarch racked his brains to think about how to kill Qin Feiyang. In addition, Lin Baili died in the Iron Ox town. He needed to give an explanation to the main family. But how should he explain? There was a secret room under the Lin family. Only the Lin family patriarch knew about this secret room. At this moment he came to this secret room. Inside the secret room it was very simple. There was only one altar with a transparent crystal placed on it. It was as big as an egg. It was simple and unadorned. The Lin family patriarch stood in front of the altar and looked at the transparent crystal. There was a look of struggle in his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and reached out to press on the crystal. True energy gushed out and poured into the crystal. But, after 3 breaths, the crystal suddenly shone brightly. Immediately after, a figure appeared above the crystal. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a purple gold robe with a square face. He was majestic without being angry. The Lin family patriarch hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Greetings to the main family's patriarch." That's right. This person was the patriarch of Yen City's Lin family, Lin Han. Although it was just a shadow, the Lin family patriarch could still feel a terrifying pressure. Lin Han looked down at the Lin family patriarch condescendingly and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" The Lin family patriarch said, "I do have one thing to report to you." Lin Han said, "If you have something to say it quickly." Bailey is dead. The Lin family patriarch hesitated for a long time before saying this sentence. What? Lin Han flew into a rage and shouted, "How did he die?" He was killed by a young man named Qin Feiyang. The head of the Lin family explained the whole story in detail to Lin Fan. Qin Feiyang. Lin Han gritted his teeth, and a shocking killing intent appeared in his eyes. He looked at the Lin family patriarch and said, "I'll immediately bring people to Iron Ox Town and will arrive before dawn. You'd better find the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang before I arrive. Otherwise there's no need for your Iron Ox Town branch to exist." After that, the illusory figure automatically dissipated. Where can I find Qin Feiyang? The Lin family patriarch clenched his fists, and his heart was furious to the extreme. But he still had to find him. After leaving the secret room, he ordered all the disciples and servants of the Lin family to move out, each holding a torch and searching the mountains and plains. At the same time, Treasure Pavilion. Luo Qingzhu carried a bowl of hot porridge and walked into a room. In the room, Luo Qingxue sat at the table, seemingly thinking about something. Luo Qingzhu put the hot porridge on the table, walked behind Luo Qingxue, gently rubbed Luo Qingxue's shoulder and asked, "Mother, since you came back you've been worried. What are you thinking about?" Sigh. Luo Qingxue sighed and said, "I can't figure out why the Lin family patriarch did this. Is it really so important to let Lin Yi join the royal family?" Luo Qingzhu smiled and said, "Everyone has their own ideas and pursuits. Why should mother worry about this matter?" Luo Qingxue said, "Although it's true I just don't like his style. Qin Feiyang is also quite good. He's more than enough to match Lin Yi. What else is he not satisfied with? If it were me, as long as my children are happy, it doesn't matter what his background is." Yes. You are the best mother in the world. It's almost dawn. Have some hot porridge and have a good rest. Luo Qingzhu said. "Qingzhu, do you know where Qin Feiyang is?" Luo Qingxue asked. Luo Qingzhu nodded but then reacted and asked, "Mother, what do you want to do?" Luo Qingxue said, "Since we wronged Qin Feiyang, we should apologize to him and give him some compensation." What an arrogant guy. I think it's better to forget it. Luo Qingzhu pouted. "You can't do that. The first rule of the people of Zhenbao Pavilion is to have a clear conscience. Besides, he kidnapped you and didn't hurt you at all. When the sun rises, take 500 qi gathering pills and go find him. Say sorry to him on my behalf." Luo Qingxue smiled. "Okay." Luo Qingzhu nodded. Castle. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the first page of the iron-bound book and was in a daze. After reading it carefully, he found that the cultivation method of the Huan character formula was completely different from the cultivation method of martial arts. Martial arts required the coordination of human limbs, and after a long time of practice, it could finally be mastered. But the Huan character formula was to write. Using true energy, he just had to write the word Huan on the iron-bound book once. As long as he wrote it successfully, he would master the Huan character formula. Isn't this too simple? He could write when he was 3 years old. He could write it with his eyes closed. Is this really the case? Qin Feiyang was seriously doubtful. After he confirmed it again and again, he did not see it wrong. It was indeed written. Isn't it just copying it? It's simple. He smiled confidently and stretched out his arm. True energy appeared on the tip of his index finger and he pressed it on the word Huan on the iron-bound book, ready to write the whole word in one go. However, when he was about to write the first stroke, he was surprised to find that his finger couldn't move. How could this be? He frowned and slightly increased his strength, but still couldn't move it. At last, he gritted his teeth and blue veins popped out. He exerted all his strength but still couldn't move it a little bit. It felt as if his fingertips were stuck to the iron-bound book. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Suddenly, he raised his arm and waved his index finger in the void. In the blink of an eye, a word Huan made of true energy appeared. The whole process didn't drag at all. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He could write it in one go in the void, but on the iron-bound book he couldn't even move it. What was going on? He looked at the word Huan on the iron-bound book, looked at his fingers and finally smiled bitterly. It seemed that he underestimated the cultivation method of the Huan character formula. Chapter 37. After sorting out his feelings, Qin Feiyang pressed his finger on the first stroke of the word return, and continued to write. This was a very dry and boring task that consumed a lot of true qi. In less than 100 breaths, the true qi in his body was almost exhausted. After taking all the remaining 10 qi-gathering pills and replenishing his true qi, he continued to write. However, these qi-gathering pills were simply a drop in the bucket. When his true qi was exhausted again, he could only leave the castle and absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his true qi. If this continues, I don't know when I can master the return formula. It seems that I have to find more qi-gathering pills. Qin Feiyang muttered. After writing for so long he couldn't even write the first stroke. He was quite helpless. Time flew. The sky began to turn white. Luo Qingzhu was ordered by her mother to leave Iron Ox Town with 500 qi-gathering pills and go to find Qin Feiyang. But about an hour after she left, a voice suddenly rang out. A black shadow surged from the distant sky. It was as fast as lightning. In almost 10 breaths, it arrived above the Lin family. There were 15 black eagles. When they spread their wings they were 5 or 6 meters long. Their ferocious aura spread in all directions. The leading eagle was even larger. It was more than 10 meters long. Its black eyes were like 2 sharp blades, emitting a shocking light. Just a glance was enough to make people panic. These eagles were called iron eagles. They were ferocious birds. Not only were they extremely fast, but their feathers were as hard as steel. They were also extremely ferocious. On the back of each iron eagle, there was a figure standing proudly. They were expressionless, like gods of death descending. Their bodies were murderous and the aura they exuded was unfathomable. The leader was the head of the Lin family in Yen City, Lin Han. He was like a king looking down at Iron Ox Town below. His eyes were extremely sharp. The appearance of these people alarmed everyone in Iron Ox Town. Greetings to the head of the main family. The head of the Lin family ran out immediately and knelt on the ground with incomparable respect. Lin Han said, "Have you found Qin Feiyang?" The head of the Lin family trembled and hurriedly said, "I am incompetent. Please punish me." After saying this, a bone-piercing chill came from all directions. The head of the Lin family felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face instantly turned pale. Greets the head of the main family. I beg the head of the family to spare my father. At this moment, Lin Yi came to her father, bowed and said, "Are you Lin Yi?" Lin Han looked her up and down. "Patriarch, she is indeed my daughter." The head of the Lin family hurriedly said. Lin Han nodded. "You do have some beauty. Now answer me honestly. Do you know where Qin Feiyang is?" "My lord, Yi doesn't know." Lin Yi said respectfully. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Lin Han's eyes flashed with a cold light. "He can swear that she really doesn't know." Lin Yi said. "I don't think you would dare to lie to me." Lin Han was incomparably cold and arrogant. His gaze turned and landed on the Lin family's patriarch. He asked, "Where could Qin Feiyang possibly be?" "He's definitely hiding in the nearby mountains." The head of the Lin family said. "What does he look like?" Lin Han asked again. The head of the Lin family stretched out his hand, and true energy gushed out of his index finger. With a wave, a figure of Qin Feiyang condensed from true energy quickly appeared in everyone's sight. Lin Han looked at the portrait of Qin Feiyang, and a terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes. He shouted to the 14 people behind him, "Go and find him immediately. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find him for me." "Yes." The 14 people responded respectfully, then rode the iron eagles under their feet and spread out with Iron Ox Town as the center. Boom. Crack. They were tyrannical and overbearing. Wherever they passed, countless beasts and ferocious beasts were annihilated. Mountains and jungles were wantonly destroyed, leaving behind a mess. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. "Little beast, you dare to kill my son. You must have eaten a leopard's guts. Today I will let you have no way out." Lin Han smiled coldly. He jumped down from the back of the black eagle and landed steadily in front of the father and daughter of the Lin family. Lin Yi and her father were dumbfounded. One must know that it was a height of 100 meters. He jumped down from such a high place, but he was unscathed and calm. It was unbelievable. Lin Han looked up at the iron eagle and ordered, "Old Black, you go and help to find him." "Sure." The iron eagle made a sharp chirp, flapped its wings, and quickly disappeared into the mountains with a gust of wind. Head of the main family, please rest in the hall. Lin Yi and her father looked at each other and carefully entertained Lin Han. I didn't expect Lin Han to come so soon. Treasure Pavilion. Luo Qinxue stood in front of the window, looking in the direction of the Lin family. Her eyes were full of worry. Qingzhu, you must be careful. Luo Qingzhu didn't tell her where Qin Feiyang was hiding, so she couldn't send someone to inform her now. At this moment, Luo Qingzhu had arrived in front of the cave. But when she walked in and saw that there was no one in the cave, she was stunned. Could it be that this guy has left? She frowned and muttered to herself. Then she turned and walked out of the cave, shouting, Qin Feiyang, are you still there? At the same time, in the inner space of the ancient castle. Why did I hear Luo Qingzhu's voice? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Wolf King and asked, Did you hear Luo Qingzhu's voice? Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The sound outside can actually be transmitted in here? But what is this Luo Qingzhu doing here? He closed the iron book and closed the iron box. With a thought, he appeared in the cave with Wolf King, then strode out of the cave. Sure enough, it's Luo Qingzhu. She stood outside the cave and looked around. Her charming eyes were full of suspicion. Are you looking for me? Qin Feiyang stopped at the entrance of the cave and asked. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. Luo Qingzhu was startled. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King and asked in surprise, Why did you come out from inside? I didn't see you just now. Qin Feiyang didn't find any traces of other people in the surroundings. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, The white-eyed wolf and I have always been inside and have never left. If you didn't see us, then you must be seeing things. Seeing things? Luo Qingzhu was stunned. Was she really seeing things? What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He didn't want to be entangled in this issue. Lu Yun and Yin Xuan have already told us everything. Now, everyone knows that you were framed by Lin Bailey and Yin Xuan. I came here this time under my mother's orders. She asked me to apologize to you and give you some compensation while I'm at it. Luo Qingzhu took out a Qingkuan bag and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took it in his hand and was shocked when he saw it. There were so many qi-gathering pills. Lu Yun, Yin Xuan, it seems that I have to thank these two fellows. Qin Feiyang smiled. He didn't have a good impression of Lu Yun and Yin Xuan. The two of them didn't like him either. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would help him clear his name. I'll accept these qi-gathering pills. However, I don't like to reap without sowing. I'll give you the gold coins according to the market price. Qin Feiyang counted carefully. Luo Qingzhu said, There's no need to count. There are 500 of them. But my mother said, Okay. Thank your mother for me. But I really don't like to owe others. Qin Feiyang quickly counted 1,000 gold coins and emptied a Qingkuan bag. After putting it in, he stuffed it into Luo Qingzhu's hands. You are not only arrogant but also stubborn. Luo Qingzhu was a little helpless. It's good to be stubborn. Qin Feiyang laughed. What are your plans now? Luo Qingzhu rolled her eyes at him, put away the Qingkuan bag and asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, there's no need to continue hiding. After a while, I'll go to the nearby cities for a stroll. That's right. With your talent, Iron Ox Town won't be able to trap you forever. You'll get out sooner or later. Luo Qingzhu nodded. I'm not from Iron Ox Town. I'm just a passerby here. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then I wish you good luck. I'll go back first. Luo Qingzhu finished and was about to turn and leave. Boom. Crack. But at this moment, a series of earth-shaking noises came from afar and entered Qin Feiyang's ears. What's going on? Two people and one wolf were shocked. They quickly ran to an open area and looked in the direction of the loud noises. An iron eagle galloped over like a bolt of lightning. A man in black clothes was standing on the back of the iron eagle. He looked down coldly and pointed his index finger. Beams of dazzling golden light that carried a terrifying destructive power blasted into the forest below, instantly destroying a large area. Battle Qi. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Only battle monarchs could master battle Qi. This meant that the man in black clothes was a battle monarch. Luo Qingzhu said, They're from Yen City's Lin family. In the entire Yen County, only they have iron eagles as their mounts. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Qin Feiyang, you better hide immediately. But when she finished speaking and looked around, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were nowhere to be seen. After knowing that they were from Yen City's Lin family, Qin Feiyang immediately brought Wolf King into the castle without anyone noticing. When did they leave? Luo Qingzhu was stunned. Wasn't that too fast? They didn't even greet me. How rude. She frowned and raised her head to look at the Iron Eagle. She said loudly, I'm Luo Qinshua's daughter. Senior, please be merciful. Oh. The man in black clothes heard the voice and was slightly surprised. He looked at Luo Qingzhu and asked, You're the girl called Luo Qingzhu from Xingyue City? That's me. Luo Qingzhu nodded. What are you doing here? The man in black clothes frowned. Luo Qingzhu smiled and said, I had nothing to do, so I walked around and breathed in the fresh air. The man in black clothes said, Then have you seen Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang? Luo Qingzhu was stunned and shook her head. No. Chapter 38. Roar. Inside the ancient castle. Wolf King growled at Qin Feiyang, as if asking him if he wanted to save Luo Qingzhu. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang whispered. Luo Qingzhu's background was not simple. The Lin clan was probably just scaring her. If he ran out now, he would drag Luo Qingzhu into this. Outside. Hearing the black-clothed man's threatening words, Luo Qingzhu was not nervous in the slightest. She said with a graceful smile, Senior, I indeed don't know where Qin Feiyang is. At that time, Qin Feiyang knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, he was already gone. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Lin clan's clan head and the third hall master. Besides, I still want to settle the score with him. How can I cover for him? She added another sentence. The black-clothed man looked at her for a moment. Seeing that she was not lying, he did not make things difficult for her and said, If you find Qin Feiyang, you must inform us immediately. Okay. Luo Qingzhu nodded. The black-clothed man waved his hand. The iron eagle under his feet spread its wings and flew away. Phew. After watching the man leave, Luo Qingzhu let out a sigh of relief. How did this guy leave? She glanced around and walked towards Iron Ox Town with a stomach full of doubts. This Luo clan's mother and daughter are not bad. Qin Feiyang muttered. No matter what they did at the beginning, after knowing the truth, the first thing they thought of was to apologize. The third hall master and the martial arts hall master did not take any action. This was the difference between people. Similarly, after this incident, he had a whole new level of respect for Luo Qingzhu. Although he could not see the situation outside, she was able to send the black-clothed man away with a few words. It was enough to show that she was very intelligent. He took out his Chenkuan bag and smiled brightly. He was worried about not having enough qi-amassing pills, and Luo Qingzhu delivered them to him. For his current situation, it was simply timely help. These elixirs should be enough for me to write the first stroke of the word return. The first stroke was a horizontal line. He moved as he said. He walked to the metal box and was about to bite his finger. But at this moment, Wolf King suddenly growled at him, his eyes filled with anxiety. What happened? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at it in confusion. Wolf King roared a few times. Seeing that Qin Feiyang still didn't understand, he bit Qin Feiyang's pants and pulled hard. This time, Qin Feiyang understood. Wolf King wanted to go out. But what was he going to do? The people from the Lin clan were still searching the mountain range. What if they encountered them? Wolf King tore even harder. It even tore his pants. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to give up the idea of writing the word return. He brought Wolf King to the empty space. Brr. Wolf King growled and ran towards the left side of the forest. Wait for me. Qin Feiyang growled and hurriedly chased after him. The forest was a complete mess. The corpses of wild beasts were everywhere, and the smell of blood was pungent. The people from the Lin clan of Yen City are too much. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, his face gloomy. These wild beasts were indirectly killed by him. He admitted that he was ruthless, but compared to these people, he couldn't even compare to 1%. Brr. Wolf King suddenly stopped and stood beside a pile of rocks, howling continuously. Bang bang bang. Qin Feiyang slapped and the rocks flew everywhere. The rocks were gone and Qin Feiyang was completely stunned. It turned out that there was a white wolf buried in this pile of rocks. The white wolf was covered in blood and had long died. Qin Feiyang finally understood what Wolf King was doing. It was looking for the pack of wolves. The alpha wolf walked to the white wolf's side and raised its front paws to push the white wolf. It let out a whimper as though it was calling for its kin. It sounded more like a sorrowful wail. Bastard, I'll remove your names from the great Qin Empire sooner or later. Qin Feiyang's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. His face was extremely ferocious. Roar! Wolf King suddenly raised his head and roared, his sorrow soaring to the sky. Qin Feiyang even found 2 drops of crystal tears at the corner of its eyes. He trembled and hurried to Wolf King's side. He patted its head and blamed himself. "Brother Wolf, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If you didn't help me find Uncle Yuan, it wouldn't have died so tragically." Roar roar. Wolf King growled at it a few times, then shook its head, its eyes emitting a terrifying light. At this moment, Qin Feiyang instantly understood Wolf King's meaning. Wolf King was saying that it had nothing to do with him, and it was all Yen City's Lin clan's fault. It wanted to take revenge. "Brother Wolf, don't be impulsive. With our current strength, going to settle the score with them is simply courting death. It's better to wait until we find Uncle Yuan first," Qin Feiyang hurriedly advised. Suddenly, he grabbed Wolf King and entered the castle with a thought. In less than 3 breaths, an iron eagle whistled and hovered in the sky. The black-clothed man standing on the back of the iron eagle glanced below, his brows tightly knitted. "Strange, I clearly heard a wolf's howl just now, but why is there only a dead white wolf?" He carefully searched the area, and after confirming that there was nothing strange, he rode the iron eagle and whistled away. A moment later, Qin Feiyang appeared again with Wolf King. After burying the white wolf, Wolf King continued to run wildly, looking for other white wolves. Qin Feiyang followed behind it, wanting to say something but hesitating. After running for so long, they didn't meet a single living beast, which was enough to show that the other white wolves were also doomed. But he didn't have the heart to say it. "No, now there are Lin clan people everywhere, we can't continue." Qin Feiyang rushed in front of Wolf King, turned around and stopped Wolf King, saying, "Stop and listen to me first." Wolf King stopped, gasping for breath, and looked at Qin Feiyang doubtfully. "We can't keep looking like this. Let's just go to the cave and wait. If they are still alive, they will definitely come back to find us, but if they don't come to find us, it means—" When Qin Feiyang said this, he couldn't continue. Wolf King stared at him for a long time, and then ran toward the cave without saying a word. A man and a wolf returned to the cave, and waited until the sun set in the west, but not a single white wolf returned. Wolf King still didn't give up and continued to wait. Qin Feiyang couldn't persuade him and could only accompany him. The next morning, Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. He deeply sighed and said, "Brother Wolf, although this is very cruel to you, I must still say that they are all dead." Wolf King's huge body trembled violently. Woo! All of a sudden, he got up, looked at the sky, and howled crazily. A monstrous evil aura rushed to the sky. "Brother Wolf, I promise you, in less than 2 years, we will directly kill our way into Yen City and flatten the Lin clan." Qin Feiyang also looked at the sun on the horizon and said word by word. At this moment he was like a sharp sword unsheathed, emitting a shocking sharpness. Wolf King looked at him with tears in his eyes. "Let's go to the castle. Last time I killed Chao Lang and got 300 body-tempering pills, I will give them all to you to refine." After bringing Wolf King into the castle, Qin Feiyang directly took out all the body-tempering pills. Wolf King's eyes lit up. "Brother Wolf, we are now friends in adversity, life and death brothers. You must not be polite with me, otherwise I will become hostile," Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King grinned and began to refine the body-tempering pills. Qin Feiyang also took a qi-gathering pill and continued to copy the word return on the iron book. Perhaps it was because the death of the wolf pack stimulated them, but now the man and the wolf were especially motivated. The people of the Lin clan searched the mountain range for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. The land within a radius of hundreds of miles was completely razed to the ground. Not a single living thing could be found. It was a land of death, filled with a tragic aura. Iron Ox Town. Lin clan. You are all battle kings, but you can't even find a small martial master. What are you all doing? Why did I raise trash like you? Lin Han pointed at the noses of the 14 people and scolded without caring about his image. The 14 people lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. The head of the Lin clan and a group of servants were scared out of their wits. One of them mustered up the courage and said respectfully, "Head, I think that Qin Feiyang might have absconded." "Absconded?" Lin Han frowned and took a deep breath. He returned to his seat and pondered for a moment before looking up at the head of the Lin clan. "I will return to the imperial city immediately. Get someone to call Yi here." The head of the Lin clan looked at a servant and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go." The servant trembled and ran out of the hall as if he was running for his life. Lin Han said, "Lin Wei, Linda, you two stay in Iron Ox Town. If Qin Feiyang comes back, kill him without mercy." "Yes." 2 men in black walked out and bowed. Lin Han said, The rest of you will follow me back to the imperial city. Yes. Everyone replied respectfully. Lin Chang. Lin Han suddenly called out a name. The head of the Lin clan trembled and knelt in front of Lin Han, cold sweat pouring down his body. His name was Lin Chang. Lin Chang, this time you can only atone for your sins by dying. But for Yi's sake I can spare your life. But from now on Lin Yi will be my adopted daughter. She will have nothing to do with you anymore. Lin Han said. What? Lin Chang looked at Lin Han in disbelief. What? Do you have a problem with that? Lin Han looked down at him with disdain as if he was looking at an ant. Lin Chang hurriedly said, Head of the family, I have worked hard to raise Yi. You can't deprive me of my right to be a father. Lin Han snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You just want to use Yi to climb up the royal family's relationship and have a meteoric rise from then on. But there are some things that you are not qualified to enjoy. Lin Chang's face suddenly became extremely ugly. That's right. You did think so. But now, Lin Han's condition was tantamount to severing his father-daughter relationship with Lin Yi. In the future, whether Lin Yi could marry into the royal family or not, it had nothing to do with him, let alone getting a share of the pie. How could he agree to this kind of thing? Head of the family? He still wanted to say something. Shut up. Now you only have two choices. First, write a contract immediately to sever your father-daughter relationship. Second, I will kill you now. Give me an answer within 3 breaths. After Lin Han finished speaking, he looked at a man in black next to him. The man understood, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and placed it directly on Lin Chang's neck. Lin Chang trembled physically and mentally. He lowered his head, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. All of a sudden, he remembered what Qin Feiyang said to him by the lake that day. Head of the Lin family, don't think that you have a chance to have a meteoric rise by climbing up to Yan City's main family. I advise you to keep a low profile, lest you end up with nothing in the end. Sure enough, this sentence came true. At this time, Lin Chang's heart was full of regret. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Chapter 39. 3 breaths passed quickly. Lin Chang asked someone to bring a pen and ink and wrote the contract to sever the father-daughter relationship. The knife was on his neck. Did he dare not to write? Although he was very aggrieved, angry, and unwilling, he could only endure it. As for Lin Yi, she had no right to speak. If she didn't want her father to die, she had to sign the contract obediently. Facing the powerful and overbearing Yan City's main family, the father and daughter had no other choice. After Lin Han put away the contract, he took Lin Yi and his subordinates as well as Lin Bailey's corpse, stepped on the Iron Eagle and left. Lin Wei and Lin Do were ordered to guard the Lin family in Iron Ox Town. After this incident, Lin Chang no longer respected Yan City's Lin family in his heart, only resentment. He wanted revenge. However, his heart was full of powerlessness. This incident also quickly spread in Iron Ox Town. But no one sympathized with him. They all had a gloating attitude. This was the consequence of his own sins. In the castle. In the past 3 days, Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside, he just kept on copying. After breaking through to Martial Master, he used true energy to maintain his vitality. He didn't need to eat every day. 500 Qi gathering pills had been consumed. There was not much true energy left in his body. His efforts were not in vain. The first stroke was about to be copied successfully. There is still one last point. I will succeed. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. The small amount of true Qi poured out without reservation. Finally, he copied the first stroke of the word return. That horizontal stroke was condensed by true energy, shining with dazzling brilliance. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Hard work pays off for those who wait. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, all of a sudden, a powerful aura roared out of his body. His strength was also soaring wildly. What's going on? He was shocked and bewildered. 15,000 genes of strength. 18,000 genes of strength. 20,000 genes of strength. This is the strength of 2 brute elephants. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was unbelievable to the extreme. He actually broke through to 2-star Martial Master? He stared at the book in a daze, feeling as if he was dreaming. These days, although he had consumed a large amount of Qi amassing pills, he had not used them on his cultivation. But how did he break through? Furthermore, this speed seemed to be excessively fast. He clearly remembered that it took him 2 months to break through from a 1-star Martial Master to a 2-star Martial Master. But now only a few days had passed. Even if his foundation was still there, It was absolutely impossible for him to be this fast. Gradually, in his mind, a thought that made him excited crawled up. Could it be that imitating a stroke would allow him to break through a small realm? It seemed that this was the only reasonable explanation. I didn't expect that copying this word would bring me such benefits. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. While practicing the Huan character formula, he could also increase his cultivation. It could be said that he did not delay either of them, saving him a lot of time. Taking a deep breath, he closed the book, turned to look at Wolf King and said with a smile, "Brother Wolf, have you made any progress in your strength?" Wolf King grinned and suddenly jumped, bumping into Qin Feiyang's chest. Caught off guard, Qin Feiyang was directly knocked back a step. The strength of 9 bears. How can there be such a strong strength? Have you broken through to a high-level beast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang was extremely envious. 3 days ago, Wolf King was still a mid-level beast, only having the strength of 6 bears. But as soon as he broke through to a high-level beast, he directly had the strength of 9 bears. His strength soared, which was really enviable. However, this also proved that Wolf King's aptitude was not ordinary. Many beasts, after entering the ranks of high-level beasts, basically only had the strength of 7 or 8 bears. Beasts that directly had the strength of 9 bears were still very rare. And this kind of beast would generally have good achievements in the future. 300 body tempering pills, there were still 200 pills left. Qin Feiyang put them all away and then left the castle with Wolf King, rushing towards Iron Ox Town. Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his true qi was too slow. He needed a lot of qi-gathering pills. Moreover, Wolf King also needed qi-gathering pills now. "Brother Wolf, have you heard of the Gate of Potential?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wolf King was puzzled. On the way, Qin Feiyang told Wolf King the details of the Gate of Potential. After listening, Wolf King was a little tempted, but he was not confident and said that he would talk about it later. Half an hour passed. A man and a wolf walked out of the jungle and stood behind a bush, looking at Iron Ox Town in the distance. "I don't know if the Lin family has left," Qin Feiyang murmured. A small town was no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den for him. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait until it was dark to go in. "Brother Wolf, let's go to the lake first and see if Uncle Yuan has gone back." A man and a wolf turned around and ran towards the lake. The lake was still there, but the nearby mountains were also raised to the ground. Qin Feiyang searched the surrounding hundreds of meters, but still did not find Uncle Yuan. Where in the world did Uncle Yuan go to? Qin Feiyang was very agitated the whole day. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he sorted out his mood, jumped into the lake and caught a few big fish. The wild fish was very delicious, but a man and a wolf felt that they were chewing wax, tasteless. Did Uncle Yuan leave because he had something to do? No, even if he really had something to do, he would not leave without saying goodbye. In the dead of night, Qin Feiyang looked at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes full of worry. Iron Ox Town in the dead of night was as quiet as stagnant water. 2 sneaky black shadows quietly sneaked into the town and went straight to the treasure pavilion. Luo Qianxue and her daughter had already fallen asleep. Creak. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening. "Who is it?" Luo Qianxue suddenly shivered, got up, looked at the dark room and shouted coldly. "Pavilion Master, it's me." A low voice came from the darkness. In the place where the voice came from, there was a pair of green eyes. "Qin Feiyang?" Luo Qianxue was surprised. She took out a fire roll from the bedside, blew it, and looked at the door through the weak light. There was a man and a wolf standing there. It was Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. "Pavilion Master, please forgive me for visiting so late at night." After Qin Feiyang closed the door, he cupped his hands and said with a smile. Luo Qianxue looked at Qin Feiyang strangely, got out of bed, walked to the table in a nightgown, lit the candle and then sat on the stool asking, "Why are you here so late at night?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded, walked to the opposite side of Luo Qianxue and was about to speak. Bang! At this moment, the door was shaken open by a huge force. Luo Qingzhu ran in with a worried face. She was sleeping next door and Luo Qianxue's shout woke her up. She thought that someone was going to plot against her mother, so she ran over in a hurry. But as soon as she entered the room, she was stunned. How could it be Qin Feiyang and Wolf King? Qin Feiyang also turned to look at her, and he almost had a nosebleed. He hurriedly looked away, because the nightgown on Luo Qingzhu was translucent. Although her undergarments could not be clearly seen, it was precisely because they were somewhat hazy and indistinct that it was even more alluring. Uncle Yuan often taught him not to listen to indecent things and not to look at indecent things. So he definitely couldn't look. The atmosphere now was a bit awkward. Luo Qinxue also didn't expect that her daughter would break in at this time. After a short pause, she said, "Qingju, go and change your clothes." Luo Qingju screamed. Only now did she realize the main point. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and she hurriedly turned and ran out in a panic. Luo Qinxue frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "How are you going to solve this?" "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Playing dumb with me? Do you believe that I won't dig out your eyeballs now?" A trace of cold light appeared in Luo Qinshue's eyes. "Pavilion Master, this..." Qin Feiyang was a bit at a loss. Although Luo Qingzhu broke in without saying a word and he didn't see clearly, he still saw it. "Pavilion Master, if you insist on pursuing the matter, I will take responsibility until the end." After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang thought of this sentence. After all, he was still inexperienced and didn't know how to deal with this sudden situation. Take responsibility? Hearing such a childish answer and looking at Qin Feiyang's aggrieved face, Luo Qinshue really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, it's not your fault. I won't pursue the matter. Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Luo Qinshue asked. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands, saying, "I want to buy 1,000 qi-gathering pills, but I only have 2,000 gold coins now. Can I use other things to pay?" According to the market price, 2,000 gold coins was just right. But the price of Treasure Pavilion was more expensive than the market price, so it was still a little short. Luo Qinshue asked curiously, "Tell me, what valuable things do you have?" Clang. Qin Feiyang took out a large pile of weapons from his Qingkuan bag. These were all from the Black Demon stronghold and were not divine weapons. It was useless to keep them, so it was better to sell them. "Just these scrap metals?" Luo Qinshue frowned. "I only have these. By the way, I also have dozens of bone-replenishing pills and healing pills. If Pavilion Master doesn't mind, I will give them all to you." Qin Feiyang looked embarrassed. How shabby. A dignified prince of the Grand Qin Empire had actually fallen to such a state. It was truly lamentable and laughable. Luo Qinshue looked at Qin Feiyang and finally couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I don't want the healing pills and bone-replenishing pills. You will inevitably hurt your muscles and bones when you travel outside. Keep them for yourself. As for this pile of scrap metals, I will reluctantly accept it. Wait for me here. Don't run around." Luo Qinshue finished speaking, put away the pile of weapons, got up and walked outside. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked her. "No need to thank me. After all, I misunderstood you first and almost hurt you. I'm already very satisfied that you don't blame me." Luo Qinshue smiled and left quickly. "In this world there are still good people, right, Brother Wolf?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Chapter 40. Not long after, Luo Qinshue took out a Qingkuan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Then she briefly told Qin Feiyang about the current situation of the Lin family. Qin Feiyang thanked her and left the treasure pavilion with Wolf King. As for Luo Qingzhu, she did not appear again. However, this was also good. After that incident, when the two of them met, there would definitely be awkwardness. Lin family. The door was tightly closed and it was quiet. Now that there were two war kings guarding it, there was no need for anyone to guard it. Qin Feiyang stopped on the street in front of the door and looked at the tightly closed door, his eyes flickering. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. Lin Chong, you reap what you sow. But don't worry, I will help you take good care of Yi. Brother Wolf, let's go. A man and a wolf quickly left Iron Ox Town and entered a forest. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang poured out all the qi-gathering pills and said with a smile, "Brother Wolf, you can refine them as you wish." Oh. Wolf King growled and did not hold back at all. He directly picked one up and swallowed it. Qin Feiyang smiled, walked to the front of the iron box and saw the envelope again. Strange. Why would Uncle Yuan leave an envelope here? He frowned. There was not a single word on the envelope. He did not understand whether Uncle Yuan left it for him or not. Whatever, even if it's Uncle Yuan's privacy, I'll take a look. He shouldn't blame me. After a moment of silence, he made up his mind, grabbed the envelope, carefully opened it and poured out a letter. Qin Feiyang picked up the letter and opened it suspiciously. Immediately, lines of small words entered his sight. "Feiyang, Uncle Yuan has left. Uncle Yuan can't accompany you on the road ahead, but Uncle Yuan believes that you will definitely be strong enough to continue on." Seeing this content, Qin Feiyang's face suddenly turned pale. He continued to read. "Feiyang, Uncle Yuan knows that when you see this letter, you will definitely be very sad. However, the fish will have to return to the ocean in the end and face unknown dangers alone. Uncle Yuan can't accompany you forever. You have to remember what Uncle Yuan told you every day. You may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Don't trust anyone easily. No matter how desperate the situation is, we can't give up so easily. Actually, in these 5 years, Uncle Yuan has been tempering you. You didn't disappoint Uncle Yuan, climbing out of despair time and time again. With your current abilities, you are completely capable of standing on your own. Don't worry about Uncle Yuan and don't look for him either. When the time comes, Uncle Yuan will naturally appear before you. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was completely dumbfounded. The letter slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, but he was completely unaware of it. Uncle Yuan actually left without saying goodbye. He found it hard to accept this fact. In the past, Uncle Yuan had told him countless times that he would never abandon him. But now, not only had he had left without a sound. Uncle Yuan, why did you lie to me? Since you can't do it, why did you give me a promise and give me hope? He squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands, and his face was full of pain. 5 years ago, that big change caused him to be expelled from the imperial capital and lose everything. But with Uncle Yuan accompanying him, he still had a trace of warmth in his heart. But now even Uncle Yuan had left. He was now completely alone. At this moment, his heart was in an unprecedented panic. He was afraid of being alone. He didn't know what to do next. Right now he was like a headless fly that had lost his goal and direction. Wolf King also quickly noticed his abnormality, stopped cultivating, walked to his side and looked at him in confusion. Brother Wolf, Uncle Yuan has left. What should I do? Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King helplessly. No matter how mature his mind was, how strong his character was, he was still just an underage child. He also had a weak side. Wolf King was slightly stunned, raised his foreleg and gently patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, as if to comfort him, with a questioning look in his eyes. I don't know why Uncle Yuan left. He didn't tell me when he would come back. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looking dazed, which made Wolf King a little anxious. Oh. It roared at Qin Feiyang as if it was trying to express something. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't understand at all. Wolf King was silent for a while, then suddenly bit his foreleg, blood gushed out, and then he actually wrote a line of bloody words on the ground in front of Qin Feiyang. You have to work hard, don't let Uncle Yuan down. These words were crooked and almost indistinguishable. But in Qin Feiyang's eyes, it made his body and mind tremble. Yes, Uncle Yuan had placed all his hopes on him. In these 5 years he had put in a lot of effort to teach him. He couldn't give up on himself. Moreover, he didn't have the right to give up on himself now. Brother Wolf, thank you. He regained his confidence, picked up the letter and continued to read. Feiyang, you must grow up as soon as possible. Because your mother is still waiting for you in the imperial palace. Haven't you always wanted to know the origin of the marrow cleansing pill and the Chang Shui? Uncle Yuan will tell you now, it was your mother who secretly gave it to me when we left the imperial capital. One last thing, you must remember it in your heart. Don't tell anyone your true identity. Before returning to the imperial capital, let these secrets rot in your stomach. Remember. That was all the content of the letter. Mother. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out the Chang Shui. He didn't expect that this dagger was left to him by his mother. No wonder Uncle Yuan told him to keep it well. Mother, it's been 5 years, how are you? Son, I really miss you. He looked at the Chang Shui and his eyes gradually became moist. Suddenly, a fierce light burst out from his eyes. He suddenly got up, clenched his big hand, and the letter suddenly turned into flying ash. Mother, you must wait for me, I'll be back soon. At this moment, his confidence, fighting spirit all came back. He put down all distracting thoughts, turned around, opened the iron box, and concentrated on copying the second stroke of the word return. Time flew. 10 days later, Qin Feiyang withdrew his fingers, and his brows were tightly knitted together. In these 10 days, he didn't eat or drink and consumed a total of 1,500 qi gathering pills, but he was still a little short from copying the second stroke. The first stroke consumed 500 qi gathering pills. The second stroke he hadn't succeeded until now, and estimated that it would consume 2,000 qi gathering pills. Such a terrifying consumption for the current Qin Feiyang was too heavy a burden. More importantly, the 3,000 gold coins that he snatched from Chao Lang had been used up. If he wanted to master the word return as soon as possible, he had to find more gold coins. As for the other 500 qi gathering pills, they were refined by Wolf King. Because of this, its strength was further improved. But its progress was like a flying leap. Right now, it possessed the strength of 3 barbarian elephants. This made Qin Feiyang envious. After leaving the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King reluctantly and said, "Brother Wolf, I'm afraid we have to part ways." "No." Wolf King growled as if asking him why. "I need a lot of gold coins, but in the area of Iron Ox Town, there is nothing valuable at all. The most valuable thing is those fierce beasts, but even if I kill all of them, it's far from enough. I'm going to Black Bear City to try my luck," Qin Feiyang said. Black Bear City was a small city nearby, with a population of hundreds of thousands. Whether it was prosperity or economy, Iron Ox Town couldn't compare. Moreover, the Lin family had 2 war kings guarding it. If he stayed here, he would be on tenterhooks all day. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Wolf King lowered his head and remained silent. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and laughed. "Brother Wolf, we'll meet again." Finished. He turned around, pretending to be free and easy, and ran into the forest without looking back. In fact, he felt very uncomfortable. Although he hadn't been with Wolf King for long, they had gone through thick and thin together. In his heart, he had long regarded Wolf King as his most important friend in life. However, there was no banquet in the world that did not end. Sooner or later they would have to part. Oh! A loud wolf howl came from behind. "I will come back because I promised you that I would bring you to flatten the Lin family in Yen City." Qin Feiyang muttered and turned around to look behind him. But just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly saw a white figure flying through the air like lightning. It was Wolf King. "Brother Wolf, don't send me off." Qin Feiyang laughed. Wolf King ran in front of him and put on an arrogant posture as if to say, "Who wants to send you off?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at it in confusion. "Oh." Wolf King ran in front of him, growled at him, then turned around and continued to run. Qin Feiyang chased after him, pondered for a long time, and asked in surprise, "Brother Wolf, you can't be thinking of going to Black Bear City with me?" Wolf King grinned at him. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. "Ha! Ow!" One man and one wolf ran wildly, laughing wantonly in the forest. The wolf howled. At this moment, their friendship was further sublimated. 6 hours later, they arrived in front of a dilapidated mountain ridge. This place was called Iron Ox Ridge. It was the only place near Iron Ox Town where berserk beasts were concentrated. Originally, Qin Feiyang wanted to hunt a few berserk beasts on the way and see if there were any rare treasures. However, he didn't expect that it would be destroyed by the Lin family of Yen City. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't even a shadow of a berserk beast. Helpless, one man and one wolf crossed the mountains and continued to move forward. 2 days later, they finally walked out of the mountain and entered a desolate forest. In the desolate forest there were many berserk beasts, but their strength was not very good. Either they were scared away by them or they died under the fangs of Wolf King. And at the end of the desolate forest, there was a huge city, covering an area of hundreds of miles, majestic and spectacular. That was Black Bear City. Bang bang bang. Clang clang clang. A man and a wolf galloped towards the city, but the sound of fighting suddenly entered their ears. Qin Feiyang stopped and carefully distinguished. The sound came from the left. "Let's go and take a look." A man and a wolf galloped away. 10 breaths later, they stopped on a hillside and looked ahead. There was a valley in front of them, surrounded by cliffs on all sides, and only a narrow entrance and exit. The sound of fighting came from the valley. Chapter 41. If someone is fighting, there must be some unexpected wealth. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. For him now, there was nothing he desired more than money. Woo woo. Wolf King sniffed hard and growled at Qin Feiyang, looking quite excited. "Brother Wolf, did you find anything?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King nodded and ran quietly toward the entrance. Qin Feiyang was very confident in Wolf King's sense of smell. He hurried to catch up. In the valley, 2 young men about 18 or 19 years old were fighting fiercely. Saber light and sword shadows were extremely fierce. Gusts of wind swept in all directions. Both of them only had eyes for each other. They didn't notice that one man and one wolf had sneaked into the valley and were hiding behind a rock, looking at them. Their strength is not very good. Qin Feiyang observed for a moment and came to this conclusion. Both of them were 9-star martial artists. The weapons in their hands were not much different. They were neck and neck. If they continued fighting like this, both of them would suffer. But why were the 2 of them fighting each other here? And it seemed that both of them wanted to kill each other. He looked around suspiciously. His eyes suddenly locked on a small mound on the left. There was a gorgeous flower on the mound. That flower was completely pink, and it was as big as a baby's fist. It was emitting a pink mist, and it was suffused with a fragrance that could make one's heart go crazy. Why does it look familiar? Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he thought of something. That was the blissful flower. It was the most important material to refine the blissful pill. The blissful pill had the miraculous effect of nourishing yang and nourishing the kidney. Therefore it was highly recommended by men. Especially those rich and powerful men who had many wives and concubines, they would have several at home at any time. It was also because of this that the blissful pill was very expensive. The market price was basically more than 200 gold coins, which was 100 times more than the qi gathering pill. And as the main material, the blissful flower was naturally expensive. At the very least he could buy it for 100 gold coins. I met a blissful flower as soon as I arrived. Looks like I made the right choice in coming to Black Bear City. Qin Feiyang was secretly delighted. As long as he could obtain this blissful flower, it would be equivalent to obtaining 50 energy gathering pills. This was truly an unexpected gain. Brother Wolf, let's go. Qin Feiyang chuckled and rushed to the small mound in a few strides. There's someone else? Seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly jump out, the two young men couldn't help but be stunned. How dare you? Stop. Following closely, the two of them let out a fierce shout. Facing a common enemy, they raised their weapons and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, Wolf King appeared in front of the two like a bolt of lightning, baring his fangs and revealing an ominous glint in his eyes. Bastard, you're courting death. However, the two of them did not stop. Their target was Wolf King. The sharp sword and broadsword in their hands emitted a terrifying sharpness. Wolf King's eyes were filled with disdain. When the sharp sword and broadsword were close to each other, it opened its bloody mouth and revealed its dense fangs. Then, with a fierce bite, the two incomparably hard weapons were directly bitten off by it. The two of them were dumbfounded on the spot. Even swords made of black iron could be bitten off. Weren't its fangs too terrifying? It was definitely not a simple wolf. Run. The two of them had this thought in their minds at the same time and turned to escape. Qin Feiyang said, Brother Wolf, stop them. Whoa. Wolf King roared and quickly caught up with the two of them, blocking the entrance. The two of them immediately fell into despair. They didn't dare to move at all. Wolves were not only ferocious creatures, but also very cold-blooded. A person who could be brothers with a wolf was definitely not a good person. This time they were really unlucky. They didn't get the blissful flower and instead encountered such a strange combination. They were afraid that they would lose their lives here. Qin Feiyang uprooted the blissful flower and put it into his Qingkuan bag. Then he turned to look at the two of them and grinned. Originally, I didn't intend to make things difficult for you, but who told you to attack me first? How about this? Leave all the gold coins and I'll let you go. What? All the gold coins? The two of them suddenly had bitter faces. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Do you think it's too little? Then just leave your Qingkuan bag. No. We'll give it to you. The two of them hurriedly shook their heads, took out their Qingkuan bags and poured out a large pile of gold coins. There were more than 100 gold coins and they were extremely tempting. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face became brighter and brighter. This Black Bear town was not only a place with outstanding people, but even a mere 9-star martial artist had so many gold coins. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before they could gather 1,000 gold coins. Brother Wolf, let them go. After all, we're all good people. We have to keep our word. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Good people? When the two young men heard this, they almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Not only did they snatch their blissful flower, but they also looted all their property. Could they still be considered good people? It seemed that bandits were nothing more than this. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such shameless people. However, the two of them dared not speak out. They lowered their heads and ran outside as if they were running for their lives. Qin Feiyang walked to the pile of gold coins. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, Wait! Brother, what else do you want to do? We've given you all the gold coins. If you don't believe me, you can check our Qingkuan bags. The two of them had a long face and almost knelt down. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't be so nervous. I just want to ask, is there anything valuable around here? Valuable things? The two of them were taken aback and thought carefully. One of them said, There are a lot of valuable things, but it depends on the opportunity. Opportunity was equivalent to luck. Luck was a bit unreliable. Qin Feiyang asked, Do you have any ready-made ones? Brother, how can there be a free lunch in this world? The two of them smiled bitterly. One of them suddenly said, I thought of a place, but I don't know if you dare to go. Where? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That person said, 2 miles to the south there's a medicinal field. There are all kinds of strange flowers and herbs. If you have the ability, I guarantee that you'll become rich overnight. Medicinal field. Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted. He asked, how many strange flowers and herbs are there? That person thought for a while and said, about a few thousand. However, it's very dangerous there. I advise you not to go. Thank you. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang smiled and kept the gold coins. Then he brought Wolf King and ran towards the south. They really went there? That's the Pill Hall's medicinal field. Did they eat a leopard's guts? Isn't it better this way? If they anger the Pill Hall, they'll definitely die. So you purposely told them to send them to their deaths. Of course. The flower of bliss and our gold coins are not that easy to take away. However, why do I feel that the man looks a little familiar? Familiar? He does look a little familiar. I remember now. Isn't he Qin Feiyang on the wanted list? Damn it. He's worth 10,000 gold coins. Quickly chase after him. We can't let him go to the medicinal field. Otherwise, those stingy bastards from the Pill Hall will benefit. The two young men hurriedly ran out of the valley. However, with their speed, how could they catch up with them? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King had already disappeared without a trace. Inside a forest. Brother Wolf, medicinal fields usually belong to the Pill Hall or some big families. You have to be careful later. Qin Feiyang warned. As a prince, he knew some things like the back of his hand. When he heard the two words medicinal field, he already knew the motive of those two people. However, it didn't matter. As long as he knew in advance and took precautions, the danger wouldn't be that great. Moreover, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King climbed to the top of a mountain that was about 100 jiang high. Looking around, the mountains were overlapping and the ancient trees were verdant. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the mountain on the right. His eyes were shining. About 200 meters away, there was a piece of land that had been cultivated. Many strange flowers and herbs were neatly planted there. They swayed in the wind and emitted rays of light. It was as if they were waving at Qin Feiyang. That was the medicinal field. Beside it, there was a waterfall that flowed down. Even from afar, they could hear the sound of the waterfall. Around the medicinal field, there was a clear stream. Fishes could be seen swimming in the water. There's indeed a lot. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. When he was young, he read a lot of books. He more or less knew about all kinds of rare treasures. And that medicinal field, in addition to the medicinal herbs used to refine the body-tempering pill and the qi-gathering pill, there were also a few more precious medicinal herbs. Preliminarily, if he could loot this medicinal field, he would be able to get at least 5,000 gold coins. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. Because in the left corner of the medicinal field, there was a small wooden building. On the balcony, an old man in black was half lying on a chair. He was drinking wine and humming a tune while monitoring the situation of the medicinal field. This person's aura was unfathomable. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment. Thinking of luring the tiger away from the mountain, he said in a low voice, "Brother Wolf, howl with all your strength and see if you can lure him over." After saying that, he lay down in the grass. Awoo! Wolf King gathered his chi for a moment and let out a loud howl towards the medicinal field. It shocked everyone. Then, Wolf King was also lying in the forest. The old man in black frowned and looked at the top of the mountain where the man and the wolf were. A wolf cub dares to yell at this old man, "You're courting death." Although he didn't see Wolf King, he was full of killing intent. In the blink of an eye, a bright beam of light cut through the sky, carrying a terrifying destructive power, and shot towards the top of the mountain. It's battle chi. Brother Wolf, retreat. Qin Feiyang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly turned around and rushed down the mountain without looking back. Wolf King also didn't dare to be negligent. But before they could run down, the battle chi suddenly blasted towards the top of the mountain. Accompanied by a loud bang, the top of the mountain instantly split into pieces. Pieces of rocks of different sizes rolled towards the man and the wolf, crushing everything in their path. Bang bang bang. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King immediately used their true qi to continuously crush the rocks. They spent a lot of effort to escape from this place. But in the meantime. Chapter 42. A man and a wolf hid in a dense forest, gasping for breath. So close. Who would have thought that the old man in black was actually a terrifying war king? This was going to be difficult. After catching his breath, Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang with a questioning expression. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and then became silent. Luring the tiger away from the mountain was obviously not going to work. The other party was also a war king, they could not fight against him. What should he do to successfully obtain those medicinal herbs? After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang still couldn't think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Thus, he brought Wolf King around to the other side and hid on top of a mountain, closely monitoring the old man in black. A few hundred breaths passed. Wolf King turned to look at him with a trace of confusion in his eyes. There's no other way, we can only wait now. I don't believe that old man will stay in the medicine field forever. Qin Feiyang whispered. Wolf King nodded. Anyway, there was plenty of time. At worst, they could just keep waiting and find an opportunity to make a move. Another hour passed. A weak gurgling sound suddenly rang out. Qin Feiyang looked at Wolf King with a puzzled expression. Wolf King opened his mouth awkwardly. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Go, but don't make too much noise." He had been in seclusion in the castle for 10 days without a single drop of water. After leaving the castle, he had rushed to Black Bear City without stopping. Not to mention the Wolf King, even he felt a little hungry. Woo woo, Wolf King growled a few times as if warning Qin Feiyang to be careful, and then quietly retreated. Not only 50 breaths. Wolf King returned to Qin Feiyang's side. So fast. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King shook his head, stretched out his front foot, pointed at the foot of the mountain behind him and growled. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was at a loss. He said, "You might as well take me there." However, Wolf King did not descend the mountain. He turned around and stared at the dense forest below. Qin Feiyang also looked over, but he didn't find anything unusual. Just as he was about to ask, two figures suddenly walked out of the forest and entered his line of sight. Why are they here too? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The two of them were the two young men he had met in the valley. Could it be that they also want a share of the loot? A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He actually wanted to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was really courting death. Be gentle. Don't alarm that old thing. I know. I don't need you to remind me. But where is this Qin Feiyang hiding? There are so many places to hide here. God knows where he is. Let's go up and have a look. The two of them discussed in a low voice while climbing towards the top of the mountain where Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were. How do they know my name? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wolf King turned his head to look at him as if asking him, "What should I do?" After pondering for a while, a cold smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. He took out the flower of bliss and planted it in the soil. Then he covered up his tracks a little and slid down the other side of the mountain with the Wolf King. Come with me. After entering the dense forest below, Qin Feiyang took Wolf King and rushed towards the waterfall. After a dozen breaths, Qin Feiyang hid behind the bushes beside the waterfall and looked at the top of the mountain. Wolf King looked at him in confusion. I want to use the blissful flower as bait to make the two young men fight and lure the old man in black away. Qin Feiyang explained in a low voice. The only thing he was worried about was that the two of them would hold back because they were afraid of the old man in black and wait until they left this area to fight. This meant that his plan had failed. Of course, the failure of the plan did not mean that he would lose the blissful flower, because he could snatch it from the two of them again. At this time, the two young men finally climbed to the top of the mountain. The intoxicating fragrance of the flowers immediately assailed their nostrils. It smells so good. It's the blissful flower. At the same time, the two of them saw the blissful flower. One of them was about to pounce on it. Jianghu, don't rush. The other person hurriedly shouted. Don't rush? Jianghu was stunned and sneered. Mu Fei, do you still want to snatch it from me? What a pig. Mu Fei secretly despised him and said in a deep voice, if we fight here and alarm that old thing, not to mention the blissful flower, we might not even be able to keep our lives. Heard it? Jianghu couldn't help but feel scared and asked, then what do you think we should do? Mu Fei said, pick it first and after we leave here we'll fight again. Jianghu thought for a moment and nodded, okay, but we have to make it clear who will keep the blissful flower. Anyway, I don't feel at ease letting you keep it. Mu Fei raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, as long as you promise me that you won't mess around here, I'll let you keep it. Okay, I promise I won't mess around. Jianghu readily agreed. However, he was sneering in his heart. When it entered his pocket, there was no way he would take it out again. Mu Fei said, go and pick it. Jianghu slowly crawled towards the blissful flower. The closer he got to it, the brighter the smile on his face. But at this time, Mu Fei's mouth pursed into a mocking smile. Whoosh! Suddenly, He was like an awakened poisonous snake, suddenly leaping out and mercilessly kicking Jiang Wei's butt. Jiang Wei let out a painful howl on the spot, missing the blissful flower. Like a rubber ball, he rolled towards the stream below. Who the hell do you think you are, to actually want to fight with me? You really don't know what's good for you. Mu Fei sneered and grabbed the blissful flower. You actually dare to come here and behave atrociously? Get back here and die. The old man in black suddenly got up and looked towards the top of the mountain, his eyes cold and piercing. Go to hell, old thing. Mu Fei cursed and turned to run down the mountain and into the forest. At the same time, accompanied by a thump, Jiang Wei fell into the stream. The medicine field was just across the stream. Mu Fei, I'm going to kill you. With a roar, he quickly climbed ashore and reached the top of the mountain with a few jumps. Seeing that Mu Fei had already entered the forest below, he hurriedly chased after him. He had been blinded by anger and completely forgot about the old man in black. Looking at the old man in black again. He stood at the edge of the terrace, his face gloomy, his hands clenched, cracking non-stop. After being ignored by Mu Fei and Jiang Wei, he was also angry. However, he didn't chase after the two of them. Qin Feiyang, who was hiding beside the waterfall, couldn't help but frown. It seemed that it was more difficult than he thought to lure this old man away. Mu Fei, if you don't leave the blissful flower behind today, I swear I won't give up. Jiang Wei's angry roar came from afar. Blissful flower? The old man in black's body shook and he jumped up with all his strength, as if he had transformed into an eagle. His feet didn't touch the ground as he crossed the medicine field and the stream, quickly reaching the top of the mountain and glancing at the forest below. Haha, if you want to leave, you'll have to leave the blissful flower behind. He smiled coldly, his battle aura gushing out, turning into a stream of light, directly rushing into the forest and disappearing. Brother Wolf, the chance is here, quick. Qin Feiyang laughed. A man and a wolf, like hungry tigers coming down the mountain, quickly ran into the medicine field. Without a second word, they crazily looted the herbs. Although there were many twists and turns, they finally tricked the old man away. Humph, you still want the blissful flower, dream on? In the forest, Mu Fei sneered. That old man is here too. His expression changed and he glanced ahead. 100 meters away there was a group of rocks, wild grass and shrubs. 50 meters away there was a rapid river. He used all his strength, quickly ran into the group of rocks, carefully hiding. Not long after, Jiang Wei also ran over in a panic. Behind him, the old man in black closed in quickly, full of murderous intent. Damn it, I actually forgot about him. Mu Fei, just you wait, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Jiang Wei cursed and ran to the riverside. Without hesitation he jumped down and disappeared in an instant. The old man in black chased to the river, looking at the rushing river, his gloomy face was almost dripping water. Consider yourself lucky. After a long time he said coldly, turned around and rushed towards the medicine field. Compared to the blissful flower, the medicine field was more important. There couldn't be any mistakes. However, when he returned to the medicine field he was dumbfounded. Where were the herbs? Why did they all disappear? Not good. It must have been a diversion just now. Two little bastards, I'm going to kill you. He roared, carrying monstrous anger, and chased after Mu Fei and Jiang Wei again. But he didn't notice that as soon as he left, a man and a wolf appeared out of thin air. It was Wolf King and Qin Feiyang. Wolf King looked at the top of the mountain, his eyes full of sarcasm. Brother Wolf, let's go. Although Mu Fei and Jiang Wei are now scapegoats, if we are caught they will definitely sell us out. While we haven't attracted attention, let's hurry to Black Bear City and sell these herbs. Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King grinned, his eyes full of sinister laughter. Whoosh. Chapter 43. Black Bear City. There were 4 city gates. There was a wanted poster at each city gate. Anyone who passed by would take a few curious glances. 10,000 gold coins. Who on earth is this Qin Feiyang? It's actually so valuable? This was the most discussed topic in Black Bear City. When the sun set in the west, Qin Feiyang finally walked out of the jungle and entered a flat road alone, walking towards the north gate. As for the Wolf King, it definitely couldn't enter the city, so Qin Feiyang let it hide in the castle for the time being. Walking on the road. At first, Qin Feiyang didn't feel anything. But gradually, he found that the atmosphere was a little strange. The passers-by he met all looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. And they were all following behind him. They seemed to be a little unfriendly. People. More and more. But no one said a word. They all stared at Qin Feiyang as if they were staring at a piece of delicious cake. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he stopped. The crowd behind him also stopped in unison. Some people even put their hands on the weapons at their waist. An atmosphere of mutual hostility quickly spread in this place. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and continued to walk towards the north gate without saying a word. The crowd behind him also slowly followed. Qin Feiyang came to the city gate. The guards on both sides of the city gate saw him and their faces became extremely serious. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang was confused. Just as he was about to enter the city, his eyes suddenly locked on the wanted poster next to him. There was a portrait on the wanted poster. Wasn't that him? Under the portrait there were a few lines of big words. This person's name is Qin Feiyang. He kills people like flies and is unforgivable. Anyone who cuts off his head will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Next to him, there was also a big red seal. King Yin of Yen County. Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue. He was actually wanted. Furthermore, it was a warrant issued by the King of Yen, the Lord of the County of Yen himself. All the doubts in his heart were instantly resolved. No wonder Mu Fei and the other two knew his name. How could these people be so strange? Now he was equivalent to a pile of glittering gold coins. Anyone who saw him would be envious. Prince of Yen, he clenched his fists tightly and stared at the seal, his eyes filled with a strong cold light. Needless to say, Lin Han must have asked the King of Yen to issue the arrest warrant after he returned to the capital. The dignified royal family actually issued an arrest warrant without any investigation. This was truly absurd and laughable. It was time for such an unbearable royal family to disappear. But now he didn't have the ability to do so. The most important thing right now was to escape. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "Why haven't you made a move yet? Are you not confident?" The crowd was silent. Indeed, it was because they lacked confidence. Even though Zhang Xian looked young, the fact that he was wanted by the royal family was enough to prove that he possessed extraordinary strength. Therefore, no one wanted to be the first to stand out. Qin Feiyang smirked and suddenly turned around. The crowd behind him immediately retreated a few steps in panic. Clang clang. At the same time they unsheathed their swords. "Don't let him leave. There are so many of us. We can drown him with a mouthful of saliva from each of us. Don't be afraid." Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to escape, the few guards immediately shouted, "Let's see who dares to block the way today." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and strode forward with large strides. The crowd kept retreating. No one dared to make a move. "Why are you still hesitating? Kill him with me." Seeing this, one of the guards roared and raised the broadsword in his hand, slashing at Qin Feiyang's back. The other guards immediately swarmed forward as well. Qin Feiyang snorted and suddenly turned around. Chang Shui appeared in a flash. Clang. The broadswords broke on the spot. Qin Feiyang threw a few punches at lightning speed. Ah! The guards screamed in pain and smashed into the wall behind them like meteorites. They spat out blood and their faces were pale. "He's so strong." Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd turned pale with fright. Those guards were all one-star martial masters. But in front of this guy they didn't even have the strength to fight back. His head is worth 10,000 gold coins. What are you waiting for? Let's work together and kill him. We'll divide the 10,000 gold coins equally. The two guards roared. Kill. Men die for wealth. Birds die for food. Under the temptation of the gold coins, the surrounding crowd finally waved their knives at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. With the Chang Shui in his hand, he was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Wherever he went, blood splattered in the sky. In less than 3 breaths, he tore open a gap and left the encirclement. More than a dozen people were lying on the ground, wailing. "Don't let him escape." The rest of the people swarmed towards Qin Feiyang. "I advise you, it's best to have some self-awareness." Qin Feiyang coldly dropped these words. Then he used the shifting smoke steps and entered the forest without looking back. He quickly disappeared without a trace. "Find him." The crowd also followed into the forest. What happened? At this moment, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man walked out of Black Bear City and looked at the guards in confusion. "Captain, Qin Feiyang has appeared. He escaped into the forest. Everyone chase after him." A few guards hurriedly said. "Qin Feiyang." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes burst out with a strong cold light. He said, "You guys stay here and guard. Don't let anyone suspicious go." "Yes." A few guards said respectfully. Then the middle-aged man ran towards the forest. However, they were destined to not gain anything. because after Qin Feiyang ran into the forest, he entered the castle. Black Bear City has a warrant for arrest. The other cities must also have a warrant for arrest. It seems that I won't be able to move an inch in the Yen County in the future. Qin Feiyang stood beside Wolf King with a gloomy expression. Oh. Wolf King growled as if asking what should I do next. If he couldn't enter the city, the medicinal herbs he looted wouldn't be of any use. Don't worry, there must be a way. Qin Feiyang comforted him and muttered to himself, if only there was an illusory form pill. The illusory form pill could change a person's appearance. But where could he find the illusory form pill in this wilderness? You stay here, I'll go out and take a look. Qin Feiyang reminded Wolf King, then left the castle and appeared in the forest. Following that, he hid here and there, came to the edge of the forest and looked towards the city gate. A large number of people were swarming out of the city, and their target was the forest he was in. It seems that the news of my appearance has already spread in Black Bear City. Qin Feiyang was about to turn around and leave. But suddenly, he found two familiar figures in the crowd that was pouring out of the city. Why are they in Black Bear City? Qin Feiyang muttered. The two of them were Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black jumped out of the city and landed on the city wall. His entire body was emitting golden battle qi. Standing there, he was obviously particularly dazzling. War King. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. At the same time, Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang are also frowned. They stood under the city wall and looked up at the man. The middle-aged man was like a king, scanning the forest in front of him. His sharp gaze made people tremble. Suddenly, he saw Qin Feiyang standing at the edge. In his eyes, a monstrous killing intent suddenly emerged. Little bastard, you're here. He smiled coldly and directly jumped down from the city wall. His feet did not touch the ground and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. There's actually a war king, you guys really think highly of me. Qin Feiyang sneered and turned around to enter the forest without looking back. Everyone near the city gate also looked over and happened to see Qin Feiyang's back view. Suddenly, they seemed to have eaten stimulants and rushed toward the forest. It's really him. Isn't he a little too bold? Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang looked at each other, their beautiful brows sinking deeper and deeper. Zhao Shuang asked in a low voice, Sister Qingzhu, do you want to help him? Luo Qingzhu hesitated. Helping Qin Feiyang was the same as going against Swallow City's Lin family. No, there was also the royal family now. If they were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the Lin family and the royal family did not dare to kill her openly, they could send people to assassinate her. At that time, it would be impossible to guard against. Help him one more time, but we definitely can't let the Lin family know. Luo Qingzhu said in a low voice. Zhao Shuang nodded. The two of them also walked into the forest one after another. Whether it was temperament or appearance, they were outstanding. No matter where they went, they were a beautiful scenery. But at this moment, no one paid attention to them. They were all looking for Qin Feiyang. They were also looking for him. However, after searching for a few hundred meters, they could not find Qin Feiyang. Moreover, there was no news from other places. It felt like Qin Feiyang had disappeared from the face of the earth. Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang returned to the edge of the forest. At the edge, there was no one to be seen. It was quiet. Everyone thought that Qin Feiyang had escaped into the depths of the forest, so they all went to the depths of the forest to look for him. The two women stood beside a big tree and scanned the forest in front of them, their brows furrowed. With so many people entering the forest and even a war king, even a fly should be found. Where was this guy hiding? Night fell. The forest fell into darkness. However, no one left. They held torches and searched everywhere, as if they would not give up until they found him. Luo Qingzhu said, he must have escaped into the mountains. Let's go back to the city first and come back tomorrow morning to take a look. Zhao Shuang nodded. Two beauties, are you looking for me? But just as the two of them turned around, a faint laughter came from the leaves above. The two of them were stunned and looked up. Immediately they saw a black shadow pushing aside the branches, jumping down and landing steadily on the ground. Who else could he be but Qin Feiyang? You've been hiding up there? Luo Qingzhu and Luo Qingzhu looked at him in shock. Qin Feiyang laughed. If I had been hiding up there, I would have been discovered long ago. At first he was hiding in the castle. When there were no more footsteps, he ran out and hid in a big tree nearby, looking for an opportunity to enter the city. Chapter 44. Then where are you hiding? Zhao Shuang looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. It was incredible that he could avoid the pursuit of the warlord. But Qin Feiyang did not dwell on this issue. He smiled and said, "Beauties, we are old friends. Can you do me a little favor?" "Old friends?" The two women's eyes suddenly widened. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It was a slip of the tongue. "Actually, I wanted to say that we are old friends." Seeing this, the two women really could not tell. Was Qin Feiyang deliberately flirting with them? Or was it really a slip of the tongue? Cough cough. Qin Feiyang became more and more embarrassed. He coughed and hurriedly changed the topic. "You have seen my current situation. If I don't change my appearance, it will be difficult to survive in the county of Yen," Luo Qingzhu said. "So, you want us to help you find a phantom elixir?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You are really smart." Luo Qingzhu nodded and said, "Okay, but you can't tell anyone about this." "You agreed just like that?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Wasn't it too easy?" Zhao Shuang'er said, "In fact, we are here to help you. Because we all know that you are wronged." Qin Feiyang was rather surprised and he said gratefully, "Thank you, young missus. I, Qin Feiyang, will forever remember this kindness in my heart, and I will absolutely not mention this matter to anyone else." Luo Qingzhu smiled and took out a jade box from her cosmos bag. She handed it to Qin Feiyang and said, "There is what you want in here." Qin Feiyang hurriedly opened the jade box. A pure white, flawless pill entered his line of sight. It was indeed the phantom elixir. Luo Qingzhu smiled and said, "This phantom elixir was originally reserved for my life-saving use. Since you need it, I will give it to you. But remember, from now on, you owe me a favor." The phantom elixir was indeed a good way to save one's life, because it was difficult for others to recognize a stranger's face. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang looked at her gratefully, took out the illusory form pill, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Then, something amazing happened. Qin Feiyang's face twisted rapidly. In less than 5 breaths, a completely unfamiliar face appeared in front of Luo Qingzhu and Luo Qingzhu. Qin Feiyang still had the appearance of a young man, but he looked a little pale and had the aura of a scholar. Zhao Shuang'er took out a mirror and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the mirror and looked at it carefully. He nodded and smiled, "Not bad, not bad. This way I can enter the city openly. By the way, why are you in Black Bear City?" Qin Feiyang returned the mirror to Zhao Shuang'er and looked at the two suspiciously. Luo Qingzhu smiled and said, "My uncle lives in Black Bear City. Since it's on the way, I decided to pay him a visit." "On the way?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Judging from her tone, Luo Qingzhu didn't seem to like this so-called uncle very much. But this was someone else's family matter and he couldn't be bothered. Zhao Shuang'er said, "Qin Feiyang, you have to be careful now. Don't expose yourself. The warlord who is chasing you is from the Lin family of Yen City. And according to our sources, there are people from the Lin family in every city in the county of Yen." Luo Qingzhu added, "We came to Black Bear City this morning. Your arrest warrant was issued yesterday, so we went to ask around." Such a big lineup. These bastards really think highly of me. Qin Feiyang sneered. Whoosh. At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Qin Feiyang looked over and his expression was slightly stunned. Then a trace of playfulness crept up on his face. The person who came was the old man in black who was guarding the herb field. Mu Fei and Jianghu were also there. But at this moment, the two of them had bruises all over their bodies. They were like two injured chicks. The old man in black held one in each hand. "Cousin." Qin Feiyang was secretly laughing at his misfortune. But suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the side. "What?" He was extremely shocked. He turned his head to look at Luo Qingzhu and asked, "Who is your cousin?" Luo Qingzhu pointed at Jianghu. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Jianghu was Luo Qingzhu's cousin? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? "Cousin? Why are you here?" "Cousin, save me." When Jianghu saw Luo Qingzhu, he was a little surprised at first. Then he asked her for help. The old man in black also looked at Luo Qingzhu. A trace of surprise flashed past his eyes, but he didn't say a word. He directly swept past the three of them. "Cousin, I beg you. If I'm brought to the pill hall, even if I don't die, I will lose a layer of skin." Jianghu anxiously shouted. Luo Qingzhu knitted her brows tightly. In the end, she sighed and looked at the old man in black. She said, "Senior, please wait." The old man in black stopped and turned his head to look at Luo Qingzhu. He said gloomily, "Luo Qingzhu, this old man knows that your identity isn't simple. But this time Jianghu got into big trouble. Even you might not be able to save him." "May I ask, Senior, what's so serious?" Luo Qingzhu frowned. The old man in black said, he and Mu Fei robbed all the medicinal herbs in my pill hall's medicinal field. Do you think it's serious? What? Luo Qingzhu's expression changed. She angrily scolded, cousin, how can you do such a thing? Jiang Wei hurriedly said, I'm innocent. Mu Fei and I were used by someone. Mu Fei also quickly said, yes. It's Qin Feiyang and that damn wolf. But no matter how we explain, this bastard old man just doesn't believe us. Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang looked at each other. They couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stood straight. His face was calm and he didn't look guilty at all. Seeing this, Jiang Wei was so anxious that he almost peed his pants. He urged, cousin, what's the use of looking at him? Quickly help me think of a way. I'm really innocent. However, he didn't know that the person his cousin was looking at right now was the culprit. Luo Qingzhu regained her senses and looked at the old man in black. She bowed and said, Senior, I know my cousin's personality very well. He definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Can you please be magnanimous? This matter hasn't been investigated clearly. I can't hand him over to you. After the old man in black finished speaking, he turned around and flew towards the city. As for Qin Feiyang, he had only taken a glance at him from start to finish. After watching the old man in black leave, Luo Qingzhu turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. She said angrily, you're too daring. Do you know what you're doing? Qin Feiyang, you're really unwise this time. The threat of the Yin City's Lin family hasn't been dealt with yet. Now you've offended the Pill Palace. You're really... Sigh, I don't even know what to say to you. Zhao Shuang shook her head and sighed. I didn't do anything. Don't accuse a good person. Qin Feiyang said with an innocent face. Anyway, he wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. You're a good person? The two girls were angry and amused at the same time. You're on your own. Luo Qingzhu coldly said before she quickly left. Qin Feiyang asked in a low voice, Lady Shuang, is Luo Qingzhu not on good terms with her uncle's family? There seems to be some conflict. However, I don't know the details. Zhao Shuang shook her head. Qin Feiyang said, then why are you with her? Zhao Shuang smiled and said, I want to enter the martial imperial palace in the Star Moon City. That's why I asked her for help. She's a good person. She agreed to help me without any hesitation. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. The Martial Imperial Palace's examination is much stricter than the Martial Arts Hall. Whether you can pass or not is another matter. With your talent, you can definitely do it. Thank you. The two chatted as they walked towards the city gate. When they were about to reach the city gate, Zhao Shuang said in a low voice, although you've changed your appearance, you still need to disguise yourself when you sell those herbs. Otherwise, you'll arouse suspicion. I don't have any herbs. What can I use to sell them? Why don't you give me some? Qin Feiyang said. You're so dishonest. Zhao Shuang rolled her eyes at him. Then she turned around and walked into the city, leaving Qin Feiyang with her beautiful back view. She disappeared into the crowd. This little girl, she's quite scheming. She actually wants to trick me, but she's still a little inexperienced. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly. However, what Zhao Shuang said made sense. It was indeed necessary to cover it up. Moreover, he couldn't buy them all at once. He had to sell them in several batches. Arriving in front of the city gate, Qin Feiyang glanced at the wanted poster and entered the city in a grandiose manner. He found a very ordinary restaurant to stay for the time being because he had no money in his pocket. For the current him, he could only look up to the high-end, grand and high-class restaurants. He rested for a night. The next morning, Qin Feiyang went to buy a cloak and a set of black clothes. After dressing up a little, he entered the Black Bear City's treasure pavilion and successfully sold the first batch of herbs. He earned 2,100 gold coins. However, these 2,100 gold coins he exchanged them for chi-gathering pills on the spot. A total of 1,000. In the next few days, Qin Feiyang had been hiding in the castle, copying the second stroke of the word return. 3 days later, on the iron book, a ray of light suddenly bloomed. The second stroke was finally completed. Boom. His realm also broke through and he became a 3-star martial master. Uncle Yuan, thank you for giving me this treasure. Qin Feiyang muttered. At this rate, he didn't need to cultivate at all. As long as he copied every day, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. However, the consumption of chi-gathering pills made his heart ache. 1,000 chi-gathering pills, he and Wolf King each took half. Wolf King still had 300 pills left, but he had already used them all. Gold coins, oh gold coins, why are you so useless? Chapter 45. Although the weather was hot, the streets of Black Bear City were still bustling with noise. Qin Feiyang walked among the crowd and listened carefully. Gradually, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Although 3 days had passed, the most talked about topic was still him. Moreover, there were still many people who didn't give up and formed teams to look for him in the mountains outside the city. As for Mu Fei and Jianghu, after a round of interrogation and investigation by the higher-ups of the Pill Palace, they were proven to be innocent and were released. Now all the spearheads were pointed at Qin Feiyang. The Battle King of Yan City's Lin family had received an order from Lin Han to find Qin Feiyang no matter what. However, other than Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang, no one knew that Qin Feiyang had already sneaked into the city. Take your time to find him. When I step into the Battle King and activate my battle soul, it will be the time of your death. Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. 5 years ago, he was known as a monster that only appeared once every 10,000 years. And now, not only did he have the 6 words divine formula, he also broke through the warrior realm and opened the first level of the door of potential. He had been reborn. Whether it was talent or potential, he was better than before. Plus, his foundation was still there. As long as he had enough resources, he was confident that he would be able to return to being a 9-star martial master in half a year. Or even go one step further. The most important thing now was resources. Qin Feiyang put away his distracting thoughts and quickly rushed to the treasure pavilion. When he arrived near the treasure pavilion, he found a dark alley. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out a cloak and black clothes from his Chengkuan bag and slightly disguised himself. Then he strode into the treasure pavilion. He wore a cloak and black clothes. This outfit made him look very mysterious. As soon as he walked into the treasure pavilion, he attracted a lot of curious gazes. However, when a woman in red saw Qin Feiyang, her eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly greeted him and bowed. "Lord, you're here again." 3 days ago, when Qin Feiyang came to sell the first batch of herbs, it was this woman who received him. Qin Feiyang said in a low and hoarse voice, "Sir, please follow me." The red-clothed woman hurriedly led the way and brought Qin Feiyang to a small room. This was the place to receive important guests. The woman in red smiled and said, "Sir, I'll go prepare some tea for you. Please wait for a moment." "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Drink tea?" He didn't have the time for that. The woman in red was stunned for a moment before she asked, "Sir, are you here today to buy it? Or are you going to sell it?" So, Qin Feiyang took out his Chengkuan bag and poured out a large pile of medicinal herbs. "There are still so many?" The red-clothed woman was shocked. The transaction 3 days ago had given her a fright. However, she did not expect that there would be so many medicinal herbs. Who exactly was this mysterious man? Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "Count them quickly." "Yes, yes, yes." The woman in red quivered and hurriedly squatted on the ground. As she counted, she asked, "My lord, do you still want to exchange for qi-gathering pills this time?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You're really a man of few words." The woman in red murmured and was quite puzzled. Didn't he just exchange for 1,000 pills 3 days ago? Why did he change again? Did this man eat qi-gathering pills as if they were his meals? However, having been in the treasure pavilion for a few years, she also knew what to ask and what not to ask. Half an hour passed. The woman in red finally finished counting. After careful calculation, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "My lord, these medicinal herbs are worth 1,500 gold coins. You're now a big customer of the treasure pavilion. This time I'll sell you the qi-gathering pills according to the market price. There are 750 pills in total. If you don't have any objections, I'll go and get them for you now." "Thank you," Qin Feiyang said lightly. However, his brows, which were covered by the cloak, were frowning at this moment. To copy the first stroke, 500 qi-gathering pills were consumed. To copy the second stroke, 2,000 qi-gathering pills were consumed, which was 4 times the cost of the first stroke. If the third stroke was also 4 times the cost, then he had to prepare 8,000 qi-gathering pills. 750 pieces was a long way from 8,000 pieces. "I'll just sell them all at once." Qin Feiyang made up his mind. At this time, the woman in red put away all the medicinal herbs and turned to walk outside. "Wait." Qin Feiyang reached out and said, "My lord, what can I do for you?" The woman in red looked back at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang took out his Chengkuan bag and poured out the rest of the medicinal herbs. Most of these medicinal herbs were relatively rare and should be able to be sold at a good price. As for the woman in red, she was completely dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang said, Help me exchange these for chi-gathering pills. Okay. The woman in red nodded repeatedly. Today she really met a super big customer. After counting, she was extremely excited. She got up and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "My lord, this batch of medicinal herbs is worth 3,000 gold coins in total, equivalent to 1,500 chi-gathering pills." Qin Feiyang said, "Bring me the chi-gathering pills immediately." After the woman in red put away the medicinal herbs, she quickly walked out of the room. 2,000, 1,500, 3,000 gold coins. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. Originally, he thought that these medicinal herbs could only be sold for 5,000 gold coins, but he did not expect that they would be sold for 6,600 gold coins. Looting the medicinal field, money came quickly. It seemed that he had to inquire about whether there were any other medicinal fields near Black Bear City. After dozens of breaths, the woman in red returned to the room and handed Qin Feiyang a Chengkuan bag. "Goodbye." Qin Feiyang did not count it and directly put it in his arms. After saying goodbye, he quickly left the treasure pavilion. But there was a big man in black sneakily following behind him. After a while, Qin Feiyang once again walked into the alley. As he was about to take off his cloak, he suddenly turned around to look. The black-clothed man was standing in the crowd outside the alley, looking around. When he saw Qin Feiyang looking over, he didn't show the slightest bit of panic. He looked around as if nothing had happened, then turned around and left. "Uncle Yuan is right, but no matter who you face, you have to be careful." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Without a doubt. He sold large quantities of medicinal herbs, which had attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the treasure pavilion. But it didn't matter. Anyway, this was the last time. He quickly took off his cloak, took off his black clothes, used the smoke-gathering steps, ran to the other side of the alley and soon disappeared without a trace. At this time, the man in black turned back and saw that Qin Feiyang had disappeared. He hurriedly ran into the alley and looked around. Was I discovered by him just now? It seems that this person is not simple. The man in black frowned. He quickly returned to the treasure pavilion and entered a luxurious room. A middle-aged man in purple was sitting beside the tea table, drinking tea. When he saw the man in black, he asked, "How was it? Did you see his true face?" The man in black bowed and said, "I am useless. I was discovered by him. Please punish me, pavilion master." Crack. The man in purple clenched his fist. A trace of hostility appeared in his eyes, and the teacup in his hand instantly shattered. The man in black hurriedly knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. However, the man in purple pondered for a while, and suddenly let go of his hand. He said indifferently, "Forget it. A person who has so many medicinal herbs is definitely not an ordinary person. It is pardonable that you were discovered. You can leave now." "Thank you, pavilion master, for your mercy." The man in black thanked him, bowed and left the room. At the same time, the man in purple closed his eyes. No one knew what he was doing. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a trace of playfulness appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's not that easy to get away. I'd like to see just who you are. Are you the one who robbed the pill hall's medicinal field?" He muttered to himself, got up and left the room. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer and directly returned to the restaurant. After returning, he remembered that he forgot to ask the treasure pavilion if they had beast spirit pills. However, when he thought of the price of beast spirit pills, he felt helpless. Beast spirit pills were not only expensive but also rare. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were priceless. So, generally speaking, the treasure pavilion wouldn't sell them. They would only auction them. The highest bidder would get it. In the imperial capital, the starting price of a beast spirit pill was 100,000 gold coins. After some competition, it could rise to hundreds of thousands or even millions. This was simply an astronomical figure for him. However, he had promised Wolf King that he would get him a beast spirit pill. Moreover, he wanted to get one as soon as possible. When he got along with Wolf King, he wouldn't have to guess anymore. What should he do? Qin Feiyang sat beside the tea table, frowning. What could he do to earn more gold coins? Alchemy. Suddenly, his eyes shone brightly. Only by learning alchemy and becoming an alchemist would he have an endless supply of gold coins. Just like the batch of medicinal herbs that he sold. If he refined them into pills, the gold coins he sold them for would at least double. However, it wasn't easy to become an alchemist. First of all, he had to have extraordinary mental strength. Second, he needed alchemy fire. Third, he needed a pill formula. Only by fulfilling all the above conditions would he have the chance to become an alchemist. Although Qin Feiyang knew the basics, he didn't know anything about other aspects. This was because when he was in the imperial capital, he was immersed in martial arts. He didn't touch alchemy at all. After all, at that time he could get whatever he wanted. Why would he need to refine pills himself? It was simply a waste of time. However, it was different now. He had to find a way out now. I might as well go to the pill hall first and see if my mental strength is qualified. He did as he said. Qin Feiyang got up and walked towards the door. Creak. However, the door was pushed open first. Chapter 46. An expert. Qin Feiyang stopped and stared at the purple-clothed man. His pupils shrunk. After the purple-clothed man entered, he looked at the layout of the room and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled faintly and said, "Qin Feiyang, you really know how to hide." What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. However, the next moment, he was like a frightened little rabbit as he scanned the room in bewilderment and asked, "Where is Qin Feiyang?" A cold light flashed in the purple-clothed man's eyes. He said faintly, "Aren't you Qin Feiyang? Who is this person? Does he really know my identity?" A thought flashed across Qin Feiyang's mind. He turned around and looked at the purple-clothed man. He said in a panic, "Senior, Qin Feiyang is a wanted criminal of the royal family. You can't say such things." "Am I saying such things?" the purple-clothed man asked. "Aren't you?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "Kid, you're smart but you can't hide from me." The purple-clothed man revealed a mocking look. Qin Feiyang said anxiously, "Senior, I'm really not Qin Feiyang. There's a picture of him on the wanted poster. You can go and take a look. I don't look like him at all. In this world there's something called the illusory form pill," the purple-clothed man said faintly. He walked to the side of the tea table and sat on the chair. He looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. "Damn it. Did Zhao Shuang-er and Luo Qingzhu betray me?" Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with murderous intent. No. This person's aura was unfathomable. He was definitely a battle king. If he was sure that Qin Feiyang was Qin Feiyang, would he still talk so much nonsense with him? Obviously not. He would definitely capture him on the spot. However, this person kept asking him questions. It was obvious that he was testing him. At this moment, his face sank. He faced the purple-clothed man and cupped his hands. "Senior, I know you're powerful. However, you can't accuse a good person." "Would the person who robbed the pill hall's medicinal field be a good person?" the purple-robed man sneered. "It seems like you've already determined that I'm Qin Feiyang. Since that's the case, I won't waste my time talking nonsense. I'll go to the Dan Palace now and ask the people there to verify my identity. When they find out that I'm not Qin Feiyang, I hope that Senior can publicly apologize to me." Qin Feiyang said word by word. After saying that, he turned around angrily and walked out. Even this didn't work. Looks like he really isn't Qin Feiyang. The purple-clothed man's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, "Little brother, don't be angry. I was just joking with you earlier." Our pavilion. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. There was only one kind of person who would call himself the owner of this pavilion, and that was the owner of the precious treasure pavilion. But didn't he shake off the black-clothed man earlier? How did he find this place? He stopped and turned around to look at the purple-clothed man. He said, "Senior, although you're the owner of the precious treasure pavilion, you shouldn't joke around like this. If someone heard what you said just now, do you know how much trouble it would bring to this junior?" Yes. The purple-clothed man nodded and smiled. "It's my fault. I hope you can forgive me. How should I address you, little brother?" "This junior is Jianghu." Qin Feiyang said a name without hesitation. Jianghu? The purple-clothed man frowned. Why hadn't he heard of this name before? With so many medicinal ingredients, he should at least have some reputation. The purple-clothed man said, "May I ask where you live? What are your parents' names?" "What does this mean? Are you investigating me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I'm just curious. Please tell me the truth." The purple-clothed man smiled. Although he said it politely, it was obvious that he was forcing Jianghu. "Although I'm not a member of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, I still know a thing or two about the Precious Treasure Pavilion's rules. First, don't ask about the guest's origin. Second, don't ask about the origin of things. Third, don't follow the guest. Senior, as the pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, shouldn't you set an example? Why do you want to test the law?" Qin Feiyang said. The purple-clothed man raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "I didn't expect you to know the rules of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. But in Black Bear City I have the final say. If I want you to answer, you have to answer." Qin Feiyang said, "Then you'd better kill me." Otherwise, I'll definitely go to Yen City and ask the chief pavilion master of the Yen County if you, a pavilion master, can really cover the sky with one hand? You're courting death. The purple-clothed man suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing coldly. You're the one courting death. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Two girls came into the room side by side. It was Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang. Why are you here? Qin Feiyang frowned. Greetings, miss. The purple-clothed man shuddered and hurriedly bowed. What? Miss? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Zhao Shuang smiled playfully and said, You still don't know, right? Sister Qingzhu is the daughter of the chief pavilion master of the Yen County. Qin Feiyang was shocked. 9 states and 18 counties. Every county had 4 magnates. They were the county king, the chief hall master of the pill hall, the chief hall master of the martial arts hall, and the chief pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion. The 4 giants each had their own duties and were on equal footing. Luo Qingzhu's father, as the chief pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion of the Yen County, naturally had a high status. It was no wonder that the old man guarding the herb field had to be polite to Luo Qingzhu. It turned out that she had such a powerful background. Luo Qingzhu's face was cold as she looked at the purple-clothed man and said, I just heard you say that you're in charge here? Blah. The purple-clothed man directly knelt on the ground and begged, Miss, I was wrong. I will definitely change. Please don't tell the chief pavilion master, okay? Luo Qingzhu said, What about my friend? The purple-clothed man hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, Brother Hao Yin, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Please forgive my ignorance and foolishness. It's not that simple. You wanted to kill me just now. Qin Feiyang said meaningfully. The purple-clothed man immediately understood and said, I'll solemnly apologize to you. What do you think? Since you're so sincere, I'll forgive you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Miss, what do you think? The purple-clothed man turned to look at Luo Qingzhu. Since the person involved doesn't want to pursue the matter, I'll let it go. You're on your own. Luo Qingzhu said expressionlessly. Thank you, Mississippi. The purple-clothed man was overjoyed. He hurriedly got up and left the room, closing the door. But before he closed the door, he gave Qin Feiyang a meaningful look. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the 2 girls. He shook his head and sighed, I'm a man of indomitable spirit. I've actually been saved by you 2 girls twice. It's really shameful. What's wrong with girls? Are you looking down on us? Zhao Shuang glared at him unhappily. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said respectfully, I wouldn't dare. One of you is a genius girl, and the other is the Miss of Treasure Pavilion. I'll have to rely on you to take care of me in the future. Glib tongue. The 2 of them rolled their eyes at him. Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, Why are you looking for me? Luo Qingzhu said, We'll be going to Star Moon City later. We want to ask you if you want to come with us? What? Qin Feiyang scratched his head and looked at them in confusion. He grinned and said, Don't tell me you both like me. Like you? Why don't you look in the mirror? The 2 girls immediately rolled their eyes. Without saying a word, they turned around and left. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was startled and became even more puzzled. Oh, so that's how it is. So, he reacted. The reason why these 2 girls invited him to Star Moon City was probably because they wanted to take care of him at a critical moment. Thank you. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I really can't go to this Star Moon City. Qin Feiyang muttered. Zhao Shuang and Luo Qingzhu had already helped him twice. He didn't want to trouble them again. Most importantly, his future path was filled with danger. The closer they were to him, the more dangerous it would be for the 2 of them. At this time, the purple-clothed man returned to the room and said with a flattering smile, Brother Hao Yin, you really scared me to death. Why didn't you say so earlier that you and the miss knew each other? Qin Feiyang sorted out his emotions and said with a fake smile, If I had said it earlier, wouldn't I not have been able to see your true face? The purple-clothed man laughed embarrassedly and said, Brother Hao Yin, give me that universe bag. Universe bag? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. It's the universe bag that contains the chi-gathering pills. The purple-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang escaped from his embrace and frowned. Is there a problem with this universe bag? There is a small problem. The purple-clothed man laughed awkwardly. With a wave of his hand, a white beam of light shot out of the universe bag. Battle chi. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Only now did he finally understand why this person was able to find this place. The reason was because of this battle chi. After stepping into the war chief realm and activating the battle soul, the true Qi would evolve into Battle Qi. Therefore, Battle Qi and Battle Soul were closely related. Just like now, when the purple-clothed man stored his Battle Qi in the universe bag, he could rely on the Battle Soul to track the location of this Battle Qi. Unknowingly, Qin Feiyang broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously. 3 days ago, after selling the first batch of medicinal herbs, it had already attracted this person's attention. However, he thought that by selling it in several batches he would be able to do it without fail. How could he be so naive? So childish? In this world there were many people smarter than him. What qualifications did he have to look down on other people's intelligence? This kind of mistake could not be made again in the future because it would cost him his life. Moreover, in the future, even if it came from the treasure pavilion, he would have to inspect it on the spot to prevent himself from being schemed against again. This lesson made Qin Feiyang completely wake up and realize his own shortcomings. He could outsmart his peers, but facing the older generation, especially those old foxes, his intelligence was far from enough. Seeing Qin Feiyang's gloomy face and silent, the purple-clothed man thought that he had angered him and anxiously said, "Brother Haotian, I'm really sorry. How do you want me to apologize? Just tell me." This apology was not just a few words of apology. The main point was the word, apology. Chapter 47. What? The purple-clothed man's face turned green. Didn't you tell me to ask for it? Qin Feiyang opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I did say that, but you can't ask for too much. The purple-clothed man felt wronged. You can refuse. I'm going to find Luo Qingzhu later anyway. Qin Feiyang smiled. What he meant was that if the purple-clothed man dared to refuse, he would instigate Luo Qingzhu to tell her father the truth. At that time, not only would the purple-clothed man lose his position as the pavilion master, but he would also be severely punished. The purple-clothed man's face turned gloomy. This youth was a trap. Qin Feiyang walked up and put his arm around the purple-clothed man's shoulder. Don't be like this. You and I both know that even if you give me 10 beast spirit pills, it won't be from your own pocket, right? The purple-clothed man's heart trembled. He didn't expect this kid to be a little fox. Can you do it or not? Say something. Qin Feiyang urged. The purple-clothed man gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, but you have to promise me that if you have the chance, you will put in a good word for me in front of the young Mississippi. This is a small matter. Qin Feiyang readily agreed. Also, this is the first and last time. After all, the losses are too much and it's easy for the higher-ups to find out. The purple-clothed man said. Don't worry, I'm an easy person to satisfy. I won't ask you for a silver coin in the future. Qin Feiyang laughed. Easy to satisfy? I can't tell. The purple-clothed man rolled his eyes. Sighed. This time he really suffered a double loss. The purple-clothed man shook his head and sighed as he left. In less than an hour he asked the black-clothed man to deliver a Jianghu bag. After sending the black-clothed man away, Qin Feiyang carefully counted. There were exactly 100,000 Qi-gathering pills and 1 beast spirit pill. This time he really made a big profit. However, he knew that this was all thanks to Luo Qingzhu. How can I thank them? After putting away the Jianghu bag, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. A moment later, his eyes lit up. He found a brush, ink and bamboo slips and concentrated on copying. He was copying a martial skill. Right now he had nothing on him. He really couldn't take out any decent gifts. He only had the martial skills in his mind. Several hundred breaths later, with a wave of his hand, he finished writing the last word. There were a total of 2 martial skills. One was a support-type martial skill, Gale Steps. The other was a killing martial skill, Mystic Moon Palm. Qin Feiyang grabbed the bamboo slips and scanned them one by one. He said with a smile, these 2 martial skills are both perfect grade martial skills. If I take them to auction it will definitely cause a frenzy. They should like it. Auction. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yeah, why am I so stupid? I can just copy the martial skill and auction it off. Immediately, Qin Feiyang couldn't help getting excited. The importance of martial skills was obvious to all. Especially perfect grade martial skills, even the big families of Black Bear City might not have them. Even if there was at most only one. However, in his mind there were hundreds of perfect grade martial skills. This was simply a huge treasure trove. He was sitting on a treasure trove but he didn't know it at all. He was still racking his brains all day thinking about how to earn gold coins. What a fool. He hurriedly found a bamboo slip, but just as he was about to copy it, he hesitated. Although in the imperial capital, perfect grade martial skills were very common, and all the big families had them, one had to know that this was Yen County. If a large number of perfect-grade martial skills appeared, it might cause unnecessary trouble. It seemed that perfect-grade martial skills couldn't be easily used. Then he would copy a high-grade martial skill. However, what made Qin Feiyang vexed was that he couldn't find any high-grade martial skills in his memory. In the past, other than perfect-grade martial skills, he didn't care about the other grades of martial skills at all, so he didn't care about them. Who would have thought that he would still need them now? I seem to remember that once when I was bored I saw a few high-grade martial skills. Think carefully. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and thought hard. After thinking for a long time he finally remembered a high-grade martial skill called Reckless Bull Fist. He picked up the brush and began to copy. Reckless Bull Fist. The fist wind was like the roar of a bull. It was known for its ferocity and was a high-grade martial skill. After copying, Qin Feiyang carefully checked it again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he smiled and said, "I wonder how many gold coins a high-grade martial skill can be sold for in Black Bear City." Then he put away the 3 bamboo slips, walked out of the room, closed the door and went to the restaurant lobby. After asking the waiter about the location of the Jiang family, he left the restaurant and quickly went to the Jiang family. However, when he reached the Jiang family, he was told by the Jiang family servants that Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang had already left. However, they hadn't left for long, so he could still catch up. He asked again which city gate did the two of them leave from. The Jiang family servants told him that it was the West City Gate. Qin Feiyang rushed to the West City Gate without stopping. West City Gate. At this moment, there were 2 horses and 2 beautiful girls sitting on the backs of the horses, forming a beautiful scenery. The passers-by passing by here couldn't help but take a few more glances. There were even some young men who would go up to greet them. However, the 2 beautiful girls turned a blind eye to them. They were extremely cold. Their eyes passed through the city gate and looked at the crowded street, as if they were waiting for someone. A moment later, a trace of disappointment crept into the eyes of the 2 girls. Luo Qingzhu sighed and said, "Sister Shuang, he won't come. Let's go." Zhao Shuang said angrily, "This guy really doesn't know what's good for him." Wait. But at this moment, a loud shout came from the city. The 2 girls immediately beamed with joy. Qin Feiyang ran in front of the 2 girls as fast as lightning. Zhao Shuang pursed her red lips and said, "I thought you wouldn't come." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "How is that possible? You 2 have helped me, so I definitely have to come to see you off." See you off? The 2 of them were stunned. Qin Feiyang took out the 2 bamboo slips and stuffed them into Zhao Shuanger's hands. He smiled and said, "Thank you for helping me. I don't have anything valuable, so I prepared a little gift. I hope you don't mind." Zhao Shuang frowned and opened the bamboo slips. When she saw the contents, her expression suddenly froze. Seeing this, a trace of doubt crept into Luo Qingzhu's eyes. She took the other bamboo slip from Zhao Shuanger's hands and looked carefully. Her delicate body also froze. He actually gave a perfect martial arts technique as a gift. This guy was too extravagant, right? Did he know the value of a perfect martial arts technique? Seeing the expressions of the 2 girls, Qin Feiyang immediately realized that he had greatly underestimated the value of a perfect martial arts technique in the county of Yen. Perhaps in Yen City, perfect martial arts techniques were rare. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Zhao Shuang shook her head and was about to return the bamboo slips to Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang had already turned around and walked towards the city gate in large strides. Without even looking back, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "Beauties, if fate wills it, we'll meet again. Also, remember to think of me more when you have the time." Luo Qingzhu immediately rolled their eyes. "Thank you." Zhao Shuang silently said in her heart. Luo Qingzhu's family background was illustrious. It was not difficult for her to obtain a perfect martial arts technique. But she was only a child of a small family. No matter what, she had to rely on her own ability to fight for it. To her, a perfect martial arts technique was a dream. Qin Feiyang had now given her 2 perfect martial arts techniques. At least it would allow her to struggle less for a few years. So, she was especially grateful. "Who the hell are you?" Luo Qingzhu also muttered in her heart. Perfect martial arts techniques, even the big families of Yen City and Star Moon City would hide them like treasures. But this guy, he gave out 2 of them without even batting an eyelid. Without a certain family background, it was impossible to do it so easily. Moreover, the words on the bamboo scroll were vigorous and powerful, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. The spirit energy was oppressive. Only a person who had read a lot of books and poems and was knowledgeable could write it. But wasn't Qin Feiyang a country bumpkin? How could he write such lively words? All of a sudden, she felt that Qin Feiyang's body was covered with a mysterious veil, appearing unfathomable. Sister Shuang'er, let's go. I have a premonition that we will meet him again soon. Luo Qingzhu laughed. And Zhao Shuang'er nodded. The two of them put away the bamboo scroll and pulled the reins. The two horses neighed and brought them away. At the same time, Qin Feiyang rushed to the treasure pavilion. But just as he entered the hall, a purple-clothed youth bumped into him. Bang! The two of them collided. Qin Feiyang took 3 steps back. The purple-clothed youth staggered and fell to the ground. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The purple-clothed youth cursed on the spot, quickly got up and stared at Qin Feiyang. Don't you have eyes? You dare to bump into Laozi, believe it or not, Laozi will kill you. Mu Fei? Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. As the saying went, enemies are destined to meet. This was indeed true. Mu Fei saw that Qin Feiyang was silent, but looked at him strangely. He suddenly became angry and shouted, "What are you looking at? Didn't you hear Laozi's words? Hurry up and apologize to Laozi, or I will dig out your dog eyes." Apologize? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but a disdainful voice sounded first. Another purple-clothed youth, surrounded by several guards, walked into the treasure pavilion and came to Qin Feiyang's side. He reached out and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, smiled and said, "Brother, don't be afraid of him, he is just a coward." Jianghu. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. Mu Fei frowned and sneered, "Jianghu, is he your father? You are so nosy. You have the wrong person, I am not his father." Qin Feiyang shook his head very seriously. Puff! The onlookers inside and outside burst into laughter. Was it necessary to be so insulting? However, Jianghu's face turned completely red. "Young master, this person is too insensible. You helped him with good intentions, but he insulted you like this. Just directly cripple him." "Young master, it was this person who came to find Mississippi," several servants next to him whispered and instigated, all with unkind eyes. Jianghu raised his eyebrows, looked up and down at Qin Feiyang for a moment, and suddenly said, "I was wondering why you looked so familiar. It turned out that night in the jungle you were standing beside my cousin. Tell me honestly, are you my cousin's friend?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then we are also on the same side." Jianghu smiled very brightly, turned around and took a few steps back. Once again looking at Qin Feiyang, he instantly turned hostile, waved his hand and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Beat him to death." Chapter 48. Qin Feiyang glanced at the few servants and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Bang! He struck out with his palm and his true energy was like a dragon. Bang bang bang. Several servants spurted blood on the spot and flew out. There were many people outside and they could not dodge in time and were smashed to the ground. This place was suddenly filled with wails. Jianghu and Mu Fei were dumbfounded. True energy. He was actually a martial master. The others were also dumbstruck. Qin Feiyang's changed appearance was a little pale and his whole body exuded a scholarly aura. Therefore, everyone present thought that he was just an ordinary person who had no strength to truss a chicken. They were still worried when they saw the few servants pouncing on him just now. But they did not expect this person to be so secretive. Just as everyone was shocked, Qin Feiyang looked at Jianghu. Whoosh! He took a step forward and landed in front of Jianghu. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, directly grabbing Jianghu's neck. "Ah, brothers, spare my life. I was wrong just now. I apologize to you, I apologize to you," Jianghu cried out in alarm, his heart flustered. As he shouted with all his might, he used all his strength to hit Qin Feiyang's fingers. At the same time, Mu Fei also squeezed into the crowd and was ready to escape. "Stop right there," Qin Feiyang said lightly. He didn't see me," Mu Fei comforted himself and squeezed out with all his strength. "Mu Fei, do you need me to say it again?" Qin Feiyang spoke again. Mu Fei's body trembled and walked out of the crowd obediently. He stood there with his hands clasped together and was extremely nervous. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I am a very reasonable person. Give me 100,000 gold coins each and I will let this matter go. Otherwise I will take off your clothes and make you run on the street." 100,000. Not to mention Mu Fei, even the bystanders around them were dumbfounded by what they saw. How was this reasonable? This was simply the behavior of a bandit. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said lightly, "Why? You can't take it out?" Mu Fei begged, Big brother, 100,000 gold coins, there's really no other way, can you reduce it a bit? Jianghu also hurriedly nodded and said, yes, 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 please be magnanimous and let us go this time. I promise that I will go around you the next time we meet. Don't fall into my hands again. Scram. As soon as Qin Feiyang loosened his grip, Jianghu immediately collapsed to the ground. Mu Fei ran out of Treasure Pavilion like he was running for his life. However, Jianghu could not stand up. He shouted at the servants in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Why aren't you coming over to help me?" Those few servants ran over, grabbed Jianghu, and then turned around and fled like rats. Young man, you were right to let them go. That's right. One of them is the young master of the Mu clan, while the other is the young master of the Jiang clan. Even if you're a martial master, you can't afford to offend them. You'd better leave quickly. The two of them are famous for being vengeful. They'll definitely bring people to find trouble with you later. The surrounding crowd advised. Thank you for your concern. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked them. He looked at a staff member next to him and said, "Take me to see the pavilion master." See the pavilion master? The staff member frowned and asked, "May I ask how to address the young master? Can you make an appointment with the pavilion master in advance?" So it's young Master Jiang. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. The black-clothed man hurriedly walked over. Originally, he was upstairs. When he heard the commotion downstairs, he came down to take a look. He didn't expect it to be this young master. After coming to Qin Feiyang's side, he looked at the staff member and scolded, "This young Master Jiang is the pavilion master's guest. Don't be rude." The man's face changed and hurriedly said, "I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me for my previous offense." "It's fine." Qin Feiyang smiled and followed the black-clothed large man up the stairs. I can't tell that he's actually the pavilion master's guest. No wonder he disdained Mu Fei and Jianghu. That's not right. Is there anyone surnamed Jiang in our Black Bear City? Everyone was puzzled. On the second floor in the VIP room, the purple-clothed man was leisurely drinking tea, but when he saw Qin Feiyang come in, he spat out a mouthful of tea on the spot. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he teased, "Pavilion master, I know you want to see me very much, but you don't have to be so excited. This makes me a little flattered." These words almost made the purple-clothed man spit out a mouthful of old blood. He really wanted to ask Qin Feiyang, where did he get the idea that he was excited? And where did he get the idea that he wanted to see him? Was it really good to be so narcissistic? Phew. He let out a long breath, looked at the black-clothed man and waved his hand, "You can go out." Yes. The black-clothed man bowed and left, closing the door. It was the first time he saw the pavilion master being defeated. His face was red and he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The purple-clothed man returned to his seat and asked weakly, "Didn't you say? You didn't ask me for half a silver coin. Why are you here now?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He sat opposite the purple-clothed man and said, "Do you think I'm here to blackmail you? Aren't you?" The purple-clothed man frowned. "Actually, I'm quite kind." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out the bamboo scroll and placed it on the tea table. "To hell with your kindness." The purple-clothed man looked at him disdainfully, got up, grabbed the bamboo scroll and opened it. A superior martial arts technique? He looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's indeed a superior martial arts technique, but it's not for you. I want to ask you to help me auction it." Auction it? The purple-clothed man was stunned for a moment and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Okay, Lisi, come in." The purple-clothed man shouted at the door. The black-clothed man entered the VIP room again, bowed and said, "Pavilion master, what are your orders?" "Take this and auction it off." The purple-clothed man threw the bamboo scroll over. "Be quick," Qin Feiyang added. Lisi caught the bamboo scroll, looked at Qin Feiyang thoughtfully, then turned and strode away. "Brother Hao Yin, you're even willing to auction off a superior martial arts technique. It seems that your family background is not simple." The purple-clothed man laughed. "Can you stop trying to get information out of me?" Qin Feiyang felt helpless. When dealing with this kind of person, he had to be on guard at all times. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would fall into a trap. Okay, I won't ask anything. Come have some tea." The purple-clothed man chuckled. This young man was quite alert. "Jiang, get the hell out here." About half an hour later, an angry shout suddenly came from outside. The purple-clothed man's hand that was holding the teacup paused slightly, and then calmly drank the tea while watching Qin Feiyang's reaction. However, Qin Feiyang sat there calmly as if he did not hear anything. Brother Hao Yin, there seems to be someone outside calling you? The purple-clothed man could not help but remind him. There are dogs everywhere in Black Bear City. If I have to go out to take a look every time they call, then I'll be busy to death. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The purple-clothed man was stunned. Jiang, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you hiding inside and not daring to come out? Let me tell you, don't think that you'll be fine if you hide. I'll block the door today. If you have the guts, don't come out for the rest of your life. Mu Fei and Jiang Wei stood outside, hooting without restraint. Behind them there was a burly man standing there. They all had a fierce look, with their hands crossed in front of their chest and their eyes full of contempt. Even the martial ancestor of the family is here. It seems that the two of them are serious this time. There will be a good show to watch. The pedestrians on the street and the customers of the treasure pavilion all gathered around and discussed. A moment later. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The purple-clothed man said. The black-clothed man pushed the door and walked into the room. He held a Qingquan bag in his hand and handed it to the purple-clothed man. The bamboo scroll has been auctioned. The gold coins are inside. Give it to him. The purple-clothed man pointed at Qin Feiyang with his mouth. The black-clothed man walked in front of Qin Feiyang and smiled. Young Master Jiang, here are 100,000 gold coins. Please check it. So much. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The black-clothed man said, the total price was 110,000 gold coins. But we have to take a commission. 110,000 gold coins. You only take 10,000 gold coins as commission. That's too much. Qin Feiyang could not help but feel the pain. Actually, he knew about the commission system of the treasure pavilion. They took 1/10 of the total price. That was to say, 100,000 gold coins meant 10,000 commission. Originally, 110,000 gold coins meant 11,000 commission. The treasure pavilion had already given him a discount and took 1,000 less. But now what he lacked most was gold coins. Not to mention 10,000 gold coins, even if it was 100 gold coins he would feel distressed. The purple-clothed man looked at him and said impatiently. Okay, don't complain. If you change it now, I'll give you the market price. Qin Feiyang said. That's all right. Give me all of them. All of them. The purple-clothed man was stunned and smiled bitterly. It seems that my treasure pavilion's gathering chi pills will be bought by you sooner or later. He looked at the black-clothed man again and said, go and change it for him. Yes. The black-clothed man bowed and retreated. Knock knock. But then, there was another knock on the door. Who is it? The purple-clothed man asked. The door was pushed open. Two middle-aged men came in one after the other. The purple-clothed man was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang with deep meaning. He got up and greeted them with a smile. Mujia's lord, Jiangjia's lord, what wind blew you here today? Lord. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. The purple-clothed man reminded him that the two men in front of him are the lord of Jiangjia and the lord of Mujia. Jiangjia's lord smiled. Brother Pei, this time we came here shamelessly because we want to ask you for a favor. Mujia's lord looked at Qin Feiyang and whispered. Brother Pei, is it convenient to talk now? The purple-clothed man said. Of course it's convenient. Brother Hao Yin is not an outsider. Both of them showed a trace of surprise in their eyes. Then they nodded politely to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also smiled. Jiangjia's lord looked at the purple-clothed man and said. Brother Pei, I don't know if you have a copy of the martial arts you just sold? If so, we're willing to buy it at a high price. Mujia's lord nodded. However, the purple-clothed man's face darkened. He said in a low voice, Brother Mu, Brother Jiang, you know the rules of our precious treasure pavilion. We will never copy martial skills behind the owner's back. You're asking too much. Chapter 49. On the surface, the man's words seem to be condemning the two, but in fact he's talking to Qin Feiyang. He doesn't want Qin Feiyang to misunderstand that the treasure pavilion has a private copy of martial arts, so as not to affect their relationship. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Lord Mu and Lord Jiang came to trouble him, but it turned out that they just came to buy martial arts, which is a good opportunity to make money. At this time, Li Si walked into the room and saw the atmosphere of the scene. Something is wrong. He handed the Qingquan bag to Qin Feiyang and stood silently. Qin Feiyang counted the items and put away the Qingquan bag. He got up and smiled. Mujia's lord, Jiangjia's lord, that martial skill is mine. If you really want it, then arrange the auction price. 110,000 gold coins. Yours? Really? The two were surprised. No wonder they're suspicious, it's because Qin Feiyang looks too weak. How can such a person have a martial arts skill? However, the man in purple frowned, his displeasure was obviously written on his face. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course, if you accept this price, I'll copy it for you now. Good. I'll give you 110,000 gold coins right away. The two each took out a Jianghu bag and put it on the tea table. Obviously they came prepared. Qin Feiyang said, Pavilion Lord, I'll borrow your brush, ink and bamboo slip. Yes. The man in purple nodded blankly. Qin Feiyang didn't see it, he went straight to the desk, opened a blank bamboo slip, picked up the brush and concentrated on copying. This kid really doesn't know what's polite. The man in purple snorted, he looked at the two and asked, Weren't you at the auction? Lord Jiang said. I received the news after the auction was over. Me too. Lord Mu nodded. Fortunately, the owner of the martial arts skill is still there, otherwise this trip would be in vain. The purple-clothed man looked at the black-clothed man and asked, Li Si, who was the one who took it? The man in black replied respectfully, Pavilion Master, it's the Ling family. The purple-clothed man suddenly understood. A moment later, Qin Feiyang finally managed to copy it. As soon as he stopped writing, the Wuxia's lord hurriedly ran up and scanned the text on the bamboo slip. Their eyes gradually lit up. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, That's enough. Take it. Thank you. The two of them cupped their hands and thanked him. Then each of them grabbed a bamboo slip and left in a hurry. Strange. Qin Feiyang looked at Patriarch Jiang's back, his heart full of doubts. He looked at the purple-clothed man and asked, Pavilion Master, don't the big families of Black Bear City have perfect martial skills? The purple-clothed man snorted and returned to his seat, ignoring Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang froze for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. He walked to the tea table and grabbed a Jianghu bag. After a little counting, he took out 20,000 gold coins and piled them on the ground. He smiled and said, Pavilion Master, this is the commission. Please accept it. Seeing this, the purple-clothed man smiled. This kid is quite sensible. After all, this is Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang and the Wuxia's lord made a private deal in front of him. It's disrespectful to him and Treasure Pavilion. In fact, to put it bluntly, Treasure Pavilion will earn less commission. This is what the purple-clothed man was dissatisfied with. But as long as Qin Feiyang takes out the commission, it's a different story. Ahem. The purple-clothed man coughed. Li Si understood and hurriedly put away the 20,000 gold coins. The purple-clothed man smiled and said, Brother Hao Yin, we're all on the same side. Why are you so polite? Qin Feiyang said, Since you're not polite, then give it back to me. The smile on the purple-clothed man's face stiffened. He coughed and said, Black Bear City is just a small city. Perfect martial arts are rare even in large cities. How can the families here have it? There's only one kind of martial arts in their family. Qin Feiyang frowned. Ling family and Wuxia don't have it. But the Jiang family has the support of the Pavilion Master. How can they not have it? The purple-clothed man hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Although the Pavilion Master is a member of the Jiang family, there are various subtle relationships. In short, these things are not something you and I are qualified to discuss. Subtle? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The relationship between Luo Qingzhu's family is really confusing. In this case, it also makes sense. There are three big families in Black Bear City. They are the Jiang family, the Mu family, and the Ling family. The three big families fight openly and secretly. They are like fire and water. But because their strength is not much different, they can't suppress the other two and take the lead. This time, the Ling family got the bull fist and mastered two kinds of superior martial arts. Their overall strength will undoubtedly double. The Jiang family and the Mu family naturally can't sit still and hurry to the treasure pavilion to buy the bull fist. This way they won't be pulled apart by the Ling family. Thinking this through, Qin Feiyang was filled with emotions. He never thought that the martial arts that he looked down on before could change the situation of Black Bear City. It can be seen how big the gap between the Yan County and the capital is. He didn't continue to stay. Qin Feiyang said goodbye and walked out of the VIP room and went to the first floor. This trip was very worth it. First of all, he made a lot of money. In addition to the hundreds of thousands of qi gathering pills, he also had an extra 200,000 gold coins. Secondly, he learned that the value of the martial arts was far beyond his initial estimate. He thought that the superior martial arts would at most be sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. The result was that it was sold for 110,000 gold coins. If it was a perfect martial arts, wouldn't it be sold for millions or even more? Mountains and rivers, there is no road, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Now he no longer has to worry about the gold coins. Outside, Jiang Wei and Mu Fei were still shouting. The Jiang family head and the Mu family head also didn't leave. After asking the two for the reason, they were furious on the spot. Even daring to bully their son, this Jiang guy really doesn't have eyes. Father, he came out. Father, it's him, he almost killed me. Jiang Wei and Mu Fei suddenly pointed to the door of the treasure pavilion. A strong cold light flashed in their eyes. How could it be him? The Jiang family head and Mu Fei looked and their eyes suddenly widened. Just now in the VIP room, the man in purple only said Brother Hao Yin and didn't mention Qin Feiyang's surname. Li Si also didn't. Jiang Wei and Mu Fei only knew that the person who bullied them was surnamed Jiang. Therefore, it wasn't until now that the Mu family head and Mu Fei knew that this Jiang guy was the one who sold them the martial arts. Father, you must teach him a good lesson. Yes, this kind of person, if you don't give him a taste of bitterness, he won't know his own weight. Jiang Wei and Mu Fei didn't notice the abnormality in their father's expression at all. They proudly looked at Qin Feiyang as if to say, boy, you're so arrogant, now you're dead. Qin Feiyang walked out of the treasure pavilion and stood on top of the steps. He looked at the two patriarchs and frowned. Two patriarchs, what do you mean by this? Jiang family had asked. May I ask little brother's name? Jiang Haoyan. Qin Feiyang said. Is really the same person. Mu family head and Jiang family head looked at each other, their faces were a bit embarrassed. Mu family head said. Little brother, may I ask, how did you and my son get into a conflict? I just accidentally bumped into Mu Fei and he broke out and scolded me. He also threatened to kill me. As for Jiang Wei, he came with a group of servants. When he heard that I was Luo Qingzhu's friend, he ordered the servants to beat me to death. Two lords, I just want to ask, in broad daylight they are so arrogant. Is there any law in Black Bear City? Qin Feiyang looked at the two lords, his tone aggressive. Jiang Wei angrily said. Fart, obviously, you said you're my father, so I ordered the servants to beat you. Jiang family head's eyes were cold. Jiang family head, I didn't say that, it was Mu Fei who said it. At that time I denied it. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone. Qin Feiyang pointed to the crowd around him. Seeing his self-righteous look, the people around him tried to stifle a smile on their faces. Jiang family head flew into a rage. The spearhead suddenly pointed at Mujia's lord. He shouted. This is your good son? If you really don't have the ability, just tell me, I'll help you teach him. Mujia's lord sneered. Jiang, old dog, your son is not a good thing. What qualifications do you have to talk about me? Old thief Mu, say it again. What can you do if I say it? Okay, you have guts. In a month's big hunting game, I'll make your Mujia look good. Don't be complacent, it's still unknown who will look good. Mu Fei, come back with me. Jiang Wei, come home with me. The two lords quarreled, yelled at Jiang Wei and Mu Fei, then turned and left angrily. Jiang Wei and Mu Fei stood there stupidly. What's going on? Aren't they looking for Jiang Haoyan to settle accounts? How come these two old guys are quarreling first? Not only did they quarrel, but they also left? What are you still doing? Believe it or not, I'll kill you on the street. The two lords glared at Jiang Wei and Mu Fei. The two didn't dare to stay any longer, they hurriedly followed. The two martial ancestor realm experts they brought with them didn't dare to have any objections. They quickly turned and chased after them. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The crowd around them also didn't recover for a long time. That's it? They clearly said that they would teach Jiang Haoyan a lesson. They were all waiting to watch a good show, but the result was nothing. Isn't this too funny? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. In a few words, he diverted the fire of war, making the two lords fight each other, but he, the source of the disaster, was completely ignored. How can this kid's head be so smart? Jiang Haoyan.